Back to little change right now for futures coming off early strength back towards the negative territory area this morning as we had initial sentiment to the upside following a Bloomberg report initially for Alibaba suggesting that Chinese regulators had given the go-ahead once again for the Ant financial IPO. The China regulators then came out and said, wait a minute, we haven't reviewed anything when it comes to Ant's IPO process. Then a Reuters report comes out and says, no, hold on. They have actually given the go-ahead. So Alibaba to the upside today. Sentiment overall, though, back to the upside. We're watching some jobless claims data as well, just coming out basically in line with expectations to slightly higher right now, 229,000. For last week on the initial jobless claims number. We'll get CPI tomorrow. It's worth noting the ECB did not raise interest rates with their interest rate decision this morning, instead planning to hold off and wait until their July meeting. Coming off a bit of a negative session yesterday for U.S. markets. The Dow ended the day down about 270 points, or 0.8%. The NASDAQ, S&P, both down about 1% or so. The NASDAQ was about 0.75. Markets kind of in a range right now, waiting for this inflation data coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll get CPI numbers ahead of the Fed decision next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll have the Fed meeting. It's Thursday, June 9th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at, basically a flat market at the moment. Again, if you missed it, initial jobless claims for last week, a little bit higher, 229 versus 210, 210,000, that is, for last week. So, yeah, very, very flat board, top to bottom, to have a look at so far this morning. Not necessarily a good or bad thing, but a good place to start for the morning anyways. Lots to discuss here this morning. We had a wild ride in the pre-market. Good morning, guys. For Alibaba shares on this back and forth conversation, I guess, on this Ant IPO. Initially, it was a go, and then China said, wait a minute, we haven't reviewed anything. And apparently now they have. So back to the upside again for Alibaba, coming off a pretty impressive performance yesterday for Baba shares.
Good morning, everybody. Now, it's been a wild ride. So Alibaba, if you were trading yesterday in Alibaba, I don't think anybody... The 110 break, it's like I look back at it now and it's ridiculous because we got to $121, then came in, sat down. The stock was at 125 in the pre-market at one point. It then dropped to 113, back to yesterday's high at 121, now sitting back down at 115 and under pressure with the rest of these names. Now, NIO just broke the low of the day. We have their earnings, so we'll be talking about them. Amazon just went red, touched off that 120 level. Tesla rejected 750.
Why do we not have
so much to look at here, and obviously, Baba's going to be front and center because the moves, you don't see moves like that very often. The program buying or the velocity of buying was pretty impressive, but wow, I was sort of watching this as it came up to this 120, 122 level. Just $10. $8 back up and then $10 back down, and now trying to get back into the upside. And on big volume, it's done over 5 million shares pre-market. So Baba's going to be leading the way today, at least in terms of opportunities for trading. I do think it's going to be right front and center, but the market also headed southbound.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Hey guys, what's up? What's up, traders? It's a good thing you mentioned that NIO broke there, because I had a stop order. It says it went out, and I don't know. Script ran successfully, but I didn't get any shares. So I just punched in right now. Unfortunately, at 86, I literally just punched in. We'll wait to get a better price if it breaks up above 19. I don't think NIO, I was like, is it SSR? Like, why am I not short? So I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, NIO, their quarter wasn't that bad, to be honest with you. I still really like NIO here, but it's gone too far too fast. It's the same thing. I know Brendan said that Baba was to the upside. Yeah, Baba's still making new lows right now, but NIO here, it's just when you look at this one day, it's like we've gone from $14 up to 21. We talked about this. It was 50% in a week and a half. Like, that's just a monster move for NIO. So, you're priced to perfection sort of when you make those kind of moves. So I'm going to be short in this, but again, I feel like this is just everybody getting short now because it was earnings and they weren't great. But I don't think they were horrible, so I'm really going to respect this 1950. I'll short into this 1920, 1930, but this is not one that I'm going to give a little higher love to here. These names can start running, and they can just start to fly, right? And so we'll wait to see what Neil wants to do here once the market opens up. We didn't look at the imbalances yet. It's not even on here, NIO. We have Oxy, which no surprise there. Occidental has oil up to 122, 123. Uber's on here, but no NIO. It's down here at 34,000 shares. So very, very small little spot there. But darn it, man, I should be short like 98, 99s there. And here goes NIO to the downside. Let's just see if it respects this 1870 area, which is crazy because it broke a while ago. Like I should have been in this a while ago. So I am glad to be reloaded into this. The bottom here is 1860. I think we at least test that. But I am nervous about a little bit of a pop here off the open. But if the imbalances, Brendan, stay pretty low, then this could just drift all day. I mean, the market is drifting lower. We're going to have Apple running away from that 150. Amazon looks like, again, another sticky note name that we'll try to stick to today. Down near 124 would be great, but it's trying to break 120 right now. Look at Amazon. It's not even, this one's not on our watch list, but it's been on there for the last couple of days. Here comes 120 faster than you think. So Amazon's about to break these levels, and we have a lot of talk to do on this stock, so I don't want to waste it right here. But between 122 to 121, pretty juicy areas to be shorting AMZN there, Brendo.
The forecast, I guess it was a bit of an issue for them, for NIO, but we'll have a look at what happens going forward. Baba, I was obviously referring to the second move or the second reaction for Alibaba back to the upside, but yeah. Day lows. Let's jump into the rest of everything else that's going on right now because there are quite a few headlines to talk about this morning, guys. As I mentioned, the ECB holding off on interest rate hikes for the time being, saying they'll look at July instead of moving right now on interest rates. We mentioned this also late in the day yesterday. It's Meta Day. You can retire FB, Meta Platforms, Facebook's parent, now officially META. We're sadly not going to have very much data to show you on this, but obviously META, now Facebook, guys.
Yeah, I was telling Neil, we'll just use the Facebook chart.
Yeah, like if I want to show you a daily chart, I'll just pull up FB, right? But yeah, it's Meta. I don't necessarily think this is going to matter too much. Like, it's not the kind of, we like the Amazon thing, and again, I'm pulling up again, you see no data, but I can always pull up Facebook. Like, it's not really, it's at some intriguing levels, but if anything, I could actually see that, relatively speaking, it might have a little bit less volume. Like, a lot of, like, with what's going on with the Chinese names and with the EV space today, this might end up being a little bit of a nothing burger, and it probably had to break out of the channel anyways, and probably a little bit more attractive if it was breaking out at 200, 201, past the 50 period, right? So, you're kind of in this nice little tight range on the daily, and you are making a slight, in the last 3 days obviously being green, a slight little wedge for a potential breakout. And given that we've started to the downside today, yeah, I'm not sure Meta, as I'm going to do my absolute best to call it correctly, is going to be the one to go to today. But anytime we look at the higher time frame, you'll notice it'll be FB on the chart. But META, so don't be shocked if you pull up FB and don't see anything.
FB, and we were talking about it earlier, and I was like, okay, what's the next name to take over the FB symbol? Because I think that'd be kind of cool to be like, oh, I'll take FB. Like if I was like, I don't know. I have to think. Your name has to match it. But
I was trying to think. I
was just thinking, like, yeah, it's pretty good name there historically. But yeah, look, I like Facebook. We've liked it for a long time. I think it's one of the cheaper mega cap tech plays that you can get. They're legit. I like them. We'll be trading them again today. I don't really have any key levels for it. I mean, Neil's just gone over it there. We can look at it off of Facebook because, oops. Even my Facebook chart, yeah, you're right. It's going to take a little bit of a minute to load here. This was yesterday. We were trading it a lot yesterday. We didn't really have a very specific way. We've been going long, the last couple of days here off 193 right now for Facebook. So if I just type in Meta here on my top chart, we can see here on, this is e-signal, so it actually just converts the symbol over. But right here, I feel like you can still hold out for 193. It's coming back in. It's 195.50 right now. We've been defending this area, as you can see right here on my trading 2 days ago. Yesterday, It wasn't a great stock for me. We were going long up here near 200. It just ripped solid. Like we had a couple good longs there, 199. Remember when it was 195 off open and I was like, I should just buy this thing, and we didn't. And we kind of revenge traded it long the whole day, and it just kind of faded out. But we left it alone in the afternoon. It still stopped at 196, and then today, obviously here on the chart, you're down to 196 again. So you just breached that area. It's not really too much of a concern for me, but I think this is worth buying some dips down into 193 on Meta. So we'll wait to see if that comes through, with the ultimate bottoms being like, we had like a 191 down here. That's 189, but here's 191 that held out as well. So depending on what this market day brings to us, and that's always going to be exciting, META. So the first time I've ever typed this in. So there you go. You got to see that live on the show. I don't know why that matters. But the NASDAQ is down here 0.15. So I feel like 193 would be a great level here for Meta if we're able to get that. We also did finally get that price that we wanted here on NEO, so now I don't feel so bad about not getting it before, and I think this is an opportunity to get some more out. We are now short NEO, 12 cents in the money. We're short at 93. Let's see if we can just get a print here at 78 or something like that if we do come back down. And there it is. Actually just printed me right there. You can see those shares there on ARCA. We just got that print, so let's see what happens now through 78. It's a 15-cent winner. We're starting the day off pretty good. It's a little early for pizza, but our Paisan will come through here. And there goes Meta down to NEO down to 76, 77. We're short 94s here. So good, so far so good here on NEO, but I do want to get out of this one. I am nervous about this play moving forward. Wow, 75s. Yes, sir, I'll take some of that, Brendo.
All right, a bunch of these little ones going again this morning. I just noticed Jan1 popped up. The JAN, again, 2 million float on that. There's WEJO. Also trying to go here, 250 price on that one. And then this, AUVI, popped up on note from the FDA. They were awarded sole source provider for a medical device this morning. A few other things of note here. FCell, one of the clean energy names that can get going if it wants to, down this morning after their Q1 miss, wider net loss for FCell. And Bilibili also reported, BILI, another Chinese name, obviously, but not a good report here for Bilibili.
No, it was a bad report for them. And obviously down SSR 11%, sort of outpacing the rest of the group there. And look, yesterday was a pretty crazy, it was bonkers for just about everything in that space. But just kind of noting, it was relatively weak all day. And we talked about Pinduoduo sort of falling to the downside and then eventually breaking out with BABA. This is a name that made a harsh bottom but never really got its breakout. It kind of held that 30 level. So it's been relatively weak. It's actually catching a bump now. I'm looking at 27 where there was a couple of, not really an iceberg order, but there was certainly some pre-market sellers at that range. So below 27, I want to be in the short. I'm not really in it just yet. I mean, the volume is nowhere near. It's probably like half of what NEO is, a fraction, and that's a fraction of what Alibaba is, and Baba's even a more expensive stock. But I'm going to be fading this one into 27, looking for that short. It gets above that price, probably to about 27.20 or so, and I'll be getting out of it. And then I don't really like the long. I think if there's a bounce, a few other names I'd probably be more attracted to for a bounce play. But Billy, sometimes you're beaten up and you just want to take it lower. It's been on such a big tear. The fact that it didn't make another breakout when just about everything else I was looking at was making that second, third break. Man, Bob and PDD were just nuts. But it couldn't do it. It just couldn't do it past that 30 level down. You get the bad earnings report. There's definitely room to at least 25, if not that 50 period. So I'd rather be on the south side here on Billy, at least till 27 quarter.
Yeah, the only Chinese names I'm looking at, I've already got them going. So we've got NEO, which is a beautiful, wow, NEO, okay. I was just sending out another tweet about this. As you can see it down to 62, 63, yeah. There it is, yes, sir. Let's go, man, Brendo there. As nice little move downside for NIO. This thing is collapsing right now, right in front of our face. So down to 60, 63. We've already got a 40-cent winner here on NIO as this is starting to get spicy. Shout out to Playmaker. Shout out to everybody, Mr. Karen there on the chat. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Rob, what's up to everybody as I look there on the chat? There it is, man. A nice little trade again out of NIO. Let's see if we take out an 1850, but it's going to be NIO or Mr. Baba for me today. But yeah, so far so good here on this one. We just took out another piece of NEO here.
Just reading about this WEJO. This is a deal with Microsoft, guys, so an expanded partnership, in fact, with Microsoft for this WEJO. So I mentioned that one moving around. We're going to get into Tesla, obviously, NIO with earnings. Tesla, higher Chinese deliveries from manufactured Chinese cars, both in China and on the export side. There's also a UBS upgrade for Tesla today. So some of the other EV makers moving around as well at this point, guys. I mean, we can touch on Tesla here if you want, or any of the other ones, because they're all kind of showing strength.
Yeah, just quickly here, Amazon broke. I mean, the same thing just happened to me. But anyways, Amazon broke 120, which obviously that's that former $2,400 level pre-split. So the market obviously heading into that downside. I was going to take the break, but anyways, I ended up having to pay to 80s. It's not a huge difference. I want to give this back to that 120.50 level. But Tesla in particular, the pivot price I have, I mean, it's pretty obvious. I'm looking at 750. Above and below, obviously there's room down. You can see how well it both broke out, 725, and then held 720, 723, that area in the afternoon. So I think that's where you have room to. Obviously, we had a hard top at 750, shorted it several times yesterday's trade. If it gets back to that price, it's a fade till it can break out from there. And look, I like the good news. I like the good news. I mean, if they're going to have relatively good delivery numbers, fantastic. I think the administration came through with, I think they're at least looking to have like 500,000 charging stations or whatnot, building out infrastructure. I don't think that's going to matter, obviously, to Tesla, but certainly shows that the push to get EVs going, and you've got the leader out here being one of the only names I see super strong. So I'm kind of looking to see if we can't go long off that 720, 725 level. If we break out from the 50s, there's so much room to that 790 that we got to last week. It's just a lot of room northbound above that 755. So support 25s. I'll scalp a short if we get it off of 750 at the open, but otherwise I want to be looking for that long off those 20s, looking for that long, and if we can hold a bit above that 50 and then ride it into that 780s. We can always go a bunch of different directions. I just got Oxy, and like this is, I'll just go right to the chart for Occidental, because I looked at this pattern and just said to myself, oil was going absolutely bonkers for a week and a half. I think everybody knows that. And Oxy was in this channel forever. It just could not break below this 68, technically about 67.90 or so. And then it had this top just above 71. And no matter what was going on, it wouldn't break out of it. I'm going to play this both ways. I'm going to go long in case it bounces. Obviously, I think there's $1 to $2 worth of range if it goes up and holds this bid. If it takes it out and holds below there in the open, then I think there's a bit of a gap fill to the downside that can be shorted. But I'm in Oxy. I'm going to check to see if there's an imbalance on it, because I do note a big NYB order on the offer for 300,000 shares. So maybe there might be a slight imbalance on Occidental. But into that one now to the long side.
I see on the chat there that everybody's talking about, yeah, Occidental has that sell imbalance. Everybody's talking about Amazon and that it's a big, like, what's going on with it? Nothing's going on with it. This is what we expected right here. I mean, we have it on the sticky note. Amazon short 120. Watch out for the 120 break. I mean, it's right here. It's still weak, and it won't break above 124. It's all here. We'll put this sticky note in the chat for you guys to have a quick look at it. Also on Instagram as well. You can find it getting a lot of traction over there, so thank you for that. But look, the reason why, I mean, whatever I put on the sticky note, I put on it. We're short now, but the reason why for Amazon, it's just like, and it was kind of an easy trade for me, to be honest with you. We came in here on the day, this is Monday, so the day that Amazon finally reverse split into 20-1 and came back out at 125, that's a long that day. Everybody's excited about it. Everybody wants to buy Amazon. Wow, wow, wow. I can buy some options. This is great. They're still struggling as a company. You can see the chart. They haven't really done anything this year. They continue to be a problem, right? Retail's a problem. But that was a nice move back up. Then I was like, you know what? The one option that everyone's probably writing is 130. So when it got to 129, I was like, that's a huge sell there, because is it really going to push that day from 124 all the way through that 130 strike price? I just didn't think so. And we had the short up here almost to the penny. We had the short 128.90. The high was 128.99. So we had that basically 9 cents away from 130, right? So now you're $10 in the money if you're still holding that trade. Neil and I have to get out every single day, so obviously we don't hold things overnight. And then we noticed, so we came in the next day being like, all right, well, we were short up there. We still like the short. I still like the thesis that it's not going to break above. And then we noticed that this 124 was the bottom. Couldn't break on that day. So when we open up lower, which was support becomes resistance. So then we had on our sticky note the last couple days, let's short 124s, because again, that was the bottom that we respected, and there's the 124 short. That was cash money all the way down to 121. So then you go into yesterday. Look at the high yesterday, 123.70. We didn't even get to 124, but pretty damn close again. So then, bottoms again respected, but breaks in the afternoon, breaks that bottom here of 121, and then holds below 121, 122, not 121, holds below 122 all afternoon. We come in today and we are below that 121 level, which we held. So it's quite easy, man. I mean, this is just the way I trade. Take the easy trades if we can get them. Obviously, I want to be short into this level if we can get it back up to 121.50. That's an amazing short for that. So we're layered all the way back up. But as you can see, I hope that I just sort of helped you guys out there when people were saying, what's up with Amazon? I just think it's doing what it's supposed to do here, and that is retrace back down. Amazon's only down 1.3%. I think this is going to have a 110 fit on it, if not 100 again, which is its not all-time low, but recent low in the last couple weeks was 100 on this name. So here we come into the downside. I plan on not taking this out ever, and I just want to average in back up here. So hopefully I'll hold this all day, and we'll see like a 117, 118 on Amazon. But to be honest with you, I really want to reload this thing as much as I can back here near 121, 122. It's going to be Amazon for the win, but right now it's NEO for the win as this keeps on coming back to the downside here. Remember where we're short, guys? We're short up here 95 on NEO. We've already taken out about 40% of this trade, and now we're starting to head back up. So I don't love this trade, so we'll empty it out as we keep going. But right now, NEO to the downside, Amazon to the downside, and the market's starting to break here. And we'll talk about Apple, but there's so much more to talk about.
Yeah, 4,100 trying to hold here for the S&P currently. A big mover from yesterday, Spotify. Not doing a lot right now, but worth a note. A bunch of analyst notes on Spotify after the investor day yesterday. A couple other interesting upgrades today as well. Take-Two, again, not really doing anything, but JP Morgan resuming coverage at overweight for Take-Two. Target as well, big mover from early in the week, getting some analyst attention once again, despite their earnings, guys. So a bunch of names kind of in that secondary pile, as we sometimes refer to them, outside of direct news, but stuff that was moving maybe a little bit earlier in the week or yesterday in the case of Spotify.
Well, Target increased their dividend as well, but I mean, the story was, of course, like double-decker, just double-barrel bad news with the earnings, and then, of course, when they talked about the issues with their inventory and then having to slash margin guidance for the rest of the year. Like, that stunk, obviously, but it has recovered since then. Like, that actually was the bottom. You got a wipeout bottom. You sort of reclaim the previous support. And what was good about, you got this ugly wick here. I'll zoom in for you guys. You got this 156 floor, which was previous to when they had the guidance, the updated guide. And then in the afternoon, we held that same 156. We're pretty much right there. Even when the market just fell down and bounced off 4,100 on the ES, you actually had this 156 continue to hold on target. So that's a pretty solid line in the sand. If we hold that at the open, I might look towards this as one of those names that we try to have a bit of a long bias on above that price, right? Like below it, I mean, come on, it's below that price. I think it's a sell. But if we can hold that, I mean, that would give you a pretty big on-volume V-shaped bottom that got bought up en masse above that price level, which gives you a nice little solid base. But it's likely to have to go with the market. And for now, we are still threatening those lows. So you gotta temper your expectations for any levels like that holding at the open, because as we stand, we are heading southbound.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Spotify obviously only on 5,000 shares. It's not going to be a crazy name today unless, you do want to take it once the market opens up. But yesterday, Spotify, again, nice little move back to the upside. You can see here 117 on Spotify. It's down today. That could be a good level to watch out for. But on the daily chart here for Spot, I mean, you know, I was in this name from its direct listing. It's below where it is now. And it's just like, again, I don't know what sort of competitive advantage these guys have. I mean, Joe Rogan is still over there, but there was talk about grabbing him over to Rumble. And I don't know. I feel like podcasts are cool and they're fun and they're nice, but you can get them on so many different services right now. And then you have Apple Music coming into play for Spotify. That's starting to pick up steam. There's other music streaming sources as well, including YouTube has a music streaming service. So I don't know. I don't really know what their competitive advantage is anymore. It was cool when they first came out. I was a member there, so was my whole family. Now we switched over to Apple Music, and I just don't. I can't see them bundling anything sort of together. Like, I don't know what their next plan is here for Spotify. I think video and things like that is pretty cool, but you're going to have to wait for them to develop all that. That bottom of 90 probably, I mean, if the market crashes, not crashes, but if it continues to head to its south side here, this is not a name you want to be long, in my opinion, anyways. So Spotify here, I think you played off this 50 period of 120. That high was 120, almost flat. We pulled back from that. Here's the 50 period again. Here's the 50 period. Here's the 50 period. So if you followed this all the way down, you've been pretty good. And there it is again. Tried to breach it and didn't. So for me, Spotify is a sell, especially since we're sub 120, Brendo.
All right, a few analyst moves for you this morning, guys. Let's start on this side because there's Tesla, as we said. UBS saying 50% upside possible for Tesla shares. Down here, Devon Energy, more love for the energy group. Not much on this side of the board today. I saw Five Below was earnings, FIVE, Chipotle as well. One that you would think might join the stock split group, but hasn't yet, guys.
Interesting. I didn't realize Scott's Miracle Grow down 9% today. Obviously, there was, you see Freeport on there. Yeah, Freeport up there. It's flat on the session, but catching a bit of an upgrade. And the issue, of course, with the fire yesterday. But that's a stock that, I mean, had been making a huge run and just now got back below that 50. It's interesting the timing of some of these analyst upgrades, right? Like right when it just made its 1 month peak or so, or like the last couple of months, you're going to see it get right to this top, make a top yesterday, have a bit of a bad catalyst news-wise, and then you're going to catch an upgrade. If it gets below this 41.5, you kind of feel like it has some room to go down. That 50 period is going to loom a little bit. Oxy might be breaking that channel, so we went for the long in front of it. Whoops, Oxy's still on the New York, Neil. We went for that long in front of it. Now remember, I want this thing to open below this channel. So we gave it one shot for the long. I might give it another chance. If we get back to the open and we're still holding above 68.5, I'll probably jump right back into it. But I want to see us open below, and there should be room to about $65. So going to be a little bit patient with Oxy, but I came in today determined that if I saw it at any one of these levels, 71 or down at that 68, that we'd make a play. We'll take another shot here when we get a little bit closer to the open. But Oxy's going to be on my mind. I like XOM for some longs, but I think ultimately Oxy off this channel is going to be worth trading.
Yeah, look, we have CPI tomorrow. We have interest rate hikes next week. And, this market, I'm going to continue to watch Apple here at 150. We were long one day, short in the afternoon, long yesterday morning, short yesterday afternoon. I want to be short this name. We're going to open up around this 147, 148, obviously, area right here. And it sucks when I'm looking at this chart because of how these wicks are. So hold on a second. Let me go to another one here. This is E-signal here off. Yeah, this looks much better off the 20-minute chart. But right up here, and this is what I want to, like, Apple's stuck in this sort of channel. Obviously, when you break back down below to 144, that's, coming out of it. But right here, like, this is 147. So if we could take 147 to the downside in a market that wants to make a move lower, I like this 147 to the downside. I much better prefer a 149 short if we can get into that, and I don't think we're that far away from that. And then you could hold it up to 150, and if you really, really want to get spicy with it, I mean 151, 152 possibly, unless Apple comes out with some like crazy news here. I just don't see it, especially heading into the interest rate decision next week, and then CPI tomorrow, which isn't going to be any good. I wouldn't expect it anyways. I just don't see Apple getting going here until tomorrow. Like, once we see that number, then maybe the market changes its mind. But today's going to be probably a pretty slow day as far as volume is concerned. I think we've sort of highlighted that already. But, we want to be short Amazon, Neo, and then if we already are short those names, but if we come back in somewhere near 149, 150, Apple is again on the sticky note here. I just don't see a thesis to bring this thing back up. I mean, the market is getting hit right now. That's our Apple chart versus the other one. You can see the market now down 0.47, and really, I mean, no love right now this morning for the NASDAQ. So, you know, it's going to have to find a base somewhere, and I don't really care about these levels. I just want to look at stock levels, and Apple right there, we're already waiting to get short, but it's not till up here, 148, 148.50. So these are the kind of levels that I'm looking at for AAPL, and it's a trade that you're going to have to be in, right? This is not like a quick scalp in and out or anything, or like Neil was looking at Oxy breaking and trying to get back in. I just look at Apple as like, you know, we're going to have to hold this and try to deal with some levels. You know, we held some of these shorts against us. We punched the low of the day there. We had to hold this about 50 cents against us, and then it came right back in where we were able to make money on it. So I kind of feel the same thing here. Hopefully the market bounces back up, and we're able to short Apple around that 149 there, Brendo.
Excuse me. I'm getting choked up over Apple. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall. I was just watching as well. ECB President Christine Lagarde still speaking on the ECB decision this morning. Again, they did not increase interest rates over in Europe this morning, deciding to hold off until July, if you missed that. As I was mentioning, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, check out smallexchange.com, guys. Use the QR code on screen right now. Sign up today. Great information out from the Small Exchange. No PDT, remember, and less capital required. Arun, we've been stuck in this box, I guess is a good way to put it, for the past few days here. Back towards the bottom we go today.
Back towards the bottom, ECB decided to step up and make the move. So here we are to the downside, bottom end of the range, looking for potential longs. No setup yet, downside strength. So we're going to respect the downside strength, let it go. See if the market can give you a turn at some point. At the moment, it looks like it still wants to keep going down. It's pretty aggressive too. So with the ECB still, you know, I guess talking, the conference still going on, we're going to have to wait a little bit here. But for now, top end level 42.10, bottom end level 40.25. There might be a minor support at 40.65, so maybe the 80s can bring you a support bounce if you can get the setup. Flip side, you see the top here that in the pre-market 41.45-ish. That might be available for a potential short if we get a bounce all the way into the 20s, which starts to then taper off a little bit. Then you go for the short if you get the setup. So that's pretty straightforward. Inside the range, it's not that... you don't have to go too hard with it. When I mean too hard, I mean like you don't have to think too much. It's either going to be near the top, near the bottom. You don't play in the middle. That's about it. So we've got the top, we've got the bottom, and see how this market wants to go. If it wants to keep going down, great. Go another 20 points or so. Maybe we can get up a nice little setup and see if we can get the range. At some point, this range has to break, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to break today, right? So we just got to be aware of that fact. If we are playing inside the range, that at some point this will break, but there will be signs pointing to a break. This market's not going to just, you know, bounce and then completely fall off. It's going to kind of grind through these levels because there's enough support and resistance near the top and the bottoms that this is going to provide somewhat of a lockstep move down or up before we actually get that break through the bottom. And if we get a break through the bottom, that's a completely different set of levels now that we move into. So until that break happens, we are going to have to respect the range and play inside.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow, obviously. Big number coming out tomorrow at 8:30, so definitely will be a market mover. I mean, although it is May CPI, so a bit of a lagging indicator there for inflation, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Grab the watch list, guys, every single morning, free for you. Before we come on at 8:30, all you need is your email address. Alibaba, top of the list this morning again. Are they going to IPO Ants? Are they not? It was back and forth all morning long. Back to the downside here with the overall market, but contradicting reports, to say the least, today.
We want to be short. Yeah, I mean, who knows about what's going to happen there? I look at this that we had such a monster move yesterday, and it's too bad my trades aren't in here because we were long that 110. We went short first, then we were long, and our best out was like 112. And I think we held something for a little bit higher, but nowhere near this move here all the way up. You were up $19 basically yesterday from where we were the day before, right? Here's the close, 103. We went up to, I thought we got 121. So 18 or so dollars up yesterday. Monster move for Alibaba as Chinese regulators sort of come back and ease out on some of that talk there of delisting or of looking into some of their filings and things like that. So Alibaba yesterday with a big move. You saw NIO, you saw all the Chinese names yesterday kind of exploding there to the upside. I still think it's super risky. I mean, you get news like this that you're talking about there. Regulator has yet to conduct any assessment of the Ant Group IPO, and then maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But either way, it's a nice top there, 120, 121. I think it was way too far, too fast. It's on the sticky note. It's the #1 name. I believe that this is a short, and I'll just read my own, until around 118. And if we can get anything up there, that would be fantastic. Again, like at 750, this is where it was, right? So we should have taken the 118 at that time. But again, it's just pretty volatile here, doing a lot of volume, man. 5.6 million shares already for this name. So any kind of a pop-up, I want to be short. Here's 118. I'm currently offering 117, so maybe we get a little bit of a bump up into this area. But try to be patient with it. I just don't see this thing running again today unless this market completely turns around. And if it does, then great. And we can use some of these highs of 120, 121 in order to get out. But I feel like this is a pretty safe play. If we're wrong the first time, then maybe it's a 119. I mean, I have an offer all the way. I mean, I have offers higher, like much higher than this. So I'm thinking about maybe getting out if we break through 120, something like that. So average started at 117.50. Take another trade around 119. This could be pretty violent here off the open. Then I'm just going to try to respect this 121 high. Hopefully we don't break it. Hopefully we're able to average into something like that. It's just whatever. It's such a huge move for Alibaba. We talked about this with NIO. It was 50% in a week and a half. I mean, you're not far off from that equation here for NIO as well. For Baba, 82.50 up to 120 yesterday. So it's a monster move there. It's just a little bit too fast in too little of a time. So for me, I want to be short this name. Again, I think the breakout's probably already happened once you broke through 100. But again, that was only 2 days ago. So I feel like if we can hang out up here, then it's like this 130, 140 area up here that really is the breakout. I mean, it's probably 130 right there, and then you get through this couple of those little hits there. So breaking above 130, I think it's more of an all clear than what we have right now. So I want to be short Alibaba, and I want to be short until yesterday's high. So this is going to be a trade that I'm either going to lose a lot of money on, or hopefully we get short and it does fall and we're able to take that cash. So let's play it like that. We're still short Amazon. We're still short NIO, although we got some more out of NIO here on the way back down. So maybe this is a precursor for what these Chinese names are going to do. We get a nice flush down. We're short. We're almost out, so we only have 30% left of this trade right now. If it flushes, great. I expect Baba to follow. But NIO could pull up all these Chinese names as well today. So I want to be short Alibaba, but I don't forego the fact that it could rip to that 120, 121 area. But I'm going to start the short at exactly 117.50 is where my order is pending right now.
Line this morning as far as earnings coming out of China this morning. It was the forecast that was a issue. I mean, there was a drop in gross margin, but a narrower than expected loss for NIO. So an interesting move here anyways, negative for NIO today.
Yeah, I think, look, realistically, the guide was what was bad for NIO. And they lost more money year over year, but compared to expectations, it wasn't the end of the world. I think that's where you get the mixed aspect of it. The thing to keep in mind for NIO, and we're looking at this one yesterday, was just like Bilibili was very similar in that when everything was booming to the upside, when Alibaba had program buying, you can call it gamma, whatever it is, or you know who buying it up. Not going to say, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Obviously, this could not get through the high. And when you see something like that, you just kind of know there's some overhead selling. In this particular case, I think the overhead selling is around this 1930 to 1950 area. I'm looking to short the pop on this, but there's no stubbornness about it. That 1950, if I pull back even a little bit further, that's going to coincide with some interesting highs that we had the last couple of days, just above that price. When we're along this off 19, going back into last week, that's where, or I guess that was on Monday, that's where you did have a bit of a top just above that 50 area. So I think you get into that channel, that's like your last stand or like the Alamo to believe that this is going to continue to get sold off. We've seen this squeeze before. Also remember, sometimes we've had these names that are gapped down on earnings recently, on poor earnings, on poor guides. But if they don't retake the low at the open, meaning whatever, if they fall in the pre-market and then at the open they're unable to break the low, hold the channel and break back to the upside, more often than not, they end up breaking back up. Now, do they get green? Not always, but certainly we've seen that play out before. Most of the times it's in names with a heavy short interest. That won't be the case particularly here for NEO, but certainly it can be one of those types of runners. When you watch this group, understand that if the type of buying that stepped into Alibaba and Pinduoduo comes into a name like NEO, there's nothing to do except for switch gears and jump into the longs. But I don't think I want any part of that notion unless we're getting above that 1950. It's the same way I feel about, I feel like I like some longs in Tesla if I get the prices I want, but it's got to be clearing 50 to 53. It's got to clear that level. Tesla has to either do that or get me that 725 area for a long. So it's a short until it's not. I'm not in the 19 short for break. It just felt like it was a little bit too far, too fast, and the futures were heading down there pretty solidly. And I do like my resistance a little bit higher than that, so I didn't want to be giving it 50 pennies on a $20 stock. I'm going to try to have a little bit of a tighter stop if I can catch the short, but hey, it might already be gone.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here, guys. We mentioned the higher than expected Chinese manufactured sales, both on the export side. Remember, they do send some of these cars that are made in China to Europe, and then also in China, and then UBS out with an upgrade on Tesla today.
Yeah, look, I think if there's going to be good news, like I was sort of just mentioning, we get above this, it's just about how much room there is to the upside. The same way a floor breaks and you got room below, if we can get above this 50 to 53, there's just going to be room on Tesla to that upside. And I don't think, this is not rocket science saying the exact price that we broke out from in the morning yesterday. And I had to stop here. Did miss my reversal, and then you had long opportunities off this 20 to 25 area, and I think that's where you want to be digging in because it gets through 20s, and I think that's your out at least down to about 700. So count me in to go long, but I've got to get the levels I want on Tesla. You're here below that 750, and if anything, it pops in, and you get a 49.50 short as a day trader. There's really nothing that bad about that trade either. Like I could be open to taking that tight stop short off the open. That's something I've done before below the 720 level. So, I don't have to have a bias in every single direction. I do want to be trying to get longs, but if we're below 750, then there's shorts that are going to set up. And ultimately, my best trade on Tesla yesterday wasn't a long, it was the short off 750, and that's not something I plan on ignoring at all.
FTNT, which is Fortinet, joining the stock split parade that we're getting over the next little while here. This one going to be sooner than the rest, though. June 22nd, 5 for 1 for FT. Can we show that there for Han? Thank you. June 22nd, 5 for 1 for FTNT. So this one popped up back to 305 here through 300. Not a lot of volume, but 1.3% for Fortinet. So heads up on that. Meta, is now Meta, as we said.
Meta is Meta. Yeah, Meta would be Meta. The former Meta is like MRVS. That the Meta ETF is something different now. But before we go into Meta, that AUVI that popped, I know you talked about this one, the 7 million share float stock. This has this double top here. Just going back into the aftermarket a couple of days ago, 280. It just got right to that 280 mark before a bit of a reversal. I got the 15-minute up just so you get an idea of how much this is moving. If it can't hold this open 250, there's a lot of room to pull back. I'd expect maybe you find some buyers down at 2 if it really plunges. But for now, you've got the buyers sitting at this 250 level. And as a matter of fact, it's stacked. It's got like 58, 59 bids, some bids down in the low 50s as well. And then I look over at the level 2, and then you have this 280 top. If it breaks the double top, you pop to the daily, and you got room. Just got room. And lots of room to get to. I think the big level is like 380 to 4. You sort of see the last time it had a big flush, that's where it got to and reversed, maybe a 350, something along those lines. But there's room if 280 gets taken out on AUVI. Still some time till the open, however, but had to get that one out of the way.
Yeah, Meta. We did a little bit of work on this one for you guys earlier, if you were watching about it, and I'm just more pissed off because now I got to type in 2 extra symbols every time I trade it. Like, that's really for me upsetting because it's just doubling the workload for me here. But on that note, we have 194 there. I don't want to play that. The market's down today. You see the NASDAQ continuing to move down. We were just at 0.4. Now we're down 0.6. And here it goes. So I still think that you can defend 191, which is down here. That's 190, 191 in here. That's 192. So I feel like you could slip down into here, but I don't really know. Like, this shouldn't technically or actually change anything here. It doesn't change any of the valuations. It shouldn't change any of these price levels. Most charting software will just float into Meta now from Facebook, so not a big deal. 194, I don't really want to defend that level. Like I said, I'm feeling short. We're short. We just reloaded Amazon. We've got that short. We've got NEO short 20 cents. We're looking to get short Apple, which I wish we just would have gotten there. But yeah, 196, nice high. I definitely don't want to be short Meta. I want to look for some longs. So for me, anywhere in this little range here, 190 to 192, I feel like we could dance in here. So if we're able to get a 190, that would be fantastic. That's $5 down. I don't know. I'm going to sit at with an order now at 192. So if we do flush, we can test that, and then we'll look to see what happens around 190. But for right now, we're loaded up, not loaded up, but we're overloaded on the short with 2 big names, including Amazon and NIO. So I need to see some of these names come back up to short them, but Meta is not going to be one. The one name that I want to short here with only 15 minutes to go, and we'll look at the imbalances, is going to be Facebook. Is going to be Apple. Unfortunately, when we were looking at Apple earlier, it was up here. We should have just shorted it right away. But I said patience. I mean, that's the word that we put on here with Alibaba on the sticky note, the word patience. So I feel like that seems to be looked at here with Apple as well. Oh man, that wick is going to suck. So let me zoom in a little bit more. There, 148.50 is where I want to start it. I have an order right now at 148.50. If we can come back up, maybe it's better to start this bad boy at 148. So let's start shorting now, 148, now that the market's giving us this. And then I don't want to get out of Apple until we break above 150. So Apple will put an offer at 148. If the market takes off on us, it takes off. We have some ideas. Amazon to the short side. We're a short NEO. I may just get out of NIO, to be honest with you. We're just dancing around this 70 a little bit. We're short 95. Like, I feel like, and I said this yesterday when we did the trade of the day, I don't even remember what the trade of the day was, but I didn't want that heat earlier if it broke lower. What was it? Facebook?
Roku.
Oh, it was Roku. That's right. Yeah, Roku through. Yeah, good memory there. And it's same thing with NEO. Like, this could take a while to open up. Let's just see what the imbalances are here. And by a while, I mean, yeah, it's not even that big, man. NEO with a sell imbalance right now, so that shouldn't take them too long to figure that out. But again, a nice downside move here. It's trying to hold out on 70. Let's put a bid at like 76. I mean, we'll probably get it if we put a 76, and then just hold 20%. If NEO continues to make a move to the high side, where do I want to get short again? I'm actually going to cancel that, 1895. We're already short there. Let's get short in here, 1920, 1930 on NIO. But we're going to get some out like we've been doing, ringing the register on NEO here, and we're going to continue to do that as there's Amazon starting to...
I just took some out.
Oh, you took some out.
So,
I got reloaded there.
No, I reloaded it as well. But the first time, can we come to the Amazon chart really quickly?
Some out here too.
And it's because you look at what Sean just showed you guys on NIO. Amazon's doing the same thing. 120 break, it gets to 119.50, and then it just starts barcoding. So as a day trader, remember, now we can do multiple trades. We can trade 20, 30, 100 different trades and executions a day because we're on a prop desk. It's a little different, no PDT or anything like that. So taking advantage of the range makes sense. Because if we do break back into the upside and you still like the short, all you've done is thrown away the chance to start getting a bit of a scalp trade in here. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. The market is trying to make at least a little bit of a bounce here. So we'll try to take advantage of that for the time being.
I just saw Redbox, guys, pop up on some volume as well, trying to get back towards $10. I remember big mover yesterday, RDBX. Apple was bottom end of the board there. Let's take a little bit of a different angle here and talk a little bit about Affirm and Square or Block, because past couple of days they've been relatively weak since we got that announcement from Apple on the buy now pay later service. They said right at the close, right at 4 o'clock yesterday, they're going to fund the service themselves, which is not much of a surprise. But both Block here down 0.75 and Affirm, there we go, exactly the same. Negative on both cases, guys.
The reason why, I think if you're going to play this and you play it to the south side, there's a really strong reason to prefer doing it in a firm as opposed to block, because like what happens, we're above 30,000 on Bitcoin. Like if you get a rally in crypto or something like that, and you were in a good working short in block, I almost said square, yeah, you don't want that to trip you up. It's actually almost the same thing. Like it's got this 25 level, which it's double topped at, and then for the last little bit, this 2365 has been a really big pivot point for it. Like it gets above that price and it gets really bullish in a 25. It gets below that price and then it ends up just sort of flushing. So it's right back to the same thing. I think for a firm here, down. Actually, it is down more than Square. Actually, down 1.5% here, but 2365, that's your first resistance area. It gets above there, it's a reversible trade. Somehow, I didn't reverse it yesterday, obviously should have reversed it. Actually, no, I did reverse it, I accidentally reversed it, but then didn't mean to, so I got out of it flat, which you should always do if you don't mean to be in the trade. But today, I'm too bearish overall with the market falling to want that reverse anyway. So 65s on firm first, and then 25 second. I wouldn't be I'm not trading block in the same fashion. I think there's a little bit more risk to the short if you're trying it in block.
All right, some AMD talk. So yesterday we played it pretty much like a fiddle there. I wish we had. And the reason why I say that is because we were 3 for 3 on the ideas. Obviously, on the early dump down into 104, man, we take advantage of that one, get them out at 105.50, almost the high of the day there. It started making these tops, and I was talking about shorting it there, should have, didn't. And I remember right when we left for the midday show, I was like, watch out for this AMD short. And it absolutely collapsed all the way back down to 100. Once it regained the 50 period, we went long. And again, we went long at 101.50, are out there 102.50, right? Then it comes back in, little dump off action down here. Then we go short into the close, which paid off. We got out for flat, and then it danced around these levels. But that's the $100 mark right there. So as you come in today, it looks like we want to test that. So let's put some bids down here at $100.40, which is the bottom there. I'm going to preach patience as much as we can. I just have my order here. I was going to put it for 300 shares, maybe a little bit more than that, something like that, if it does come back down in. But that's $100.40. I want to really give it to this bottom here, which is 90. That very bottom is 99.50. So that's where share sizing is kind of important, because if you put 1,000 shares there at $100.50, and then you use that 99.50 as you're out, that's just a little bit of that's $1,000 hit there. Probably a little too much just on an idea, considering the fact that it could go there and then bounce back up. If this market's weak today, unfortunately, AMD, I want to also talk about Intel, but AMD is a nice little move to the downside there off that Intel downgrade yesterday. So that sort of hit the stock, and valuations, right? Valuations are still high on both NVIDIA and on AMD, and quite frankly, on Intel, on all these names, they're just too high. So we'll wait to see here, $100.50 coming into play for AMD. We'll see. We'll put some shares there and test it, but then we're going to have to really make our decision up when we break through this 99.50, if that does come through. So a couple good ideas there with Square and with Affirm. We definitely hit that Affirm short yesterday. We'll look to do that again today if it gets to that 24 area. But I like AMD long in front of 100, Brendan. It's worked last couple weeks. Let's see if it works again.
Yeah, good call. Let's go to a couple from yesterday, guys. AERC trying to get back into the range from yesterday. This one as well, red box I just mentioned, trying to bounce here. This is 1050, which was resistance, and a bit of a pivot throughout the day yesterday. So a move back into 1050, worth a look here for RDBX. Not sure we'll even get the chance. Bottom end is 950, so bounce off 950. So 950 support, 1050, and then 1150.12 above that. But back into this range overall from yesterday for both that AERC and Redbox, guys.
Remember, NVAX was in the news yesterday, of course. It was a panel approval, which was unanimous, but then the FDA coming out saying there'll be a delay in getting the actual approval for the COVID vaccine. You can make the comment about whether it's too late or not, but delaying because they have to look into some manufacturing issues. So, Look, the stock got absolutely crushed yesterday after gapping up, and I don't think we're going to get a chance to see what looks like a gorgeous level at 57. $50 is a pretty big level. I'll zoom in on 15 now so you can get a better look at it. That $50 level stands out there like an absolute line in the sand. I think below that price, I want to be favoring the short side of the trade. Let's have a quick look at 46, the double bottom that it's sitting on right now. There's room to run. Breakdown trades are a little trickier because you almost want them to work right away. Otherwise, you don't have an obvious stop area. So I much prefer fading this in front of 50 if I can. It's just, to me, it's like double barreled. Sell the news, and then it sells some bad news for Novavax here, down this 6%. Not a lot of pre-market, well, not as much pre-market volume as it would have obviously done yesterday, coming off the day-long halt, but still, relatively speaking, not too bad here over in NVAX.
Have you put an order in on Meta yet?
Uh-oh.
It's rejecting.
I think I know the issue.
Yeah, so the name, maybe Greg needs to do this because Meta's not
I know the issue.
unbelievable. Meta's not in our database right now. So, okay, we can't trade Meta today, or hopefully, can they get it in the same day?
Maybe.
That's unbelievable. Who? Okay, anyways,
you know what it is? I know what it is. It's a ticket. It's blocked because it's a new symbol.
Yeah.
But it has enough liquidity, so it just needs to be unblocked.
I can't believe it's not unblocked.
I can do that, Mike. I'll put the ticket.
Okay, so maybe you're right, Michael Travis. You know what? Okay, you know what? That's an omen. So F you, Meta. We'll trade that another day.
They'll get it.
They'll get it. But I'm feeling like maybe there is something to that. Maybe I should have not even looked at it. So, hey, maybe there is something to that. Let's just look at Meta. We'll get it unblocked. It's just like what Neil said. It has nothing to do with us not being able to trade it. It's on a surveillance side of things, right? Where if there's a new name that pops up, they need to make sure that there's liquidity there, make sure that we're able to short it, make sure that it's a jam with our broker. We have a tier 1 broker here at Day Trade the World, so there's going to be no problem getting Meta unblocked. If we have names like Arrow, whatever. I don't even want to talk about the problems with getting it unblocked because it will happen. We just need to send that out. Okay, quickly here as the market's getting ready to open, the NASDAQ imbalances just came out. So let's have a quick look to see if there's anything that's out of line here. Neo with the sell, we've already talked about that. We just got out of another piece of Neo, by the way, as that's starting to go up. Remember, Neo's on the sticky note right now, but it is a cautious note because I feel like it can go back up. So we're going to wait till 1950 to do something with that name. I got to give that a little bit of room there. And then on the imbalances, I don't see anything else worthwhile. Almost nothing at all on here. There's Neo. Amazon. Amazon just.
What was that thing?
Amazon just popped up actually right now. So that wasn't on there 2 seconds ago. So and now it's gone again. So Amazon, they're playing a little bit of games with that, so there's going to be buy and sell imbalances, I guess, coming through on AMZN. So on that note, I just want to talk about it here because I do have an offer for Amazon at 120.40 here. So a nice little move back up to VWAP could come into play. And then honestly, much bigger orders and everything like that up here near 121.50 and so on and so forth. I was actually waiting at 121.70. That seems silly. That's too high. We got to be a little bit lower in here, 121.30, something like that. So, Amazon, I like that short. I like the Apple short into 148. We talked about that, up to 150. I think this is going to be a short day. We have CPI tomorrow. We know we have interest rates getting raised next week. I think it's the 14th or 15th. That Fed rates too. We'll check it with Brendan again, but that's at like 98% that they're doing that. So, unless something drastically changes tomorrow.
It's only going up too.
The only thing is, if tomorrow, I got to turn this guy around.
Did I hit him?
He was down, but I don't know if you hit him or I did. But the thing is, maybe the CPI data could be so dramatic in one way or the other that perhaps they change their opinion on the interest rate. But I don't think so. We'll go bearish today. I'm sorry to have to turn that around. I'm generally speaking, not generally speaking. We have a bull versus bear. There it is. Normally we're kicking with longs, but today we're going to try to kick with the short. We do have some long ideas, AMD, and I like Meta once we get that unblocked.
A couple of things quickly. There's a question about Roku, and I did answer it in the chat, but I'll get to it. Look, obviously, I don't know if there's going to be the deal that happens. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, this whole Netflix thing. And remember Peloton, right? Like, think about that for a split second. It went up because you had that boom in some of these other names and dragged it to the high side. Now, 103, I think, is your resistance level. You put that in the afternoon. So I want to short any pop, the pop and fade. But I don't want to short like 101 or 100 half because you're right into that 100 level. If it breaks 100, there's room to the downside, but I'd much rather short a pop at the open and get a better price here. And I was asked once again about Oxy, so I'll just quickly on the 15 minutes, so I can just quickly show you the channel that I was talking about in Occidental. I'm not saying this is specifically an oil play because it has been bucking the trend and just simply trading inside of this range. Now, it has been below barely, like 67.80, but really, for most of the time, it had held about 68, 68.20. If we open and hold this off the open to the downside, I just think you're shorting off that level with a good chance you can get to 65 if there's a down day, and your risk is probably back to the highest of those support levels, which is 68.5. So that's a pretty solid risk reward. That's why I like it. If it holds this at the open and we're back above the 68, 68.5 area, yeah, then you just jump into the long side and think maybe we'll do the thing that's happened every single day in this range. It's gotten back to at least 70. Right, so it's at least giving you $1 to $1.50. So that's what I'm looking for in Occidental here. And if it gets to 71, I mean, until it breaks that, I'd probably fade the top two as well. It's just a matter of trading inside of that range. I'm not sure who's going to be on the bell with 30 seconds to go here. But I mean, a lot of times it's Tony. I know Tony
Apparently
was a busy man yesterday, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe Lucas is going to be on the bell. We got 20 seconds until the open. Tesla just rallied back to that 750 level, so I better be watching that one pretty quickly here at the open. And yes, I was correct. It is Lucas. I think, or maybe not. I don't know. The countdown is on. 8, 7, 6. There he is, Lucas. What's up, buddy? 5.
He's really happy
4,
to do this.
3,
2 and 1.
ringing.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, Lucas has bigger fish to fry. Him and Fahad here, making sure that we run smoothly. So thank you so much for that, Lucas. Good little bell
Amazon
ringing as well. Yeah, so Amazon.
Is that a real print? 40s?
Maybe. So here we go, Amazon. Yeah, that's the market on open order. 1940 you could have just got there on AMZ, Ed. So wow, we missed that trade on that market on open. But here we go. The future's starting to go back up to the upside. We reloaded right now on Amazon. So here we go. We are now short. I told you we were sitting there literally at 120.40. So, obviously, man of my word there. So we take that short. Who knows where we go from here? I'm hoping lower. So that would be the case for Amazon as we now hold that short. This is what we wanted, man. So let's put a bid in the 70s, see if we can get that a little more into this name. Here it comes back down. We're now 30 cents in the money on Amazon. I'm just randomly put a bid in the 70s. Maybe we get a flush. There's no way I'm scalping out 20 cents. I mean, if you think this is going to go down, let's try to hold it and see what happens here. So Amazon, although it could turn out to be a scalp today for sure, I'm going to wait for a flush. Let's see if we can test down here. I have a bid at 1970, basically the middle of this range right here. And then there goes NEO as well. We're still bidding 50s to get a piece out of this one for 40 cents.
So I'm watching Tesla closely here, but Oxy just made that move back up above that 68 level. So I'm going to try and get in. I just took a piece.
There's a nice
at
win.
68.35. And as we got into Oxy, it's above that price level, that channel we talked about. Tesla rejecting 750 here. So it looks like we are heading southbound, obviously. I didn't get to short at 49. I was just a little bit slow. If there's any bounce in Tesla, it's just a short off that 750 to be short. Billy, which is the other name. Sorry, Alibaba. We'll get to Billy in a quick second because Alibaba's probably a little bit more pressing. Alibaba still barcoding and holding support at this 115. You just go barcoding back and forth. This is one name. If it starts to get going, watch out for the other Chinese names because they can follow suit. Billy was the weakest of those, but I got to get some Tesla here.
I mean, there's NEO right there. We got an 1850 print there, 1851. So we got the low of the day. Now we're basically out of NEO. So we'll hold a little bit of this short, but you can see we took that bid. We were waiting at 1850, so we get it, and that's all good on that one. Just to check back in on AMD, see where that's going. We do like 100 bid on AMD. We missed that. So that only goes down to 101 flat, basically. And now a nice move back to the upside here on AMD. I'm still not convinced on the long here on the market. So normally I would look to push along for AMD. If you like the long, man, you have this level right here, 102.80, which is pretty genius to break it. Like it could break that and then just rip back up to the upside like no problem. So that was an area that I was looking at yesterday, 102.80. So hey, if that comes into play, let's take it. But for right now, we're doing good, man. I mean, we just reshorted there on, well, not reshorted. That's that initial short that we have on Amazon. We're going to look to get more short, but again, I'd like to see this try to rip up here in order to get more shares. But obviously, we're already in this trade, so a move down for Amazon would be nice. It's hilarious. Like it went to 87s, and we were bidding 79s. So hopefully, this can come back in. It's still very much barcoding, like Neil said with Alibaba there. Some of these names just don't really want to get moved.
Get going.
Baba's to the downside now. Oh, damn it. Oh,
Now it goes.
pardon my French there. I was waiting for 117. It just never got going. Now it's going to the downside. We want this Alibaba short. I just don't know where. So we're going to do a little bit more work into this one. But definitely missed opportunity on Alibaba. Should have shorted that break of 115 lower.
Yeah, I just got into Novavax there. It briefly got above 49. You're going to cancel my Tesla. I'm not going to get this up here at that 48 level. We'll let it try to settle down. If it can bounce off the pre-market lows, I still might be able to get into it. Really, the story is going to be Amazon making that power move to that upside. So it looks like Amazon is not going to work out. I was just able to get into NVAX. And this one, we want to trade it to that 50 level. It had one spike. I don't know if it actually has spent any time above that 50. Retraced. That got me in at 49 even. But the bigger story is going to be this bounce back in the market. And if I see us coming up like this, I mean, Amazon retesting now that 121. It just had a wick high fading off of that level. NEO's retesting that 19 even area. And then Alibaba, which I would have thought would be a little bit of a leader here, that's barely even bouncing off of these lows. So still some relative weakness in BABA. That does bring me to Bilibili, which I thought should be the worst of all of these names. And if this one wants to pop, then I'll oblige it. I mean, it's down 11%. Obviously, it was relatively weak at some point yesterday as well, but I'm jumping into Bilibili. I don't expect NVAX to care about anything that these names are doing. If you're looking for some of the long opportunities out there, I know you talked about Meta there. I don't know if we have that one on block just yet, but the ticket is in. I'll double check.
Yeah, we just went long on AMD, so we'll go new position alert in this roller coaster market so far here today. Yeah, like I'm short Amazon, long AMD. I don't know if that's going to be a recipe for success here, if we want to be holding that like that all day. But AMD did take out that 10270 area there. I was just like, let me just punch in and see where this goes. The market is starting to obviously tick to the high side right there. But you know, Apple's still down near 147. You know, that could be a little bit of a problem there for this. You know what? Let's just get out a little bit here. There, I just took a little bit of pressure off there for flat while we lost 10 cents on it. We'll hold it for the upside now. I just didn't want to have too many shares on AMD here in case this market does start to fail. But we want to be able to hold it if it does go back up to the upside. So let's cancel. I'm here at 103 flat. Hopefully we can get that print. And then if we get even higher, then fine. But the reason why is I have way more shares of Amazon. So if Amazon, we'll get out of some more here of AMD. If Amazon comes back down in here, then this is a trade that I like. We were waiting at 121.30. Unfortunately, it goes to 121.20 there. So we could have had a much bigger trade. But now Amazon's pulling back in. We're now back finally close to in the money now on Amazon. So let's wait to see if this market comes back down. I'm pretty sure we got a good name here short in AMZN. And then I'm just going to get out another piece here for AMD, as that's, again, not a big loser here. We didn't take a big trade. I was hoping that we could get it up if the market kept going, but the market isn't going now. So we'll have to wait to see on AMD here, guys. Pressure up to 103. That'll be my out. But really right now I'm focused on Amazon. I don't want to miss this trade.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon's definitely going to be the one that I think is the most trouble here. Obviously, Novavax and Bilibili, I feel a little bit weaker. Occidental now making the break up. And on the daily chart, on the 3-minute chart, it's not going to look like a heck of a lot. But remember that 15-minute. We're now at that channel and above the channel. So we got out of the long the first time. And when it opened above, we said we had to jump into it. Now, we had 68.60 pre-market as a bit of a sell level. So I want to be selling some shares at that price. When we get up there, then 69s and all the way up to 70, where every single day it's always managed to get to 70 if it's held this bottom on Occidental. Novavax rolling over here from that 49. Couldn't quite get any shares up at 50, but if we get down close to VWAP and 48, we'll start getting some shares out of NVAX. Bilibili starting to make a bit of a turn, but Amazon, as you can see, Sean, actually starting to finally come back in.
Yeah, we're all good on that front, and we're also all good, man. We'll just do, let's go dap it up, because I talked about this possible move here on NIO. So we got out of this, and we went short again at 20, and now there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go NIO right now to the downside. So good, like really happy actually with that reload there. We reloaded it at 20 there, so we'll go reload it on that play, as this is now Wow, good move here for AMZ, and for Amazon. We reloaded Amazon as well. But NEO back down in, so a good little 20-cent move here. And you'd be like, 20 cents isn't that much. It's not that much. But we'll take it. Like, happy that we're still not, 20 cents. How about let's get out 96 right there. So we'll take 25 cents on that short. But a nice little move back in here on NIO as that's coming in. And by the way, look at Amazon. Let's go. This is what happens when you believe in the name. Like I say this over and over again. I'm not going to say diamond hands, but I like this graphic there. Sometimes you got to not just diamond hands your trade, but also wait for key levels. To me, it's about patience. I almost want that graphic to say patience because diamond hands is just a stupid thing, to be honest with you. It's more about waiting for your... Make sense. Yeah, exactly. It's about waiting for your key levels. And if they can come through, then you can get paid off. So right now, we're in the money now, 30 cents on Amazon. Let's see if it can continue and move down to 120 again.
So I put my hands on my head because of Roku, obviously. I preferred to short a pop. There wasn't one, man. Roku's already at 98. So, I mean, if I were to get a fill at 102 or 101.50 where I was sitting, a lot would have to happen that I probably would not like. So I'm going to cancel that offer there. That AUVI, by the way, just watch out for AUVI. It looks like it has a chance to get to that 280. Bit of a double top on AUVI. I do anticipate that if we get through this price, we have room to 350, let alone maybe like a $3.80 to $4 type of move in AUVI. So got to keep monitoring that one. Tesla is just, now it's gone. So, I mean, that 750 area, obviously it was pretty good, but that was a pretty heavy move right at the open. That's a 930 candle, so a lot of trouble to be able to get that short off of 750. Now you're just looking back to 720 to 725. That is the next level to play off of for Tesla. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch it here myself, but it's fallen like an absolute rock, and it's not alone. There's other names moving to the downside, but Meta just got to the pre-market high and then a hard reversal. I mean, the 750 was obvious on Tesla, and a lot of these pops, they were a little bit obvious, and it's kind of frustrating when you do miss out. However, I did want to jump back over to one name. I think we forgot to talk about this one. Fuel Cell. Down 8%. This stock is somehow still holding up. If this market wants to flush, I really don't see a good reason why Fuel Cell should be trying to break out this 380 level. So I'm going to pop on the offer here. It's only about 10 cents worth of risk. But as I notice it still holding some highs, if the market does continue further, how about a name that has been depressed and has actually had bad earnings? Brendo?
More on this Alibaba story, guys. Ant itself now saying they have no plans to relaunch the IPO. So Baba pretty heavy here.
All right. Baba be damned. I'm really peed off a little bit here because I did all that work on Apple for you guys, and then Apple completely crashes, and we don't have any shares. So that's really the sad thing there. But again, it didn't get. We tried to get 148 there again, and that didn't come through. So unfortunately, Apple's just straight shots fired to the downside right now, and continuing to make that move. So great call to get out of AMD up here when there was a problem. We're still holding on to a very small piece. Wow, that went all the way down there, unbelievable. But the thing is, like I said, when you believe in your stuff, then you feel like this, because there goes Amazon, man. There's the reload that we talked about. We wanted this name short, and now we're getting paid off, man. $1 in the money on Amazon to the short side on a reloaded position. Bang, right there. You guys, it's been a while for that, but there's the Amazon short. I told you this was not going to be something that I wanted to scalp out of. We wanted to hold this, and we just got the low of the day out there on Amazon. So we're still in it. Obviously, we'll put another bid down there because we want to just keep on getting some out. Like I said, give me that 63, man. We're sitting there. Look, when I put an order there, other people just line up with it. We get that 63 out again at the low of the day. Let's see, how low can you go, Amazon? I think a hell of a lot lower than this. So here it comes back in now. Amazon at its low of the day. Again, I'm starting to get out now. Good trade for me on this one. And then, by the way, NEO, got that out. I'm not reloading it. We still do have a small piece on this one. But again, NEO, what a good trade that was, to be able to reload that up here at 20, possibly another reload situation right there. But I'm just really now focused on picking up some AMD if we get down near that 100, as well as watching the collapse, as predicted, of Amazon.
Amazon falling, NEO falling, Billy now down. It's about 50 pennies in the money. Looking for, I scalped them out at 50 pennies if you want to call that a scalp on a $26 stock, but 25.5 and then 25 even will be the next legs out to the downside. I did finally get into F, so I should have mentioned this one. It is SSR, right? So you can only short, you can't hit the bid unless there's an uptick. So you had to sit there for a little bit for an uptick to be able to get a fill. It's not like you can just get in and willy-nilly anytime you want. But that's just par for the course. So it's something we understand as day traders. NIO, I finally got into this one as I was looking for. I just wanted a tighter trade up to that pre-market 1950 level. So played it 20. I got 25s, give it 25 cents worth of risk, some out in front of 19 at 1-to-1, and then see if we can't hold the rest. Billy's starting to accelerate. The only thing I'm looking to possibly catch a falling sword on right now, which is not the intention. I mean, make sure you don't have rubber gloves when you do that, but or paper gloves. Tesla, it got very, very close to that 725 level, just bottomed out here at 731. But I don't want to jump too early on this. Like, I know support is 20 to 25, so I think I want to hold out for that. It's so easy to see a green candle and say, oh, well, I wanted to catch along. Let's just jump in front of it. That's a good way to get yourself run over. So I'm going to be very patient when trying to get into this. Sorry, I didn't mean to go to Billy. The name that I wanted to go over to was Alibaba. So that ant news coming in. And guess which way Baba decided to go?
Yeah, I'm short now.
To the upside. So look, it's been a lot of pre-market action that hasn't made a lot of sense in Alibaba. But 117 and then 121. If we see that price, I'm 100% going to be short at 121. But 117 here has been a level so far in the pre-market. So I'll take a shot there. Little surprised it's catching a volume spike to the upside. But the way that it was bought yesterday, I mean, should anything really surprise us on Alibaba, just given the volume of buying that we did see? So I don't want to get too run over. I got to stop at 17. I'll then try it again at that 20 to 21 area. But wow, Alibaba.
Yeah, nice move back up to the upside there. We're going to be shorting Alibaba. You guys know that where I'm looking at here. Yeah, here comes 117 coming in pretty quickly now for Alibaba. There it goes.
A bid.
Yeah, well, is it catching a bid? Yeah. I mean, the market is also catching a pretty big bid here right now. So, yeah, Alibaba, nice little move back up to the upside, which is fine for us, man. I mean, we got out nicely there on Amazon. We have a 30 print, like we have a 36 print there on Amazon. So that's going to be a good play for us there as well. But yeah, we're watching out for Alibaba. It's funny that AMD came all the way back up as well. But you could see what this market's doing, man. It's like a hold my beer moment right now for the market as they just stopped at 12,500 right there. So nice little move for the market back to the upside. Obviously, we sat there and took Alibaba. Our first position was at 115.80, which was that high right there. Once that broke, we only averaged in a small piece up there to 116. Was really looking for a higher move to come through. But right there on Alibaba, I don't know, man. I still think we test that 117 to the upside. But yeah, that's that. We do want to take the opportunity to get more short into some of these names, not into AMD. But what about into Apple? As Apple right now making a little bit of a move back upside. The market's still sick today. Remember, we have CPI tomorrow, so that's like causing me not concern, but that's why I'm trying to fade into some of these shorts, man. Yeah, it still needs to come back up, man. 147.50 on Apple. Like, it still needs to get to some of these levels, like back up to VWAP or back up to the 50 period. So yeah, Apple unfortunately is a little bit away from me on the short, but what is it now? Amazon, we could have reloaded that, we didn't. But there goes Alibaba, one-time daily goal met on this one. And that guy said, man, you got to believe in these trades. So there goes Alibaba now coming back in to the downside for a big win for me right now. We'll bid, yes, sir, let's go. 55 cents in the money now on Alibaba, $1 in the money on Amazon. Oops, Brittany, we did it again. What's up, Brendo?
Another big mover, guys. 5 below, trying to get back to the upside here. Not good on the earnings for 5. You can see aftermarket yesterday, but just took the top off there on a huge volume spike. So Q2 sales below estimates for 5, but trying to rally here.
Yeah, approaching $1.50 on Alibaba now from that 17 level. Let's see if it can't get down through this 115. The fact that they broke out through that price on the Ant News kind of tells me there might be some buyers in there. So if it bounces up there, I mean, you can take $1.50. I mean, in that quick of a time, you're going to want to grab it every single time there. So everything rolling over. Fuel cell, we'll see. It actually somehow has a little bit of strength, but everything seems like it's continuing to roll over. Don't really have any longs, man. Tesla didn't come in. Tesla, if anything, catching a bid, but not even getting back up to 740 or VWAP. If you want to come over to some of those low float, I know there's some runners out there. One of them, of course, course, was that AUVI, which I keep on wanting to grab, and I did miss that 280 break. Obviously, trading BABA, I'm in like 5 names right now, sorry, 6 names already. So it's a lot. And I did not put the stop order on AUVI. It did break 280. It got up to $3. Might give me a chance if it dips back in to try to grab a long off 280 and give it to VWAP. We'll see if I'm able to get that. But yeah, AUVI through that double top at that 280 level was a bit of a miss because we did like that level.
All right, so the market's starting to get upside right now. So that's we're getting more out. I mean, obviously, you know, Neil and I both trading Alibaba. So if you have that short, great. We loaded it up, so you know we have the opportunity to get out a whole bunch of times. We're going to try to scalp this. It is a nice market move to the upside right now. So a couple good outs there, right back into that VWAP right there. And now we'll see what Alibaba does. I still want to take some more short into this name, but it definitely is making a nice retracement back up. I mean, we just got out there at 115.50. So a nice little move back upside, 80 cents now. Look at this market taking off. Watch out for these shorts, man. Yep. I may change up my opinion here. What's up, Brendan?
Big move for NXPI, guys. The chip maker to the upside, 8% right now. It is Asian Tech Press who is reporting possible interest from Samsung here on NXPI.
So even just really quickly there, like this AUVI bounces off of 280 and then right back to $3, man. Like this gets above. Remember I said there's room to about 350 on this? The float's like 6 or 7 million shares, so there's room to go. I feel like I want to be buying dips 280, but even the break here at 3 might be worth a little bit of something. But as you said, Sean, you now have wick bottoms on a lot of these names. BABA, maybe not. But that 115, yeah, they did buy it back up at 115. So I'm going to look to gift horse in the mouth there, and I'm not going to ignore what's going on in Alibaba. 115, I should have just taken it out at that price. I'll take it out now, rectify what I think was a little bit of a mistake. And it's the same thing, although I felt, look, Billy, I felt a little more confident on because it was the worst of all of these names. But it is approaching that 27 level. So initial flush at the open, it was able to give you a push back down to 26. I'm sitting here with 26.5, and I'll give it to that top. But you got to watch out for what could be a bit of a roaring market. And just to give you a couple of looks, I know you might have talked about AMD. NVIDIA bouncing off 185. It's double top 187. Has a shot to also go. These are the kind of things that can drag the market up. Now, yesterday in the weakness, the chip names were part of the reason that dragged the market to the downside. The chips start to carry us to the upside today. That is going to be a major lift for this market to be able to go green. So watch out AMD and NVIDIA here to the upside.
Okay, so we just started. Okay, so Baba's come back in. We did take some more Amazon shares here as well. We have a plan of action for that. We've already talked about that. Alibaba as well. But then there's a new trade alert right here coming through, and that's going to be AAPL. I don't know. Let's just wait to see here. The market's pretty strong here. If the market does pull back, I feel like Apple does fall, obviously, sub 147 right now. We're short right here, 147.25. And let's just see. There it is. It broke through that level. And you know what? I mean, we talked about this all morning about Apple, how we wanted the short. So we got to take advantage of that when it bumps back up. I mean, you know, if we're going to be wrong, we're going to be wrong. And this market looks like it's trying to tell us it wants to go upside right now. So that's, you know, where we take the shorts because they're at sort of key levels, but at the same time, like you're not going to be short Amazon, Alibaba, and Apple if this market rips up. I mean, that sounds absolutely ridiculous to do that. So we're going to have to wait, and I don't want to be short all day, obviously, if the market keeps going. But we talked about that 148 right there. It's on our sticky note here. Still short it until it gets over 150. So we're going to try to stick with that. But what I mean by it is that I'm not going to be that guy that just puts all these shorts all the way up. So we're going to have to wait for some key levels to come through here. My next offer on this name is 148. So if we can get back up here into 148, that's where we don't mind taking more shares. And then we'll see what happens after that. 148.50, 149, all the way up to 150. So, hey, maybe the market does want to bust up right now. That could make sense. We have CPI tomorrow. We already know what the Fed's going to do next week. So, hey, maybe the uncertainty isn't in the market anymore. And we'll just wait to see. But here we go, man. Amazon, there's a good price for us, up to 120.90 right now. So, okay. We're getting ready for some fun here.
Here comes Tesla 750.
Yeah, Tesla 750 as well. That's a key level that you were looking at.
Oh yeah. So look, obviously the first time it was a heck of a lot better. You can't you throw an offer. Like you got to be sitting there. We've talked about this before. sometimes you have to be sitting there because it gets to a key price, and the second like people start offering in front of 750, it starts running away from it. It got to 48. Ticked up there. I tried to get like 48.5, and then you see this immediately pull back. This is the way the market goes. Amazon now trying to test that 121. Billy's almost back to even for me. I had to get out of F cell as that broke up. Like if F cell is going up, the market is strong. Fuel cell did not have a good report. That AUVI is running. I did not get that 3 break, so I might have to buy a dip again. That is on the way to that 350, but right now I'm kind of focused on Tesla here. We get above that 750, it's still got room to the pre-market high, and I do want to try the short before I even think about that long. Like the market has gone green, but Tesla's not through resistance just yet. Keep your eye, like I said, on some of those chip names, because obviously if we get through the top on something like an AMD or an NVIDIA, that could really start to carry the market. NVAX is holding the low at 48, not being dragged up by the market. So with this move to the upside, just noting the relative weakness in NVAX, I didn't think it would follow the market. Kind of glad to see that it isn't. But the only short that isn't coming right back at me is NVAX.
All right, Alan. I can't be people's trader and not listen to the people. Alan wants it here. He's what went long. Where are you, Alan? I just saw you right there. Alan Adkins, can you spin a money for me going long AMD at 101.50? Here you go. Let's go. There it is. You got the money coming through now, Mr. Alan Adkins. There you go. Congratulations on your AMD trade. I mean, we love AMD longs, man. There's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, I was not sitting here looking at Amazon, looking at all these other names, but there it is. When the market explodes, there's no better name to be long, honestly, than AMD, Advanced Micro Devices right here. Up to 103.50. Unbelievable how aggressive this name is when the market runs. So the NASDAQ is exactly doing that. We're still in this short, and we've given some back, but it's not like a hell of a lot of money or anything here. Our net is great. Amazon is now officially reloaded. 120.80 right now. Yeah, we got to start putting some bids out here. We have a lot of shares on Amazon. This is one of my bigger positions that we've had over the last little while on AMZN. So yeah, a pullback in would be nice. And again, 122, 121 just got breached. So let's see now. The market wants to climb. We can be wrong on a name. I mean, we've been wrong before, as you guys know. So this could be the case on Amazon. But we are nicely in the money now. Yes, sir. Bang! Let's spin it for ourselves now. As there it goes, money. I like Sharif in the background there, spinning it as well. So it's a nice little move here for us on Amazon. And by the way, BABA still holding out as well. That's $1 in the money. 40 cents in the money here. Apple is the only thing that's concerning me, and 99 problems, Apple even ain't one. Because look at Amazon coming back in right now. Good trade for me on this one. If this collapses, man, we are really going to be spending that money here for AMZN, guys.
Yeah, Amazon making a nice little pullback. AUVI got to 325, so it's halfway to that 350 area. Once it gets to 350, I'd be looking for the other direction. I'd be looking for some shorts over there in AUVI. AERC also making some moves in the pre-market, in the open market, but it's already fading. Like it got to $10 and reversed. So I understand it's been a mover before, but this is starting to run out of steam and volume, and that $10 looks like a little bit of a line in the sand for that one. Just one other name. We did talk about Affirm. Affirm just only went to the downside. It just got back to 23. I like 23.65. For my little spot to get short in front of it. Even in the midst of this market push, you're not seeing Affirm back up to that price. I'm going to still stay on that offer, man. I still like it. If we can get it, we'll go short on Affirm. Still trying to grab some Tesla shares. I don't want to pay down to 745. Not when my initial look was to try to find some long ideas for Tesla. And I never got that trade, obviously, at 725. But if we can catch it at 47.5, maybe 48. That's the only trade I'm going to like. I haven't taken any of my reload out on Amazon. I feel like if it's going to go, it should be going to 120. We'll see if that ends up being true. This market is starting to come back into the downside, as you can see here. And that also means what was strong, and this NVIDIA, couldn't get through that high of the day. You want to watch out. If we broke the top on the chip names, then you know the shorts would be in some trouble. But we actually pulled back in here. If you want to find something that's going to be strong, it's the chips. So I think you buy the dips on those if you get a chance, and then stick to the short thesis for the rest.
Yeah, guys, I'm just starting to get, I have to be on the bid here. I have many shares of Amazon. So although I would love to hold all the way to the downside, unfortunately, when this comes in and I start seeing the cash pile up, I do like to take some out here. So as we go on Amazon, I am on the bid. I just missed a 120.40 there. Oh, it's right here again. I want to just take a 120.50. This is like, again, I've told you sort of, I've given you a little hint on some of the share sizes that I put on here. So obviously, you know, if we have that much in and we're in the money 50 cents, sometimes worth taking, right? So we got mouths to feed, baby. But this is a great job, and I just love being here with you guys, having a lot of fun, spinning that money for you. What's up to Alan? What's up to everybody there? As we are now at the highest spot we've been at all day. So yeah, good trading so far here today, man. NEO was a great opportunity for us early. We definitely cashed in on that one. Look at the patience. This is what I'm saying. Spin it again. Apple right now, look at this, comes back in 147.45. Now that's where we're short. Again, believe in that short. We should have taken more up there at 148. We were actually waiting for 148.50, thinking that could have came in. But let's just keep on spinning it, see what happens here. BABA did go back upside right now. So again, we're pretty light on this name considering what we had and where we got out on that VWAP. So on any kind of a spike back up here, Alibaba is really the one that's moving for me, against me. Nice little move to the upside. We're still in the money on it, but definitely came back in. I do like an Alibaba reload, but it's going to have to be a little bit higher. My offer for Alibaba is that 117, right? So if we can get back up there just a little north of 117, here comes Alibaba screaming back to the upside. And that's why, man, I take some out on Amazon. Like I said, this could still be a losing trade, but we got to get some out, and we got out of about 40%. Obviously, as it's screaming now, we wish we got out of more, but Amazon's still a good trade for me today. And now we are not.
Tesla just got through 750.
Yeah, now we are not at the highest spot today.
Someone was asking why I didn't want to go Tesla scale into it, like because I was really looking for longs initially on Tesla. So averaging into it Tesla and getting 45s when I think I want to try to find some long trades didn't make any sense. I'd just be losing a little bit extra on the Tesla trade. I did get the short in front of 50. Now it's broken. Now it hasn't gotten above that pre-market high just yet, but it's in the channel. And once we take out that 50 level, I'm looking for the long side on Tesla. And in the dips, forget about 25. It's got to be back in the VWAP 40 to 45 area to be sure. If we get above 53, I think you got some room as well. Even Alibaba just got through that 117 level. And now that it's through that 117, look, it curled. It couldn't take out 115. I'm going to try the long on this one as well. There's room into that 120, 121. So let's try to find a couple of long trades here. I'm not into Tesla just yet. But I am definitely looking for that. There's reason to think we can now head back in and have a shot. There's a few shorts we still like. Billy, of course, NVAX, and Amazon still working, but a couple of longs as well. Brendo, 10 o'clock already. Whew, time for happening now.
Yeah, busy morning, guys. Let's have a look at how things are going so far for North American markets. Pretty flat overall. The S&P just getting back into positive territory. The Dow as well. Jump down here to the NASDAQ. You can see it's a tale of two stories. The composite trying the 100 already there, back to positive. Small caps lagging a little bit. The 2000, Russell 2000. The worst off, 1%, in fact, to the downside. We mentioned NVAX on that report this morning, suggesting, it might be a delay on this approval after the panel said do it the other day. 47 coming into play right now for NVAX, back to the downside, 4.5%. And positive so far for Meta on its first day, guys. Back over to you.
Some block.
That music, that's not bad music. As look what happened to Amazon, guys. I mean, let's go, man. It's a dance party over here today. As Apple down, Amazon down, Alibaba up. So right here, Amazon, look at this, man. We reloaded that trade when it came up there. Like, this is what you have to do. You have to reload this. 1 point, I mean, whatever. I'm not going to say the daily goal, but we're above 1 right now. I'll tell you when it's at 2. There's the reload here for Amazon as that just keeps on going, man. Down there, what, that's 120.30. We just took some more out. It's right at that VWAP. Hey. Whoops, that's too many shares. Cancel. Let's take some more out right now. I don't want to take out that many, guys. There we go. Take some more out at 42 if we can get it, as it's going to scream back through us, hopefully, and we'll be able to take that. But Amazon, I just canceled all my orders because I did that crazy. So we're going to have to watch it. Did I just get that 142? No, sorry, 120.42. No. Hopefully that comes in on a little bit of a spike down. But look what's happening right now with Apple. Apple, yes, sir, destroyed right there. Starting to cash it out right now as Apple comes down to 147 flat. This is 70 cents, was 70 cents in the money, as now the market's starting to go back to the upside. So Amazon having a little bit of a problem. We'll take a 52 out if we can get it right now. Ooh, we may not even be able to. There it is. We got that bid there on Apple. Did we get it on Amazon? Yes, we did, as Amazon's coming back down in. And now we have an upsized position on Alibaba. So let's start to take something out now as Alibaba goes right up to that 117 level. Bang, bang, and bang right there with a nice little one for you on 117. So let's go Alibaba, man. We're bringing the excitement for you one more time. Day trading can be fun. Making money is more fun.
Yeah, I mean, 117 just broke that 117 to the upside, got out at 17.50. At this point, I just want to reload some of these longs in BABA. The trend is to the upside. The only mistake was not getting everything out of the short at 115 when the buyer stepped in. The Ant News got a bid at 115, and there's no ignoring that. Now 117 is your new entry zone for Alibaba. So I'm going to try to play this into that 120 level. We know 121 was a huge top that it made in yesterday's action. And I don't want to forget Pinduoduo because it was a strong one yesterday, but it didn't get going until Alibaba went absolutely berserk. And on that thesis, if BABA doesn't go berserk and we're below 120, Pinduoduo could still be a good short below 63, which is a key level in yesterday's trade. Just sort of going back here, if you watch 63, that was that top end break. It's holding below that price. So there's short opportunities on Pinduoduo as long as BABA doesn't break 121. Tesla now trying to still hold above that 750 level. It did break 53 very, very briefly there. Didn't get through, now starting to pull back. I still want to get VWAP here. Going to be patient with Tesla. I want 40s. I want to chase the long side of the trade at this particular point. If the futures try to go up, I feel like this can be the name that we work into, guys. But BABA going, AUVI is pulled back. So you want to watch out for this one. It's holding that $3 level, gets back to 280. I'll try a reload at that price, but that's the breakout price. That's a key one on AUVI.
Guys, okay, so just to give you guys an update here, Amazon, bring the love for Amazon. 70 cents in the money as we just bounced off again. We'll have to take an out there on Apple, unfortunately. Just too many bounces here off those levels, so we'll take another one right there. What just happened there? Oh, BABA went through 118, so okay, we don't want the long actually, but we have it right now. So here we go. We'll just start getting some out on Alibaba. Alibaba's actually, I was going to tell you guys there that when we went short there, we cashed out like in the teens, and then it took that 118. So I didn't even realize I had a stop there, but there it is, Alibaba. We did get out, and now we're stuck long, but that's okay because we were able to get out of this. It's not that big of a deal. But there it is, Alibaba did take that 118. I don't like the long here, so I'm going to get out of it. But there it is, a nice little move to the upside. We'll be negative on Alibaba, but it's not a whole hell of a lot, to be honest with you. So really happy with the way we were able to save this. Although now it's coming back in. So Alibaba there on that 118 out. Doesn't look like obviously a great out. It actually looks like a really bad one. But maybe it still has a chance to go upside here. If we want to be long anything, it seems like it's going to be Alibaba as it's had a big move to the upside. So far so good on that one. But really it's Apple that's crashing. It's Amazon that's making me paying off the bills today. And Alibaba just dancing. What's up, Brendo?
QTT, big mover yesterday. Little Chinese software maker just popping up again. 20 million float on this one, but trying to go as well for QTT.
Yeah, that AERC is also trying to go as well. And it just got back up and touched that $10 level. I mean, very, very briefly. Like it got to exactly $10 and then pulled right back. So double top. I mean, 10's a nice, beautiful round number. Looked like he was going to give it up. It obviously has to get through that. I think he got room to about 11 even. I'll take a quick shot at that 10. The previous high was about that 75 area. So if you're taking a break, I like to have an idea in mind where I'd be wrong. 10 break, hopefully don't get slipped too bad, and then think about 75 as an out. So I'm going to get my stop order in there. And one thing I've noticed is if you put in a limit price on this market with liquidity, you tend to be getting it. So sometimes you put it a little bit less far away, and then if you don't get it, you don't get it, but at least I'm not going to get slipped to like 50 or something. Alibaba yesterday on a break, I got slipped to 27 on a $110 stock. So that was a little surprising. Usually you're getting like 5s and 10s. And Novavax is really starting to fall apart here. If it gets through 47, I'm thinking it can get all the way down to yesterday's low, pre-market low at 46 even. But this is not cared one bit that the market tried to bounce. I feel like it's only going to flush, and if the market takes new lows, probably kaputs for NVAX, which has back-to-back negative stories or negative catalysts.
All right, so finally, man, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I didn't realize I had that stop in Alibaba, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to refresh some of my stops there because we should still be short, which would be now. pretty much in the money on Alibaba, but okay, that's fine. All right, I got to cancel my AMD. We don't have any positions on that one yet, but look what just happened right there. Apple, we just took a dollar on that short right there on Apple. So good trading there for me. We started it early, and then that was the price that we wanted. We were sitting there from the pre-market once we knew we wanted 148, and here comes this to the downside. So unfortunately, I think we can take a little short here, see if we can make back all of the money here on Alibaba. Alibaba just wick topped there, so you could see right where we got in was the wick top, 118.20. So, you know, that's could be an omen to go to the downside now. Remember, they have news around this name. So with Ant Group and the filing and everything like that, possibly that comes out to an IPO. That's a monster IPO if and when that ever does happen. So they would unlock a lot of value there for Alibaba shareholders if that does happen. So let's just continue with this name to the short side until we take that out. But it's definitely, if this market starts to blow back up again, Alibaba will take that out easily. So be very careful with that. Amazon has retraced back a little bit, not that much, but there it is. We were too busy with Baba there. We should have been at that 120.30, so let's put another order out right now even. There we go. We'll take a 54 or whatever we just got there, and then let's put another order. Again, we have a lot of shares here, man. We're not trying to play around, so we're going to get out on the bid as it comes back down and then see if we can just keep reloading this. But there it is. Yes, sir. Look at that one. Spin that for Amazon today. Oh, my God. There's another trade for us to the downside. Let's see if it can just keep on coming down. I don't even have any bids out on this name. I think that's a mistake. Let's put one at 120 in case we get a flush like that again. And then maybe we're lucky enough. I mean, we have a 119.30 print. We have that print in our account today, 119.35. So let's see if that comes back in one more time here for AMZN.
And a stock making a huge move here. IMPP now up 20%, making a march to that dollar level. I see you guys. Everyone's sort of, you don't have to spam the chat. Trust me, we see it. We're going to be all over this if it gets to $1.85 double top break. That was a huge level. Obviously, we shorted that one to 74 yesterday, but it's got a bid right at that same 74 price. I think it's getting to $1 here. So, I mean, the only long you want, I think, is off of that 85. If you try a 91, you can try playing that back into 90 even. But obviously, you're going to see a $1 here pretty quickly, and that's a monster level. This pullback in the market is possibly going to give a chance for Tesla to make that curl. This is why I didn't want to chase this breakout trade unless it actually held the bid above 53, which it has not done. So I think you're waiting back into that 74 level. And if you're remembering the chip names, guys, NVIDIA, even in this pullback, it tried to hold VWAP here. Looks like it's not going to be a go. It might get back below and down to this 185. I think you can try support on NVIDIA down at 185, but it's got a couple of dollars to go. Looks like the curl is on for these markets, but IMPP is screaming, and I got to get over to this one.
Oh, man, I'm just pissed off here about Alibaba because I didn't realize I had that 118 out there. Now it's down to 117, so we seek revenge on that one and take 70 cents of profit back on the other side of it. But we should have had our full short there. And unfortunately, we got out of Alibaba there on that 118. That's embarrassing, but that's fine because what's not embarrassing is Amazon just took down 120 right there, and we had that print as well. So 120.02, we talked about sitting there in front of 120. Now we're down here, 119.60s. Let's see if we get a real crash here in Amazon. What's up, Brenda?
Some of these natural gas ETFs we mentioned very briefly yesterday, guys, big moves on that. News of that explosion in the refinery in Texas to the downside yesterday. Just popped up on volume here, back above 100 for Boyle, which is one of them anyways, moving higher.
Yeah, and actually Amazon just, Alibaba bounced off 117, was able to get some legs out at that 55 level again, so go 17 right for the half dollar. I'm still going to have some offers there at that 119.50, thinking we can get to 120. But if we get down to VWAP, I think obviously the buyers have come into this and you have a bit of an upward trend. So I want to stick with that, but make sure you're paying yourself. Market is, like I said, pulling back in. But oddly enough, it's something I just tried getting the long. I tried getting that 91 long on IMPP in front of 90, and then it just goes right to 94. So this is like, it's starting to get a little bit crazy to the upside. I don't want to chase it any further than that. I mean, 91 to 90 made some sense to me. Now I just have to think about that 100 level because it's incoming rather rapidly. NVAX is now 2 in the money, and Tesla continuing its pullback. The market is getting towards its lows. To give you an idea of Tesla here having some relative strength, the market's coming back toward its lows, and Tesla is still above VWAP. So the chance that it can bounce, the market bounces off lows, you want that Tesla VWAP bounce. Also, its 50 period lining up at the 745 level.
I mean, guys, we are, despite the keystroke error there with Alibaba, we are at the highest level we've been at all day. Why? Because look what's happening right now. And again, if you're not on the sticky note right now, perhaps maybe might be an idea for you. You know, we do have lots of names here on the sticky note. And you know the funny thing is, this is how you know, I mean, by the way, hopefully Alibaba comes to the downside there, and Amazon is now below 120. We've talked about that over and over again. And I said that I would stick to the sticky note, and I'd try to do this as much as we possibly can here. But look what we had here. Short 118 on Alibaba. And for some reason, I had the break through the long of 118 there. So I either put the wrong trade out there or it was in early, short around 118, have patience. I did the complete opposite of that. Like, I don't know what else I could possibly tell myself there. It goes to 118 and I get out immediately. So that was a big, huge mistake. But now we pay ourselves back as Alibaba comes back down in now 50 cents in the money on that one. We did miss that big dip down there on Amazon. We were, like I told you, at 65. That didn't come through right there, so it only went down to 72. So we missed that opportunity as now the market's coming back in to the upside one more time. So we'll have to watch out for that trade. Now I'm sitting somewhere in the 70s, I believe. No, 80s for Amazon. So we'll uptick that order a little bit. Apple, that's fine. I mean, we did get the majority out here when we broke through 147. So we'll wait to see about this 146.40 that just held. Like to get more short into Apple if and when we do get a pop. And by the way, all cannabis names right now, from what I can see, at 52-week lows. I've been talking about that for a year and a half, about these names continuing to go down. So CGC, all of them to the downside. But right now, man, I got fish to fry as Apple trying to make some moves here. We will review some of those cannabis names. DocuSign, why wasn't that on our list? Didn't they report as well, Docu?
Did they?
I'm not, you know, or it's today. It's Microsoft. Maybe it's tonight.
It might be tonight.
Because the news yesterday was with Microsoft. So
yeah,
shout out to you guys watching.
They had an expanded deal with Microsoft. That I remember for sure. IMPP did get to 95 here, so not quite to that 100, that $1 level. I'd have had 98, 99, something like that to the south side because a buck is a buck. I mean, every single time it gets there, I'll trade off of it. But if this happens to be the turn, no longer want to be buying a dip at 9 even. I'm going to throw that out the window, at least temporarily, as long as we're finding a top around that dollar. It's a huge psychological level on any stock, let alone one of these. Now, Tesla, I thought 745. It just bounced at 748. And man, I should just be, if I chased Tesla every single time, it actually would have worked out for me. I would have caught the long at 730 because I wanted 725, but I'm not going to break the rule, not going to do it. It has now the chance to hold the bid above this channel, and what you have is V-shaped bottom through the low, little consolidation flag, and a bit of a breakout setting up for Tesla above this 750 level into a weak market. Like, if this market were to ever try to even get back into green, Tesla is going to go, guys. It's been relatively strong this entire time, and there's room to 775, 780. I got to find my way into a long trade here, at least off that 750 level. If anything, even maybe a scalp off 755 could be worth it with the market making this bounce.
Yeah, it looks like the market is making a decent move here to the long side of things. So let's see what does happen. Apple's still that dollar in the money right now, but the market is busting it's trying to go to highs anyways. We'll see if it can get there. But right now, a nice little move to the upside here. We're still in. We got out of Alibaba there a little bit at 40. We do want to go short if it does come back up into that 118 area. So let's just make sure we don't have an offer there. So let's put one. Here it comes right now. We'll take a short here, and then we'll watch out to see about that 118 high. Don't mind testing it. We just missed that short. Darn it. So that kind of sucks there. But we did have that play. We just missed it there. So I was trying to get, I actually offered 71. The high rate there was 69. So we hit offer, enter, go up a couple pennies and miss that trade. But we do want to go short on Alibaba and then just give it to that wick top, which is 118.20. So like 118.50 or so to the upside there for Alibaba. If this market screams, we know which way Alibaba wants to go, and that's upside. What's up, Rendo?
Another big mover, guys. Zendesk, Z-E-N, back to the upside. It was down initially, but they confirmed they've completed their strategic review and plan to continue as an independent company. So down 9%, but just trying to break back to the upside here for ZEN.
Yeah, I mean, the break might be on in Tesla. I might just stair-step this one to the upside as a way to do it. I already had to step away from some of the dip buys that I like just to take the top break, scalp some out. I'll probably take a 760 break. I'll probably take a dip into 750. It's just at some point you want to be a part of the party, part of the party to that upside instead of sitting there being a little bit too much of a stickler to the rules. I knew all morning I wanted longs in Tesla. It's time to get a little bit more aggressive with it. You mentioned Alibaba there, Sean. Whoops.
Yep.
Oh, God. It's still in the New York, man. If it's tech, I'm old, so I think NASDAQ, and you'll see me type it in there, and it's a mistake every single time I do it, I get it. But if BABA continues this break through 18, or at least this time through 18, I still think we can get to that 120, holding on to a piece of it. But this now feels like we have a chance to hold green in the market. And here's NVIDIA. We talked about some of these chip names needing to get through the top. Here's NVIDIA with a bit of a triple top, if you want to even call it that, 188.50. I got to check to see where AMD is at. I know you're looking at that one, Sean, but if it gets through 188.5.
Yeah, they're all at the highs, yeah.
Yeah, if they're all at the highs simultaneously, oh, load, I got this one right. Yeah, all at the highs simultaneously, if they can all break out and sustain, some of these shorts are going to get absolutely booked. Amazon's still holding. Even NVAX is catching a bid, which I think should be a hint to me that NVAX wants to catch a bid. We'll see what happens, but NVIDIA just rejected that top. So, watch out. I mean, this is now a double, triple top on some of these names. You could come back into VWAP here.
Bang. And BABA, I mean, yes, sir, the highest spot we are now at all day, as there's Alibaba. I told you, patience, patience, patience. There's that 118 just came in. So there we go, man. There's the short that we just took, literally at 118, and now cashing in on that one. Let's cash in a little bit more on AMZN here, as, again, you believe in the name, you take the short again right there on Amazon. Out, 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 out. So that's another 30-cent win, just over and over and over again. What's happening today is called stacking cash right now. So that's what happens when the market does this, and we're perfect today. The only thing that we've messed up today is lightly on AMD. I mean, I don't feel like this was really a mistake. We went long and got out. It was like a 50-cent hit there, but AMD now taking out the highs. So if you were long on that one, shout out to Alan Atkins and shout out to Lucas. What's up, Lucas? As he had that call. So a nice little trade there. Apple, still that 110 in the money. Should have reloaded that. Was too busy looking at BABA and Amazon. But Apple just got a reload possibility almost near its day's low as well. I don't know. I believe in BABA today. It's not like I think that it's not a long. It's just that you got to believe in your levels, right? And like we've talked about that. Arun doesn't even look. And I mean, I'm honestly like, whatever Arun says doesn't really matter too much to me as far as equities is concerned. But like when you're looking at levels, that's really what matters. So yes, sir. See, $1 now in the money on Alibaba. We exercise the demons on Alibaba. Take it back down in, man. And that's what I'm saying. Stick, Sean. Stick to your own freaking ways, man. We had that on here, 118. That's the reload for it. It's a whoa, whoa, whoa type of thing here today. Hope you guys are following the trades, man. Today's been a hot fire day for trading. So hopefully you guys are in the money, but it's been a good one. Thank you for watching. Please, if you haven't done it yet, hit the like button. That really helps us a hell of a lot with this YouTube algorithm. So yeah, hit the like button if you can. Hit the subscribe, hit the share, hit everything, man. Today's been a really fun day.
Yeah, so the trade we have off 57 on Tesla is now out. All the shares I have is just going to be that 60 on the break. So we'll see if we can go, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I put a trail in that just got triggered. So I'm going to get out of that one, obviously. And if it pulls back, maybe we'll get that 50. But $1 now incoming on IMPP. That's going to be, look, I'm expecting to see a stacked offer. There's 100,000 at 97. I think there might be anything like maybe a quarter to a 500,000 shares, maybe 1 million shares on the bid or sort of on the offer at that dollar level if it in fact gets there. The dip to 90 did work. So it looks like if you caught that one, you're still working on a good long side trade. For me, Bob, I'm actually holding 117. So 117, 118 on Alibaba has been absolute gold. I still favor the relative strength that it put in since the Ant news, so I still like that long. But man, IMPP, this is now screaming to that buck. And by the way, that AUVI, now really starting to come back in. I don't know if I favor buying the dip at 280. I think if you're going to try it, you've got to be thinking about 290. Still hasn't gotten to 350, so it's got some room to the upside, but it's running out of time to really get going. Maybe that 280 to 320 was the only move to be had. Brendo?
Hey guys, busy morning, lots to look at. Let's jump into a few other small caps moving around there. Other than AUVI, so strong today. Redbox, 1.5% downside here. I tried the long initially because there was a huge bid that was buying up anything and everything above 1020, 1025. Immediately fails back through 10. So short now versus that 10. We'll see if we can't get down towards yesterday's lows. for RDBX. There was also a couple other ones. This isn't working. I'll get back to you guys with the other ones.
All right.
What was it? Our red box he was talking about?
I don't know. We have here AMD coming back in. So new trade alert right there. We took a 42. Again, just against that high. Nothing about it. I think AMD could be along the rest of the day. There's no doubt about that. But we'll try to see if we can get a little bit of a pullback into this area, especially if this market doesn't want to continue to its upside march there. And again, we're kind of just doing work on the market again. Like, it didn't take out that high. It tried and then faded back down in. So we are well aware that the market seems strong right now. You're back to zeros now. So that's a good indication that they brought this market all the way back. So, you know, we definitely want to respect some of these levels coming through. So we do have a bid down at 103 flat, I believe. Yep. Well, it's 103 and change down here. So if we can take 40 cents on AMD here on a short, we'll do that on half. And then if the market does continue to make its move back down in, which right now, I mean, gift horse be damned. I mean, this is 35 cents in the money right now to the downside. So hopefully that keeps going, man. You're welcome. Ken Vo, here he is. This is the man, the myth, the legend. This, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, but you are the gentleman that threw down and sent in those Heinekens a couple Fridays ago, where Tony and myself were doing Fridays with Tony. And thank you so much, Ken Vo, again for another super chat. You are welcome, man. Have a good morning. You too. Keep up the good show. So what's up to Ken Vo? Thank you for those Heinies, baby. Those were really good, especially when you're trading and drinking, man. Nice, refreshing. Let's get that going as well one more time. But here comes AMD now coming back into the downside. Because this is a relatively strong name, nothing wrong with scalping out a little bit here on AMD. So we'll put a bid down in the low 20s where we just got to right there. Hopefully we can take that bid and then put in our pocket 20, 25 cents and then see if there is a continued move to the downside. Obviously you see me short. There it is. Yes, sir. Spin it again because there it is right there. This is for you, Kenvo. As AMD prints again for us. Apple, we have 4 trades in now, all in the money and pretty decently. Alibaba dancing around 117. We got out there. We're holding out for lower on Alibaba. I'm looking at a 116 flat, guys. Here it comes back down in. Let's go, man. Highest spot all day. 0 LFT. AMD looking to take down right now 103. Good trade for me. 40 cents in the money to the downside. We'll get out of this one if it takes out 102.70, 102.80, something like that. Yes, sir. Let's go, baby. Big day here. Thanks for the love on the energy, but this is what we do. Brendan, quickly, what's up, bud?
Is on that Texas refinery, they're saying 3 weeks. Shutdown will be minimum 3 weeks. So I just saw this Boyle pop back up there on some volume back to the downside. This was the other one I was talking about there. JAN got up to 5. Failed hard on volume back to the downside, guys, for small caps.
IMPP failed hard at 97. I was real close. I was on the offer at 98, trying to catch it in front of a buck. It did pull back right back into that 90, 91 area, so I did grab some. I mean, it'll round up to 92. It's like 91 and change. It's a penny stock, so you can understand it's going to trade in those increments. I want to scalp this to the high because I still feel like the short is off of that dollar range. So if it gets above 95, I'm thinking reverse. Like I'm thinking short somewhere in front of that buck. Does it get there? Who knows, man? Like I can't say whether or not the stock is going to get to $1 even. I do expect there to be a big offer. The first couple of times off of these levels at 90, 91 had been pretty solid. So let's see if they can actually work one more time. But I still want to be in the short side of this trade. Like, make no bones about it. I feel like that's the right way to go. Tesla's now barcoding off of that 760 level. So, I mean, a couple of times here, I had that long off of the 56. That worked into 60, but the breakout, no good. So really, I got a few shares out right at that flat, and then we're just going to get out of Tesla. I feel like it needs to pull back for the bull case to continue going here on Tesla. It's just, if we get above this and hold above 61, then you can start using like 60, 56 as a bit of a floor. But until that happens, I think buying the dip, if there is one, is going to make a little bit more sense. Because why diddle in this little middle? Allow it to break out once again, then trying to catch that breakout over on Tesla. If you're checking back in on some of those chip names, NVIDIA right back up toward those highs. I thought we'd get to 185, but the market didn't quite pull back as far as I thought. And all of a sudden, you are looking for potential top break again on NVIDIA 188.50. It has not been able to do it yet, but it's getting close another time here. Brendo?
Pretty good couple of days anyways for Roblox to the upside, guys. Not so much today. Back to the downside. Jeffries with a warning and a negative note on RBLX today. But we are trying to get back to the upside here. Just broke above that last little pivot there on decent volume for Roblox.
Okay, guys, yeah, I like Roblox for sure. We did reload AMD, so that's a good one there. And what did I tell you about Alibaba at that 118 level, guys? 116.60 right now, and making a move to the downside. So the only trade really today that was a mistake was that buy of 118. And honestly, I can't believe I had that order out there, but we did. So got to take responsibility for it right now. $1.70 now in the money. Money. I told you this was a stack up kind of day right now. And there goes Alibaba now back into the downside. So here we go, man. That 116 is VWAP. That's close enough for me, man. 116.50. Let's just take this out for Alibaba. I don't know. Should we? I mean, this is a nice little move to the downside right now as that is breaking lower. Darn it. Just wish we would have respected our own sticky note. Find it at Trader TV Sean. But we said we'd try to stick to that a little bit more. But there it comes to the downside now. Alibaba 116 flat. Wow. Good trade here for BABA on the downside. $1.64 in the money. Alibaba. Chant it loud right there. Because if you're on this name with me, man, hopefully this is a $2 winner for you like it is for me right now. 117 taking down 116. This is good enough, man. Let's hit the bid and get the heck out of here. Let's go another one today. I know, I'm sick of this as well, but we have no choice but to play that. I mean, it's in my contract. If we kill the market like we're doing, I have to hit that money thing. So there it is right there. Nice little move to the downside. Baba with the Cash City on that one. Amazon's a little bit of a worry spot as it's not falling down here. So we just took another piece out. We are literally in, actually we're in about 15% of our biggest position today on Amazon. We've reloaded it a couple times, so that's why it's hard for me to give an exact idea, but Amazon is the #1 stock on the show today, profit-wise. So Amazon, beautifully done. Let's just see what we want to do here at 121. I'm looking at this 121.50 area before we really do anything else. So Amazon continues on its march to the upside right now. We got to protect that. AMD did go down for us. We didn't get anything out there, but we did have a reload there on AMD. It just went down into the 30s again. If that happens, let's take another piece out for AMD.
Yeah, Tesla now breaking out a little bit. Just wait for it to actually get out of the range. So we just took that 61. I'm all out of Amazon because, I mean, I see the same thing in a lot of these names. Like you were weak before, but higher lows, starting to trend into the upside. So, I mean, Amazon has to get through that 121 again and maybe hold a bit above it to even think about taking any kind of a long trade. But, you know, the trend is pretty clean to that upside. It's not Tesla because Tesla's obviously relatively strong, but it's starting to get to that point. And as I say it, there goes Tesla through that high. We'll see if we'll scalp a little bit of it out, but you know, you had to let it really start to churn. NVIDIA, did it go? NVIDIA, no, did go. See, these stops, man, sometimes. I might have missed that one. We'll see if we can't get it. And again, I said maybe not cross up as aggressively because you get whatever price you put in on some of those breaks, but not aggressive enough on the NVIDIA break. It's now through 188.50 and churning to the upside. Tesla, I think 780 is a pretty good level. This market has even yet to get to the overnight highs. Like the ES is a good 30 points away from the overnight top, and Tesla's breaking out. I think it's got tons of room to run. So does NVIDIA, but I need to get it on this party. It did miss a breakout trade, so I'll have to wait for the pullback. Brendo, right?
AMC, guys, just popping up on volume alert here. AMC, according to thestreamable.com, AMC to launch a streaming service across Europe in 2023. So a volume spike to the upside there for AMC.
Okay, we'll definitely have a look at AMC, but for right now, obviously that was, I mean, that out on Alibaba, I mean, 116.20 there for $1.80. That's going to look like, hopefully, a great out because we don't mind reloading it if it does come back up to the upside. But I am canceling some of my stop orders. We just took on a new position right now. I mean, it's the same position, but it's like a more serious one for us now as AMD. And I'm just, honestly, I don't love this short. So I had to take it against that 104. I mean, I don't have to do anything, but against that 104, I just don't know if that's going to be held out for us or not on AMD. So if it does come back in, there it is. Now it's pulling back a little bit. We're just just going to try to take some out. I don't know about this short. I mean, it's a very, very strong name. Neil's talked about NVIDIA there. The only name that I wouldn't buy would be Intel.
Oh, it didn't break the top?
No. Well, it did break the top. It just didn't break 104 right now. So we'll wait to see on AMD here. Coming back in, we're short at 103.73, so it's not like this is too much in danger here, but we will try to see about a 104 break. So this is only going to be a 25-cent hit or 28-cent hit or whatever with slippage here. So we just got a piece out, which was good. But here comes AMD right back up to the upside. So all is well, man. We did take a little bit more on Amazon, but we want to give this one to 122. That's the high. That's 121.50 and then 122. You got to go upside a little bit higher than that on Amazon. So we'll wait for that one, 122, 121.50 or so, if Amazon does come in before we put on a serious position. But we have decent shares, man. We just reloaded that right there. So if you can see on Amazon, we just did respect that 121. You know what? We might as well take this out. Again, we just took a nice little trade there. We can get a 65. Let's do it right now on Amazon. So we're sitting right there on the bid off of, we just got short 93s there. So there it is. Yes, sir. We'll do it again. We won't spin the money for you, but it's a money trade. There goes AMD as well. AMD cracking lower. Bang for that. Also in the contract. The bangs are here. So we got to do that as well. Bang right there for that. I see Tequila Tony getting set up, ready to go. Only 30 minutes till we go to the midday show. But I don't want to go anywhere, man. I wish we could stay here with you. We are absolutely on fire here today as this market is downside. Look at that AMD trade, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We just shorted that at 104. It's at 103.30. Let's keep the party going, man. We should be on all day. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I see PBTS for you guys, but I'll caution with this penny stock. A stock trading at 66 cents shouldn't always have a 2-cent spread. That's a big spread. That's ridiculous. That's like a $2. I mean, it's like a $2 spread on a $60 name. That's insane. So you need to see it tighten up a little bit here. It's got a huge wick high. I'm going to pay for shorts because if it gets to 70 and things tighten up, I think it's going to be worth it. I'm still holding on to the trend for Tesla, because anything this strong in this market, I mean, come on. Like, if you show me a chart that's stronger than Tesla right now, maybe there is. I'd love to see it, please. If you guys can see something that is stronger than Tesla, I'd love to jump over to it, or anything that's weaker than maybe like an NVAX. But, I see this name, and I want to be buying the dips on this as many times as I can. NVIDIA just failed to break and now has a wick off top. So you don't want to jump back into this one. Wick off top is a bit of a weak formation there. So if it does pull back in, watch back into VWAP here. But the chips are still strong. I mean, obviously, you can see that kind of strength here. I would be buying the dips in front of the market lows of the day. Market takes the lows, you can get away from that idea. Same thing with buying Tesla. But as long as we're above, stick with the strong names to that upside. But I'm going to check for locates on PBTS. We don't have them here. I think we haven't really talked too much about Meta. Meta, very, very weak break through 199. I think this is going to turn into a bit of a fade off of this level, 199 to 200. It's got a double bottom, but this has turned weak after a strong start. So not to ignore formerly Facebook, but it's a bit of a nothing burger here after a strong start.
It's Mr. Mendel, and he is in the building. OTC Markets is in the building now. It's good to see you. Come over here quickly. Come to here. We'll say hi to Jeffrey Mendel. Can you make it down here somehow? There he is.
Watch your step, brother.
Guys, how's it going?
It's been a long time, man. How are you? Looking good, looking sharp.
I know.
Nice to see Jeff Mendel back in the building. Yeah, we missed you.
I know.
All good. All right, you don't have a mic, so we won't do this. The markets are rocking and rolling. Happy to have OTC Markets in the building. Sure. Jeff Mendel with Brendan very, very soon. Yeah, I show that every single day. So there's the OTCX. Thank you for the Yeti. And as you guys know, if you turn it around, this is Mr. Cheese in the building as well. So the only thing that I'm pissed off about here today is look at Alibaba. Your boy had Alibaba short. We were all over this short at 118. It just came down in right there, 115 and change for Alibaba. That's a $3 winner. So we'll go bang on that one for Alibaba as it comes down. Apple, 70 cents in the money. AMD, 50 cents in the money. Amazon keeps on printing. Man, this is a good day. And the sticky note had the Alibaba top of 118 on it. If you're not following the sticky note, maybe you should. It's on Instagram and on Twitter. Your boy is having a day one more time. Any day that ends in Y is a good day in the stock market. I love my job, if you cannot tell. Let's go back over to Neil.
Yeah, you guys are right. AUVI continues to just bounce off this 280 level over and over again. It has to break out, though. Like, keep in mind, it's got one level. It still has to get to that 350. I think I want to try shorting it at 350 to 375, but until it does this move below 280, you're probably wanting to reload over and over again. If you haven't grabbed it, make sure you try to get a shot at it. I just got the locates. Oh, my goodness. Why are they even charging us 1/4 cent on this PBTS? It should just be free. Free should be that price on PBTS. It is starting to tighten up the spread, but it's already falling, so I might have got those locates a little bit too slow. NVAX looks like it's good to go, but catching a bid off of 46.5. So I've been holding on to this one off of 50 even. It's a 49 short, which is risking $1, right? So you're taking profit when it gets to 1-to-1. If it holds out too much longer and the market starts to break out, I'll probably have to take it out at 47. But until then, we want to stick with that short trade. I just feel like that's a name that should be going. And apologies for not getting to affirm. It just never came to the prices that we wanted. Sure, it flushed all the way down, but I wanted to play off 23.65, and it never got close. So you wait for that key price level. It never came in. You're not forced to make the trade. If it doesn't get to the price you want, you don't have to put the trade on. That's what I'm seeing happen here. And IMPP, it looks like the top is going to be that 97 level for now. I tried the curl on the long, scalped most of it out up to 94, took the rest out when it broke 90. It looks like that one is giving up the ghost into the downside. You have to take your profit when you can on these low float runners, because as fast as they come up, they can come down just as quickly.
Look, 21 years of experience, and man, that Alibaba really started to explode to the downside there. We got out at VWAP, and again, man, we had that 118 pegged over and over and over again, and then it eventually broke, and we don't have that. There's 118 right there. We tried to respect that level. It came right back up into it. So, hey, look, man, I mean, we're going to end, well, we're not going to end the show. We're going to go to Jeff Mendel soon, but, you know, I'm going to end the day here, knock on wood, at the highest spot I've been at all day. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that. I have 133 fills today. So we're only an hour into the market, 133 fills. So, yeah, that's starting to work out for me. And we only have one negative name today. And unfortunately, that is still going to be Alibaba. And that's why I'm the most upset, man. One negative name. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5, and then have Baba as, I mean, it's like 2 cups of coffee. Like, we're not that negative on it, but I don't ever like to be negative on names, especially when we read it the right way. And again, the Alibaba mistake is mine because it's a keystroke. We didn't mean to get out there at 118. So I don't know. We did have that stop order in there. It is what it is. We always say that, but you got to be responsible for your trades. And there it is to the downside goes Alibaba. Check in on NEO. I mean, we pegged that for 20. That didn't get up there yet, so maybe we have to wait for a little bit NIO action. We will go over. Oh, I did trade some ETHE today over there on the pink sheets, but not much volume right now on the crypto side of things, so we'll stay away from that. But we'll talk about GBTC, which is the Bitcoin ETF grayscale product, and then Ethereum as well, ETHE over there on the OTC markets. We just reloaded our Amazon trade. We've got AMD 50 cents in the money, Apple 50 cents in the money, and Amazon trying to test some highs here. My number one stock on the day is AMZN. So we're going to give this up to 122 and see if we can't get a better feel on this one. But hey, what an exciting day. I mean, for a Thursday, tomorrow we have CPI coming out. It's a pretty mixed board, but let's go over and check out with Brendan and his take on the sector watch.
Yeah, pretty mixed indeed. Let's have a look, guys, at the S&P 500 right now. Basically flat, 0.13 to the downside. That doesn't mean there are not opportunities. A couple things of note here. NXPI still 7.5% in positive territory. Remember, reports earlier this morning suggesting Samsung could be interested in NXPI. So a big mover there. Some of the other semiconductors moving along with them. Tesla up here, 4.5% to the upside. GM and Ford, I noted, not participating today, basically flat to slightly lower on the day. So it is actually consumer discretionary stocks here leading because of some of the travel names, cruise lines, casinos, hotels, all in negative territory right now. Some of the retail group here, though, trying to offset with positive territory or moves into positive territory. I wanted to mention Moderna. Remember, very positive yesterday on vaccine news. Right back to the downside today, 5% negative for Moderna. Banks are weak. Industrials are weak. Both the material sector and energy groups not really doing a heck of a lot today. Energy stocks negative on the day along with crude, but not a big move overall compared to what we've seen over the three right now, guys. Negative.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're still down in the absolute market. Just remember, we have bounced off those lows. It is worth watching. I'll get to that PBTS in a quick little second here, but you have a multi-day level on the futures. If this gets taken out, you want to hold on to your butts. If it's strong, it's not going to be strong for long. And I'm sort of talking about the chips there. I'm talking about Tesla as well, which have been booming. You have a wick high, and we're still above that high of the day, or at least attempting to break out an NVIDIA. Tesla just reclaimed 760, so we played that one a couple times alongside. I'll get back out, and if we hold the lows, I'm looking for a dip back to that 750 level. So I'm back to buying the dips. If we make a secondary breakout and the market holds the bottom, I'll take it. But NVIDIA is the one I now want to be watching a little bit closer as it tries to make its pullback. It just finally got through that breakout price, I mean, only like seconds ago, and could be headed back into VWAP. We'll see what happens. It's not a guarantee that it does get there. I want to quickly check back in on that IMPP, which is absolutely flooding now through VWAP. So we talked about $1. It got to 97. It's already pulled back over 10%. So this is now, it's now just in flush territory for IMPP. NVAX is going to get close to our target. We'll be out of NVAX in probably another 50 cents or so.
I mean, let's look. I told you it's in my contract. The boss is in the building, so I got to do this one more time. So let's do it again here. Spin it. Money. There it is. AMD now. You know, $1 plus in the money off that short right there. Like, you got to believe in your trades, man. $1 in the money on Apple. Now 50 cents in the money on Amazon. Look at AMD just puke to the downside right there. Yeah, not much else to talk about right here. Alibaba down now $4 from where we're short on that name. Yeah, it's working out. It's working out pretty good. Look at that Amazon. We just reloaded that. Before we went to Sector Watch, I said I'm reloading Amazon, 121. It's at 120.60 right now. So we'll take more pieces out right now for 40 cents. I don't like scalping Amazon, but to be completely honest with you, you got to stick to what you do best. And there it is now. There goes Amazon. More downside for Amazon right now. We're sitting at 120 teens. You know what? VWAP is at 120.35. So I think we got to be a little more responsible now. Let's take a bid out there at 40 if we can. We'll cancel our other bid. Now, if Amazon continues to come downside, we're going to have that name. I haven't checked out Meta today. Come on, Amazon. We're 5 cents away right now from getting this bid. If we can get it, we'll take it. Again, for everyone on Day Trade the World, you know, you got to be able to scalp in and out. The thing about it is, and I'm going to tell you something right now, I have 137 fills today. My fees are $2.23. Okay, so that's, I mean, if that's not enough for you right there, I mean, the fact that we can pick our gateways, get this maker-taker model definitely adds to it. I don't think you can scalp like this on other platforms. I mean, sure you can, but you got to control your fees, right? So fees a very, very important thing here, as Amazon just rejected 120.50. So like I said, let's be a little more prudent here, start to get some out. If we can reload Amazon, we will do that. So it's 10:45 right now. We're getting ready to wrap up very, very soon and throw to our midday show. Our midday show is going to be awesome, but ready for something else here. It's been a while. I haven't seen Jeff in a long time. I'm glad he's in the building. I feel like this guy just gets more handsome. He's got this tan on today. I don't know. But
he has a tan a lot.
I feel like he has too many vacation days over there at the OTC
markets. That's what I was
going to say.
Few too many vacations,
Too many vacations, but I want to hit the links with him one day. We've promised to do that. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. Let's go now to Brendan and our guest of the day.
All right, guys. Yeah, great introduction. Let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets, to have a look at some opportunities that lie not only on the rest of the U.S. markets, but OTC as well. Great to see you as always. He's a man of the world, guys. That's what's up with the tan. Hi, Jeff.
So, yeah, I mean, Paris, lots of golfing. That answer your question, Sean?
There we go. Let's talk about a few opportunities that are not only coming up or potentially coming up on OTC, but what is moving right now. And we'll touch on DD Global here because not only has DD been in the headlines for the past few months, but continues to be this week on its own news story, but the biggest story continues to be that DIDI plans to delist from the NYSE. That means, Jeff, there's potential that we could be able to trade it over the counter.
Yes, so like we've seen in the past with like Luckin Coffee, which is LKNCY, right? DD is most likely going to go through that same process, probably tonight or right. And so what happens is FINRA actually comes out and assigns it a new symbol, and that makes it so it can start trading over the counter under that new ticker. Still the same security, right? It's just trading with a different symbol. It's probably going to end in a Y because it's an ADR, right? Just like Luckin, right? And so what that means is firms will be able to start quoting it tomorrow, at 8 a.m. or 9:30, right? Whenever the first trade's going to go off. And that makes it so people like you or any retail or anyone can continue trading that name. The interesting thing about this one, though, is that it wants to actually deregister. So it wants to file, I think, a Form 15. That means they don't want to be traded here at all as an ADR. And so the weird thing about that is that process could take, a few days. It could take a couple months. But that stock will actually most likely be quoted in our marketplace for at least 80 or 90 days, no matter what happens. So it's going to be trading over the counter. Hopefully there's a lot of opportunity like there is today.
You heard it here first, right from Jeff Mendel. So we will update everyone possibly tomorrow, possibly the next day, whenever we get obviously more information on how this process will take place with DIDI. To the downside today for DD after just a wild week on that stock in general. So we will, it appears anyways at this point, still have opportunities to trade DD on this delisting. Let's talk about a few other names that have been giving traders plenty of opportunity over the past couple of days. We've had positive news coming out of China, remember, on the reopening process. We saw Luckin Coffee on the OTC markets making big moves the past couple of days.
Yeah, it looks like it's trading a decent amount today as well. So you have, like I said, LKNCY, Luckin. Another name also, I feel like we always forget about Tencent, right, whenever I'm on the show, but TCEHY, Tencent's one of the biggest companies in the world. Tons of liquidity. You can trade it over the counter. You can trade it on OTCX. It's down a little bit today. I think it was up big yesterday, over 10%. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But yeah, down a couple percent today. Decent amount of trading. So that's TCEHY. It's Tencent. It's, like I said, it's a top 10 company in the world probably.
The other opportunities on the OTC lie within the cryptocurrency space when it comes to, there's tons, but Grayscale is what I'm talking about. We have to mention Bitcoin, obviously, very volatile this week, back and forth through the 30,000 area. Ethereum as well, making big moves. Never a dull moment for the Grayscale products.
Guys, I feel like we always talk about this whenever I'm on. Trade GBTC, ETHE, trade the Grayscale products. They're awesome.
Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets. You will give us an update again on DD if anything more transpires.
As soon as I hear it.
Great stuff. There we go. Look at the OTC Markets, guys. Jeff Mendel, VP of OTC.
Yeah, as always, thank you, Jeff. And look, everyone knows, like DD, that's been the volume. When I come in, it's like the volume pre-market leader every single day. So that moves over, you're going to want to take advantage of trading it. And there's only going to be one place. 99.9% of you are going to be able to do that. Maybe they do get a secondary listing somewhere else, but they don't even have that lined up yet. So, that's what I love to see. And we do see opportunities abound. I like trading some of these small caps, and I think a lot of times that extends over to that OTC, especially when you get something that might get delisted. This PBTS, it's starting to really rock and roll. So now the spread, which was stupid before, is a little bit more reasonable, let's just say. No more 2 to 3 cent spread on a penny stock. It's starting to tighten up. The volume is through the roof, obviously. That hasn't really changed in any regard. But it just put a wick off top to 80. There's a big channel at 85 to 87 before it even gets to $1. But much like, I made the mistake on IMPP of not willing to try and catch a curl a little bit sooner to the level I like. So I am into this one at 73 off of 75. If it gets through that, I'll probably try it again at 80. I'll 100% be trying to get the short at 85 to 87, and I'll definitely be trying to get the short at $1. But Tesla, I said I'd wait for the pullback. on Tesla after trying those breakout longs, which did work on the way back up. Now we're going to look for that final bounce. I mean not final bounce, but that bounce off of VWAP that we've been waiting for all morning longs. Tesla is still relatively strong. One of the few names out there that has shown some signs of strength in this market.
So Apple now at the day's low. We still have this one, man. This is for me diamond hands, man. I mean, we've been holding this one since the morning, and it's all the way back in. So over an hour holding this trade back up. The only mistake was not reloading it right there. That was pretty easy as well. And you know, again, like believe in your trades. Like we marked this down. It's just like, that's why I'm a little bit upset. I mean, not a little bit, I'm pretty upset about Alibaba because we pegged that 118 for you. Check it out, Bears versus Bulls. You can put it up there. Our sticky note had that all over it, man. I mean, it's the #1 name on here, and we can call it up one more time. I'll show you. First of all, now it's on Instagram. So Instagram's actually really starting to take off for me. So if you guys wanted to have a quick look there, it's a reel every single day, the sticky note. So today, you know, 2,000, 3,000, 2,000, 4,000, we're starting to get back going, but here it is today. There's always some like nice music to it and stuff like that, but here's Alibaba 118 short, right? Here's the Amazon shorts, 120, 122. So, oops, now it's gone there. Shared daily on the sticky note here, so you can come back and check it out. Apple 150s on there, AMD looking at that play as well. So we're pretty proud of what we've been doing on that. And there's Amazon right now, back down in. So 70 cents now in the money on Amazon off that 121. I mean, it doesn't get any prettier for this than me. For me than this. As you get 121, 121.50, all these shorts, and now Amazon looking, I think, to test lows of the day at some point. So we're going to hold on for that one. Apple is now breaking through the low of the day. So, you know, we have 2 shorts on. Those all been good. We did give back some money on AMD, though, because we tested this 102 long. That didn't work. It broke down. Well, I mean, really it was 102.50. We got out there at 102.25. So about a 25-cent hit here into that. But here it comes back in. Right now, the market is Puke City. We've got some bangers on board right now. It's 10:53, but so far so good here today. Another positive day for your boy.
Yeah, TXMD just put a wick top at 80. I did the short off of 75, got out of that one, got back into it, and then you're going to look to trade this 80 level. Tesla also coming into 750. I am on the bid here of Tesla trying to get that 750 bounce, but also trying to catch PBTS, which got to 100%. This was the other thing. It was actually up exactly 100% when it made that break. So it resisted that 100% mark. 80 is the current high with a wick to 81. I'll play off that a couple of times here because when it pulls back, it's going to go 10%. So I want to consistently try and risk 1 or 2 to try and get 5 to 10 on this PBTS. As it is time, oh my goodness, Money Talks with Brendan. Let's see how the world of crypto is going.
Hey guys, yeah, Money Talks brought to you by the Small Exchange. Make sure you check out smallexchange.com. Sign up today, no PDT, less capital required. Check them out today, guys. Sign up at smallexchange.com. Pretty quiet day at the bottom end of the board here for cryptocurrencies. You can see just hanging on to 30,000 for Bitcoin. We are red on the day. Same story for Ethereum. Very, very small moves so far. It's all about the US dollar. You can see that's a daily chart for the DXY. Back to the upside in a big way, showing strength today ahead of this data coming tomorrow. Weekly jobless claims did seem to help a little bit this morning for the dollar index, but that will be the big mover tomorrow at 8:30. Remember, we'll have that CPI number for you. I wanted to mention quickly here, Australia and New Zealand, big moves back to the downside, more inflation talk over in Australia as well, guys. Back over to you.
Australia. I just want to, internet enforcers, who else would pay to watch a 1-week day trade challenge between Sean and Ross? Well, I mean, it depends. Is he allowed to use you guys as liquidity to get out? Because then I don't know. But hey, look, I am so confident in my abilities. I challenge anybody out there to that. But I mean, we have a good environment, right? I'm not going to sit here and try to throw shade. I mean, that's just, I'm very, very confident in my own abilities. That's why I produce the sticky note for you guys. That's why I sit here and tell you, like today, you know, now we have 2 negative names, Alibaba and AMD slightly, but I believe in what I do, and I'm sure Ross does as well. So we have different styles, but hey, this is a big community, and I think the more we can add to it, the better it is. So obviously there's going to be no challenge issue there, but at the same time, I am very confident, as probably he is, right? I mean, that's why I review these trades with you. I show you every single trade that I make. make. And not only that, my trades are easy to follow. Like, that's the other point here that I'm trying to make is like, you could trade these little ones. Oh, I'm going to go short in front of something. Oh, it went up 5 cents, I'm out, right? That doesn't work for everybody. If you're on PDT rule and things like that, you got to take your trades very specific. So that's why it's like a very, very different environment between maybe his clientele, our clientele, how Neil trades, how I trade, how Brendan trades. Everybody trades differently. But I know that obviously I'd issue a challenge because I'm that confident. But again, we're growing the environment. We're growing the people out here. And it is what it is. We're going to end the day for me at my daily goal. So I'm really happy with that. We never got to 2x, but hopefully we can do that as the day goes on. And we're getting ready to wrap up the show. I'm back at 2.
Yeah, and now we're getting a real flush on PBTS. I actually realized why. I was trying to chase this, and I left an order at 80s. And when you pay for, one thing about if you pay for shorts, which we do here, you get the amount of shares you pay the locates for, right? So you don't have to be in position for that to count against it. If you have an offer out, you're using up those locates. So as it was coming down, I had one order that I did not cancel at 79 to get the short. I'm trying to get 76. You can see the wick off top there. And if it's a wick off top, that's a short setup that I love. But I'm now back into the original position, which was back at that 74 area, off the 75, 76. We're not going to be able to get that 79. The earnings board is up. And yeah, there is one name out there that I think we already talked about. But yes, there's 2 names that we'll probably be looking at, but one in the middle that's probably key there, Brendo, that we did already mention.
Yeah, we can make it official, guys. Docu definitely aftermarket tonight. Everything else, yeah, not much to say.
Yeah, DocuSign is a big one. They had the deal with Microsoft. I think it was like a partnership. I don't know if it was like it was just a partnership with Microsoft. That was the only story there. They're actually flat on the day doing absolutely nothing.
Clean Baba trade. Yeah, thanks for that as well, guys. Yeah, Ross does make more money, right? He charges people for his chat room and things like that. We don't do that. So that is that.
At all. We never charge.
Yeah, we don't charge anything. It's a $5 if you want to support the team here, right? But okay, we're excited. I mean, we've been doing really great. We now have over, I just posted it on Twitter the other day, not the other day, but we just hit 300,000 subscribers. That's big for us, man. I mean, we don't have any advertising or anything out there. We're just trying to get the YouTube algorithm to pick us up, right? And so hopefully you guys can hit the like button. Let's see. Let me do a quick little like look right now to see what's going on. I feel like we've had a great show, a great day. Let me just put this out just to have a quick look. 1.6K. Let's get that to 2K. Over 6,000 watching. We're about to throw you over to Toronto, Tony and Ian over here. And so let's see that, man. 1.6K. If we could turn that to 2K, we'd be pretty happy. You got a minute and a half to do that. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolutely great show. I couldn't be happier with the trading today. I could be happier. We reviewed that. But so far, so good here. Let's see if this market can take again. I think AMD, and I gave this call yesterday on the short side, I still think AMD can go here. I should have been long down there. I was trying to put on a much bigger position if we got into these teeth down here at 101.40, 101.50. But hey, I'm trying to do my best for everybody, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the show. The bangers will keep on coming. We've spun that annoying money thing here today like 20 times. That's just the kind of day that it's been for me. We'll end the day positive, and for me, that's a good one. So
PBTS, halt.
PBTS on the halt. So those shorts there. How much did you have to pay for those shorts, or did you?
1/4 cent.
Okay, that's right. That's what you're saying. It's like next to nothing for those shorts. So there it is. Halt to the move to the upside. Are you long now, or yeah? Okay, so PBTS right there on a nice little move to long. You can talk about it because there's still 20 seconds left.
It just halted to the upside there. We had the couple of shorts off at 74. We stopped it, and then it got that 87 level taken out. Now it's into the halt. It's probably going to resist a buck, I'm guessing, on the reopen. It's indicating a flat open. Just remember, it never matters it never really matters what you see for that tap until about 30 seconds before it opens up. People don't put their orders in until the last second, so they don't tip their hand. But if it gets above a buck, it's got room to run to the upside here. It's going to be a bit of a change. We'll get to that in the midday show. If it gets above a buck, it's got room to 110. But if you really peel back on this stock and it gets through the 110 level, you're thinking 150, 160. It's a pure liquidity squeeze at this particular point. I will always look for that last little short every single time because I feel like that pullback, the higher it gets up, you're thinking about usually 5 to 10%. At this point, now you're thinking 20% for the pullback. If it gets to 150, I'd be thinking 35% for the pullback trade. little bit different today. You're going to notice when we send you guys over there, we have a couple of interesting partners over at the other desk for the midday show. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, but for now, let's get to Trader Ian and LT Gray.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the midday show, guys. Yeah, a little bit different today. Sean kind of spoiled it early, but yeah, we got Toronto Tony here. Tony Pepperoni, the main man. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thank you so much, Ian. So yes, no, so great to be back on the show. It's a pleasure again to be here and see all you guys. I know we hosted a show, I think, a while back, and
yeah, that's right.
Had
We're
a great
not like a
time.
new combination here.
No,
We did that
we-
one show, you know, and that.
Like, so,
They're
Yeah,
good? Okay,
alrighty.
yeah. No,
Sorry
yeah, we
about
did that
technical
one show
difficulties.
together when Pratt and Valeria were sick there, and you know that was a fun show. So hopefully we can kind of recreate that that magic and keep it going. Keep it going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll talk about my trades this morning. It's been a rough day. I am having a losing day today, but my only losing day this week. You know, a positive week for me. So you know, it can't always be winners. But you got to be a graceful loser as well. So, you know, it started off really well, actually. It started off really well. I shorted Novavax here. You know, there was some continued weakness in NVAX today, and I was kind of looking for that to continue today. Originally, I kind of wanted like a 47 break because that was like kind of like a bottom level here in pre-market. That never came, as you know, a lot of buying came in before market opened there. But you know, it kind of turned around at this 50 level. So I took the 50 back through. This was a solid trade, and then scalped it out for I think my best out was around like 48.60 area there. So you know, solid trade there. I did end up trying to take like 48 breakdown. That didn't really quite work. And then I took a 47 breakdown. That didn't really quite work as well. But yeah, no, solid first trade there. So this is pretty much my only winner on the day. Novavax is. Then it kind of just, I'll be honest, kind of went all downhill from there for me today. So I got into Tesla. My first trade on Tesla was actually really good. I took a 750 break. You know, that was kind of like a pre-market high here. Took that breakout. That was a good winner. You know, scalped out for $4 on that one. Then I kind of got chopped up. Took the 755 breakout. That was pretty much nothing. Try at it here on the dip. Got stopped out there. And then I took 760. And then, you know, Neil was kind of talking about this consolidation. You know, maybe coming back for a pullback. That never really happened. But yeah, got stopped out there. And that ended up being a loser for me there. So, you know, tough day on Tesla. But, you know, I'm trying to work on sizing up a bit and you know, controlling my risk a bit better. But it is what it is. You know, we'll live to fight another day and keep trading tomorrow.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for sharing those trades. That was a really good play on Novavax. I haven't really been following the news too closely recently, but it's been crazy how much these drug makers have fallen from grace. I remember Novavax was like $300 and something back last year, and now it's just absolutely been falling. And the drop seems to be nonstop. And as you were saying, I think there was some good news involving Novavax and the FDA, I believe, a few days ago, where they approved the emergency use authorization of one of their compounds, I think. But market apparently rallied and then sold right off. And so at the moment, Novavax at $45. Great short, by the way. But unfortunately, I think our issue always is that it's hard to hold a really good trade when you see the money just flowing in. Also, just want to say thank you so much for all the support here in the chat. Pratt will be back shortly. I think he's feeling a little bit under the weather today, but I know he always brings a really good midday show. So hopefully Pratt gets well soon. As for trading, I haven't really been following the markets too closely these days, but I've been following the indices a little bit more. Stock specific seems to be a bit. You know, you always have to keep an eye on it. I noticed today that the Qs and the S&P is down quite a bit today, now moving towards the downside as the show just started. S&P now down 2/3%, with the Qs down about 0.5%. I noticed that the European Central Bank this morning announced news that they were intending to increase their interest rates. I think inflation's catching up a little bit to them as well, and so they're trying to curb the demand in the economy, and you know, shortages perhaps also a huge issue over in Europe. And so, you know, the market doesn't really like that news, and of course, growth stocks today are down quite a bit as well. We got a few runners up a few 100%, or 100% I should say, so always exciting to see those. But the broad scale in the market today, as well as some of the stocks I've been really looking at, down quite a bit. This is mostly my hot list here. Roku yesterday, great rally, up 10%, now pulling back quite a bit. Robinhood, another name that I think a lot of retail traders have been looking at. I believe the news with Hood, for the past few days at least, was that the SEC was trying to look to regulate a little bit of the payment for order flow, I guess, scheme that Robinhood really benefited from, where they route their orders to Citadel or some other entity like that. And now they're trying to increase competition in that space. And so Robinhood now, I think, almost falling to all-time lows here since the IPO. And this is one stock that I might be able to make a nice swing trade. I think a lot of stocks, when you get a little bit oversold like this, you might want to come to try to find a rebound, but I haven't made any trades yet for today, and looking to see what happens there. As for the rest of the board, though, mostly red. It's funny, one stock as well I was really looking at these days, I kind of want to make a move in, is Carvana. And this stock is one that I think it stands out among major names. This was a $70 billion company, by the way, last summer. Trading back in August, this was around $350. Now it's fallen all the way to 23, if you can believe it, in a span of just under a year, actually. And so I think the story with this, I'm actually surprised how Carvana actually got this big in the first place. I think it was just an issue with supply chain issues and car shortages, where people were paying above market rates for used cars. But with the economy slowing down, you don't have car vending machines turning a massive profit. Carvana, I think they have about $6 billion in assets, and they're trading at about half or less of sales. It's still at a very large valuation, $4.5 billion. These guys are slashing employees recently, and so this is another name I'd like to trade, mostly towards the downside, just since this name really can't find a bounce in this economy as long as interest rates are high. But with all that being said, I'm still thinking about my play of the day, trying to make a move on the futures if we can start finding a bottom here, either on the Qs or the S&P. Looks like Qs are actually holding up a little bit nicer on the day than the S&P, surprisingly to me, since the news, I think, concerns mostly growth stocks. But nonetheless, still trying to find a play here. Perhaps I'll go long on GME as well, now trading at $134, bit of a pullback from a while ago. But nonetheless, I think there's a lot of moves to be made today. All that being said, I'll pass it off to my partner here, Ian.
Yeah, I just want to call it a new member there, Joan Hickman. Thank you so much for joining the green side there. Welcome to Trader TV. I want to address a couple things here, but the chat just going off about Tony. Give him the love, show him the love. He's here for a reason, because you guys love him. I want to talk about PBTS really quickly. That opened up. It kind of opened up flat originally, and kind of gave a little bit of a pullback here, but it pushed up to one whole dollar here. There was we missed it here, but there was like thousands and thousands of lots here on the one, and it got taken. It got taken super quick. But then it just collapsed right underneath, and then it fell back to 92. So on a dollar stock, there was a lot of size on it, but it rejected super hard, and now it seems to be having trouble claiming that one, right? So if you were kind of trading this to the long side, just be careful, because there was a lot of buying momentum that came in there right after the halt opened up, but it just rejected super quick, and now you can be easily caught offside. So just kind of be careful with that one, guys. A couple people mentioned BABA, so I want to take a quick look at that. It was kind of in the news and trending this morning. Some continuation from yesterday, right? Some volatility from yesterday. It did gap down, right? Originally, I wanted a breakout on it just because it was so strong this morning. But after negative news kind of came in and it started gapping down and showing a little bit more weakness, I just kind of left it alone, and instead I traded NIO, and what? I think I have to put NIO on my ban list. I'm sure you guys have a set of stocks that you just hate trading, you never like to trade. So I think NIO is going on that list for me. There was weakness off a bad report. I wanted to short it. I tried it here. Stopped out high a day, tried it here again, stopped out that wick there, gave it one more try here, stopped out high a day, gave it one last chance here, stopped out, right? So, I think I just don't have the read on NIO. I've tried trading it the last few days, and it hasn't really worked for me. So, you know what? I think I'm just going to kind of leave that alone for now. Yeah, plug is mine. Yeah, a couple people calling out their no trade list. So I feel like you guys are on the same kind of boat as me. AMD straight down. Let's take a quick look at AMD. I haven't really looked at that one today. Just been caught up with some other names here. But AMD looking like it's given a move straight down. Let me make my chart a little bit A little more consolidated here. So we're looking at the 3-minute now. Yeah, so it gave like a nice double top around that 104 area. 104 seemed to be like an intraday resistance or intraday like key level. Yeah, gave a nice double top there, and now testing the low a day. You know, we talk about this $100 level being a key level. I don't know if it'll come into play today. I was kind of waiting for that, maybe a bit later today, so we'll see. Man, the chat is still loving you.
The chat's way too kind to me.
Yeah, they're way too kind. They're way too kind. But you know what? Keep it coming. Let's make Tony Bitcoin.
Tony Bitcoin.
Imagine you had your own crypto coin. That'd be insane. Ian, could you give me your take on Chewy? Yeah, sure. Let's take a quick look at Chewy, and then I'll toss it back over to Tony there. But see what Chewy's doing. Yeah, Chewy's up like almost 6%. It was up over 6% earlier in the day. I'm not sure if there was any like catalyst or anything like that for today, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of bounced off this like 24, 25 consolidation area on the daily here, and you know, given a nice kind of bounce move to the upside, right? A lot of buying came in after there. And did Chewy have earnings recently?
I think they had earnings, but not yesterday. It might have been like a week ago or something.
Yeah, it might have been like at the end of May there, but you know, a lot of buying coming in there. So if you are holding along, if you did kind of buy that dip, then keep holding. Congratulations. Obviously a really strong move today. But Al is kind of consolidating a little bit below VWAP, but you know, I wouldn't be too worried unless it kind of starts testing this $30 range.
Oh, absolutely. Chew, I think, fading just a little bit there. And I like taking, like when you mentioned PBTS and NXTP, I think these are two major runners today, both up well over 100%. And I think NXTP is looking to cool off just a little bit, but PBTS, wow, we are ripping. We are ripping hard, and I think we're trying to break $1 here. If we do manage to break above $1, I'd imagine a lot of people might have a stop buy there.
Send it over to Tony's screen, guys.
Or look to just go long. I think that's something that a lot of people might be interested in doing, and so I think the question now on PBTS is whether or not we can break $1. And if we do break $1, I'd say I'm definitely in. I see a lot of people in the chat asking what happened to Pratt and Miss V. Miss V, unfortunately, if you, I guess, haven't been here for her last episode, she unfortunately had some work visa issues, and unfortunately she is no longer with us, unfortunately. But she will be back as like a guest occasionally. We'll make sure she's still in Canada, she's still in Toronto, she doesn't live too far from the office. We will make sure that she comes back as a guest occasionally, say hi to all of you guys, and she still watches the show. She's in the chat occasionally, and so she's going to be there. Pratt's not gone. He's just sick for today. He'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure. So, yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I think we might have some issues on the technical side with the, we got it back. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. We had a little bit of, I think switching issues might have been a technical issue, but looks like we got that resolved. But yeah, so we'll make sure Pratt and Miss V can have a nice reunion sometimes, again on the show. But anyhow, markets here look like they're finding a little bit of bottom. I think I kind of want to go into the triple Qs now. I think the S&P, I don't have it up on my chart, but looks about the same. It's actually interesting how far we've fallen, just not on the, not just for Carvana and related growth stocks, but the overall economy as a whole has been really, really falling. The S&P, I recall, was down close to a solid. Geez, my charts got stuck here. I apologize. S&P was down nearly 20% a while ago. Now we're trying to. We sort of recovered a little bit. Nice bounce here all the way back to, I think, now 408 on the S&P. I don't know what that kind of correlates to. Am I saying it's around just over 4,000 on the futures? Looks like we're trying to go back to the downside now, so I'm not quite sure if I want to buy into this security just yet. But no, I think, it's funny. Speaking to a lot of friends not quite involved in finance, more or less on Main Street, and rumors even been looming around them that we're kind of entering a recession now with higher gas prices. A lot of people are feeling it, especially if you're driving a nice V6 engine or a tow truck, or not tow truck, sorry, just a regular truck, where fuel expenses are getting a lot higher. And so you have companies like Target releasing earnings guidance yesterday, or the day before, I should say, where they said that investors should expect reduced margins since consumer demand is simply waning. They're having a lot of difficulties selling goods such as patio furniture and kitchen appliances, especially the heavier ones. And so what they said was expect discounts and expect lower profits. And so I was just wondering, Ian, have you noticed a little bit of this recession looming into the economy, perhaps a little bit of your own personal finances maybe?
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting to kind of see it happen, like you said, like basic consumer products. Like everything is just getting more expensive. Obviously, you see it like in gas, but also just like in groceries and whatnot.
Yeah.
Everything is just kind of going up in price. And And it seems like the dollar keeps waning in value, right?
Oh,
so
absolutely.
It's an interesting time to be alive for sure. But it is what it is. You can't really change it. You just kind of have to do your best and keep plugging along and see where it goes, right? And the one thing that's good about like what we do here is that arguably trading is one job that's recession proof, right? Because we can make money on the downside and on the upside as well. So, there's always opportunities, and that's why it's super exciting for me to come to work every day, and I'm sure it's the same for you, right? So,
Oh, absolutely. That's a great attitude you had, and I feel the exact same. This job couldn't be more exciting. And my only sympathy to you, I noticed that you said you drove, so I know the gas prices have been hitting you a little bit harder.
I don't actually drive to work.
Oh, you don't drive to work?
I do drive, though, don't get me wrong, but I don't drive to work. No, I take the public transit. It's just easier, right?
Yeah.
Like getting downtown and whatnot. It probably take the same amount of time driving as it does to take public transit. I wanted to address a couple of questions here in the chat. Someone asked, when's the CPI number? So that's tomorrow morning, 8:30. So keep your eyes open for that. They'll address that, of course, in the morning show tomorrow morning. And then a lot of people are screaming out Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I talked about my trades earlier today. It is holding up above that 750. Now look at this, guys. Like we talked about VWAP a lot the other day. So if you kind of recall, a lot of action tends to happen around VWAP. So it is kind of consolidating above that, and it just so happens that 750 is right at that VWAP number as well, right? So you know what? Like it could bounce here. It could show like a little bounce and some strength above for some continuation. Tesla did have the positive catalyst today. Like they had some strong China numbers there. So you know what? I did have a long bias on today. It did kind of fade in the morning. But Neil kept talking about like kind of buying a dip and waiting for it to kind of turn around, and it eventually did that. I obviously want to take even dollar breakouts on Tesla just because it's a little bit easier to kind of structure that trade, especially on like a smaller shutdown type of thing. But I took the pain on Tesla earlier this morning. It is what it is. But yeah, it looks like 750 might get a chance to hold up. And above this 750 level, if we kind of take a look at the daily. And we'll zoom in a bit here. Above this 750, like what? We got like 780, of course 800 just being a huge psychological level, a nice round whole dollar. But yeah, 780, so if the momentum starts to, does start to pick up, we expected a pullback at some point. You can't expect something to just keep going straight up all day. This can easily kind of run to 780, especially if the market kind of does bounce here. We've been talking about the market, ranging for a couple of weeks now, so it's no surprise that it's given a similar motion today. It may be showing a little bit more weakness today if this 4080 kind of breaks down on the ES, but yeah, we'll see. Time will tell.
Ooh, absolutely. Time will, in fact, tell. Tesla is up today quite a bit. That's on really nice China news. I believe they're trying to reopen factories a little bit. I think Tesla's kind of like a sympathy play with some of the Chinese stocks. I noticed Alibaba, I think Pinduoduo, Bilibili being another name. I think a few of them cooled off, I think, today in today's trading session. However, Tesla, absolutely not. Wow, I just got to say, look at PBTS. We just halted now, broke a dollar, trading at $1.23. I tried to get in here. I don't think I was able to, but wow, I think XTP is now fading just a little bit. Can't quite hold VWAP, but PBTS is shooting right up to the moon, skyrocketing. We haven't seen a red candle since like the open. We never had a red 5-minute candle in today's trading session at all. This has a potential, in my opinion, to go several 100%. It's already at 220%. Wasn't really quite following the news on this stock. Not sure what the catalyst is, but at the moment, it's a pure momentum play. So I don't even think it really matters what this news quite is, as long as we start seeing continued buying. For my other trade, I did get into NASDAQ. I think at the moment, we're trying to find a little bit of a curvature up. We're now trading at around 306 flats. I know at the moment, we kind of faded a little bit from 309. I think we began the day down a little bit, but we try to make that nice recovery. Now faded back. I think today might just be a nice choppy day where the market doesn't really quite do an awful lot, but we shall see what happens, I think, in the next week or 2 weeks on a more broader scale in terms of where the economy is heading. My opinion is that the market does move ahead of a lot of other asset classes just because of its, I wouldn't say perfectly competitive nature, but it's more competitive than, let's say, the real estate market. I know that over here in Toronto, the home prices have been falling slightly, but not really been falling as drastically as some of the major stock names, and as well the higher interest rates sort of warrants that, and that home prices really haven't gotten a lot cheaper. However, you're paying about the same if you're a buyer. It's just that more money goes towards interest rates or paying the bank rather than the actual homeowner. And so that's why prices have been falling a little bit, but real prices, I guess, haven't really. But it will be really fascinating to see what happens to the overall economy as we approach the next few weeks. Can we actually hold this level? I think the 4,000 level on the S&P is what's really important. If we start bouncing back off this level and perhaps a little bit higher, I apologize. I think Brad has a pretty interesting setup over here. I got to familiarize myself with some of how he does it. But over here, I think, I think we're overall in a downward spiral, unfortunately, on the markets, and that will continue as long as we keep seeing interest rate rises. I think the Fed's been a little bit more dovish in recent times. They've been saying that they don't want to, spook the markets or anything like that, as if they haven't already. And they want to keep the interest rates perhaps after the 50 basis point rise, this month or I believe the next, that they will look to stop if needed, if inflation gets under control. A lot of people are quite bullish about this market, but at the moment, the uptrend clearly has been broken on the S&P, and so I'd say to all potential long-term investors, do be careful. I think actually now it's, if you want to buy into the economy for the long term, that might be something you want to do, or you can just keep on trading these massive runners here. Don't really care about what the market does, but they sort of have them on their own. And so, for Ian, I'm just wondering if you have a trade on PBTS or
No,
XTP?
I have it up here on the screen. I'm hearing some chatter in the background about it. This is a crazy momentum play. Obviously, a lot of tape rating involved. I just kind of want to show you this. This is what it looks like when it's halted, right? If you're kind of stuck in this, you might see your unrealized kind of going off because you might see the bid and the offer there. They're completely ranged, right? So don't be alarmed or anything. A couple of people were asking what's the presumed open price. We do have the tap here, but like kind of Neil was saying, you got to kind of trust that when it's closer to the opening. And this should be like a 5-minute halt, but now it's saying 119. So it did kind of halt at 123. So just kind of, we'll have this on watch and we'll see where it goes. But yeah, a lot of buying momentum coming in here for sure. What else we got here, guys? AMD starting to look attractive. AMD dip buy. Let's take a quick look at AMD. We're kind of watching the market kind of make a bounce here potentially. And you know what? I kind of want to talk about that as well, just because Tony was talking about the overall market sentiment and whatnot. It is kind of consolidating in this range. So, it did make that bottom. Is this the bounce? Who knows? But overall downtrend, guys. Don't get us wrong. It is an overall downtrend. If you just kind of look at the daily, we are making lower highs, that's for sure. AMD, it is breaking a new lower day, guys. So, it did just make lower day there. I think that's 193 is the low. So just kind of be aware. This was a weaker stock yesterday as well. We're kind of looking at the daily. It is weaker. It is kind of fading, and it very much will be gravitated toward this $100 level, right? So, let's keep that in mind. If you are buying a dip, you might have to accept a little bit more risk on that one. No, don't worry about that. Keep watching the show. And I want to actually address another comment here. And someone said, I've been watching for about 2 to 3 years now. I've improved on my trading just by watching. I want to thank you and the whole team for what you guys do. Yeah, no problem. This is why we do it, right? Funny enough, this is exactly how I started working here, right? I watched the show as well on my own at home as I traded like alone, just like you guys, for about 1.5 years, right? And eventually, I got a little bit better, and I kind of wanted to see what it was like, and I applied, and I was lucky enough to be hired, and here I am now on the show. But I never really expected that one, but here I am, in trading and improving day by day as a trader.
Oh, what a great humbling attitude there. Yeah, Ian's one of our great success stories. I remember when our floor manager, Greg, made the decision to hire him, he said, I got a really, really good feeling about this guy. I love him. He's going to be a star. And wow, would you look at that, already on the show. I think one of the best traders already.
We'll see.
I forgot for a moment you've been here recently. I thought you've been here for a few years.
That's
I
the thing, right? I think it was like Greg, he mentioned that the other week. He's like, how long have you been here? And I was like, I've only been here for like 3-4 months, right? I started live at the beginning of March. I started live trading, right? And it's only been a few months here, and hopefully graduation coming soon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're quite close, given from what I've been hearing. But no, amazing trades and amazing performance. That's what they always want to say. I saw in the chat some people are talking about Roku puts, and I noticed the name that a lot of people have been talking about yesterday. I know a lot on the show was mentioned. Today, fading quite a bit, actually, 5%. Yesterday, I believe the news was, I think Business Insider had an inside report that the employee vested options trading at Roku was halted. And although this could be for a number of reasons, people are speculating internally that Netflix wanted to buy out Roku. And so I think that would make some sense, given that I believe Roku is like not exactly an operating system, but you can stream Netflix or Discovery or what have you through your Roku TV and your Roku stick. And it's not something I personally use, but that's what I've been hearing. And so it kind of makes sense to go through this vertical integration, I suppose, for Netflix to buy Roku. But what kind of surprised me was that it was only up 10% if the news. I guess it was more of a rumor, but even so, I guess for a name like Roku that's been beaten down so bad, you wouldn't really have too much action going on. But today we faded pretty much half that news, and as the market pulls back just a little bit. And I think this kind of overall goes to show the sentiment is not very friendly towards buyouts. I know Roku has been a little bit more leveraged than Netflix. Netflix, if you guys have been paying attention to this stock recently, it's trading at around $200. Nice recovery from the 52-week lows at $162, which is back in a month ago, back in May. But this has been a fall from grace just for Netflix. I say that quite often because a lot of these tech stocks have just absolutely been crashing. But look at this, $162 is literally what Netflix is trading at all the way back in 2017, 2018, I guess, late 2017. But it's not the same company as it was back then. This company has grown in earnings. Its P/E ratio is 18. I think this is not quite yet a cash flow positive company just because of how much they've been spending on some of their streaming shows. But I think it makes little sense for Netflix to really buy out Roku, and I think people are starting to digest that news. I thought it was more or less a rumor than anything close to a confirmed fact. I think the market is starting to price in that Roku, surprisingly, Roku is actually a cash flow positive company. This company has a P/E ratio around 100, even after it's been down 80%. So I guess with the same earnings, it was once trading a P/E ratio of 500. So about the same valuation as Tesla on this level. Market not looking very forgiving to such companies. So valuation correction for sure. But people are saying Netflix cutting costs, firing 150 employees last month. It doesn't really make sense for them to buy out a company like Roku. And a lot of people are saying no, but Roku actually, it has a much stronger balance sheet than I thought, and it has a lot better of an income statement than I thought. So I think Roku, not going to be bought out by Netflix. I think that's a bit far-fetched. But nonetheless, a name like this, very nice for if you want to do long-term investing. This promising great returns since the IPO back in 2017. $500 at one point. You would have made 30x on your money at one point had you bought right on the opening day and sold at the very highest. So, but yeah, crazy buyout rumors, crazy buyout news. I don't know if I'd be trading this stock just yet today. I think for today might look like a down day overall for the markets, but a long-term investment, that is one name I want to look at.
Yeah, it's crazy how Roku had such a strong day yesterday. Breaking above $100, and then you look at today, it's down like 5%. So, some definite weakness in that name. I wanted to address PBTS just because it's moving a lot, and it finally opened again. But look at this, guys. It's happened twice now, where it opens kind of flat, gives a push up, and then pulls back, right? And it pulled back even harder this time, right? So a lot of selling, a lot of profit taking came in there. I think it got to about like 128 maybe, and just rejected. Didn't even test 130, right? So I didn't see the tape at the time or the level 2 there, so I wasn't sure about the size there, but a lot of pulling back here, so a lot of momentum coming back to the downside. So just be careful with this one. It is a cheaper stock, so if you are going to take it, you usually have to take a lot bigger size, and that means you can get a bigger loser very quickly. So just kind of be careful with that one, guys. Tesla lost 750. Let's take a quick back look at Tesla there, and it is kind of fading below 750. Momentum has sort of died down, and this is kind of disappointing to see, right? Like it was so strong the past couple of days there, pushing up to 750, and I really wanted to hold 750. That's why I was so ambitious about taking this trade, and I thought it was really going to start breaking out. And even this morning when I was looking at the pre-market gappers there, Tesla was one of the few stocks that was up like more than 2% in the pre-market, right? So definite long bias there if the market was going to bounce, but now Tesla's showing some weakness there. Whereas Pratt, he's just feeling a little sick today, guys. He should be back. He should be back soon. So don't worry about that one. We already kind of addressed Roku there. NVAX downtrend, hit a bump. Yeah, let's take a quick look at NVAX. I want to see if that continued weakness it's just fading the whole move here. And you know what? Now look at this. I talked about yesterday how we're kind of trading this range between like 42, maybe, you know, the bottom level of this range, $40, all the way to the $60 range, right? We've retracted the entire move. We're going down. We're testing the bottom of the range now. You know, clearly super weak the last couple of days after it was halted for a whole day. You know, I haven't really seen that too much, but yeah, no, you know, obviously a continued weakness here. Tony, you wanted to mention?
Yes, I think we have a new program coming, not a new program, we have a program coming up here with Brendan, Social Sentiments coming up right at this 11:30 mark.
Hey guys, yeah, third day in a row. We'll give you some more information here when it comes to what's happening on social media as far as individual sentiment for stocks is concerned. If you're seeing this for the first time, quick breakdown on how this works. The larger the box, the more significant the move on the day and the more mentions the individual stock is getting on the day on social media. You can see SPY for the second day in a row standing out here as negative when it comes to social media mentions. IMPP, big one to the upside. There's Redbox again today. Did have a bit of a move back down after what we saw yesterday. Alibaba's red. AMC, remember there was that report this morning suggesting AMC could launch a streaming service over in Europe in 2023. AUVI back on here. Some of the monkeypox stocks I saw as well. SIGA is here. GameStop, CEI, FCell reported back to the downside for FCell. There's HUSA as well, HUSA. But again, interesting look as far as what we get from social media on a single day per individual stock on a positive or negative sentiment here, guys. Tesla and IMPP, the most positive so far. Back over to you guys.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's really fascinating. We have this segment looking at what people are chatting about online. I think this might have been one of the new programs we started doing after the huge Reddit bubble, I think a year ago. But I remember there was like a community trying to predict the next GME. It's like, oh, is it AMC? Or, oh, is it, I forget some of the names there, but it was like 10, 20 different stocks that were potentially the next short squeeze candidate. But yeah, sorry, with all that, I kind of stole it from you there a second ago. You're in the middle of talking about your
No, that's okay. Important to note about the social sentiment today, guys. A lot more red on that table than yesterday, for sure. Mm-hmm. You know, the market is kind of pushing down and testing these lows. So, you know, potentially a free fall Thursday in effect. Who knows?
Free fall
we'll
Thursday.
See.
I like that.
We'll see. Usually it's free fall Friday, but you know, the past couple of weeks that hasn't really taken into effect. But you know what? Maybe we're back on for that.
Oh, absolutely. And I saw this ticker mentioned in chat kind of often. I regret not saying it earlier. I was planning to, but I completely forgot. HUSA, Houston American Energy Corporation here, down a little bit for today. People are saying it's a dip buy, dip buy opportunity, pardon me. Yeah, no, it's we're trading at around 737 here. I remember this was a huge squeeze, I think, during the initial oil rally, where a lot of the oil stocks rallying after the initial Russia-Ukraine war declaration, or when Russia declared war on Ukraine, I should say. But yeah, no, today it's been rallying in recent times. The stock seems to consolidate around $3, now ripping. Down on the day just a little bit because we gapped down. But for a name like this, personally, I like to trade the trend, and that is pretty much buying the all-time, or not the all-time, the daily high, or high of day, I should say, because that's like pretty much the confirmation that the stock's moving in your direction. This, if you look on a 15-minute chart, in my opinion, it looks absolutely solid. This is a pretty clear channel. In fact, we're breaking towards the upside of the channel. We can draw a few lines. Looks like we're holding very well in terms of the support, but we're not moving at this 30 or 40 degree angle anymore. We're moving higher from here. And so now this uptrend has now been increased in terms of its velocity, and I think this does look like a decent uptrend. This looks like a buying opportunity if you do want to buy the dip on this name. I know this is an oil company, and oil stocks have been doing quite well these days. I know you're feeling the pain when you pay at the pump every time you go for a road trip or something like that. I think crude oil futures now selling at $122. You know, I thought we saw the bottom, you know, back in March or something like that after the war was first declared. But no, we're marching right back, and a lot of oil stock have been benefiting very, very well off of, I guess, geopolitical issues here. You know, a lot of consumers not quite enjoying the, you know, free fall in their spending power after they filled up at the pump. But a lot of oil stocks, I'd say, doing well. As for what HUSA does, today looks a little bit more quiet compared to where it was yesterday. But if this starts breaking intraday high again above $8.06, I think this has the potential to be it's already a multi-day runner, I should say, and this has the potential to run even further in the days to come. And so, just it's fascinating. I think another name that I caught my attention today that's kind of reminded me of the Roku Netflix news is Zendesk. And this is a tech company. It's been actually holding up quite well throughout the past few months as the Qs are absolutely crashing. But Zendesk was looking for a potential buyer. It was a buyout candidate. And today they announced the news, and that's why it's down 11.5% today, that they had found no potential buyers, and it was better for them to stay as an independent company. And I think this news should kind of shake the markets a little bit harder. Actually, this is not as index specific, but the fact that a company like this, once trading at a much higher valuation, $160-something, $8 billion company, not the largest, can't find any buyers in this market, suggests that I think M&A spending would be down considerably. I think this can hurt the banks quite a bit. And I think this just adds credence to the fact that Netflix most likely is not going to purchase a name like Roku, especially as it looks to cut costs and is looking to become cash flow positive, perhaps, as it's not going to be pretty raising money in this monetary environment. I know a lot of private companies, private placements that got talked a lot about in finance. You don't really have day-to-day valuations on that since the stocks don't trade often. They might raise like a Series A, Series B, types of those things. But a lot of those names, the ones that really ran out of money, they're forced to do a consecutive series round at a much lower valuation. So a lot of these companies are completely diluting shareholders, raising cash at all costs. And so it just goes to show how tight money actually is in this economy. And so, I don't think it's an economy for buyouts. I know buyout trading is very popular here on the floor. I don't. Unfortunately, I don't believe that we're going to see too many coming up this year with how tight money is. But nonetheless, I think this news, it's one of the articles that, in my opinion, would speak more broadly, not just about Zendesk, but about the overall economy. But no, thank you guys again for all the chatting. Somebody said, Tony, can you be the voice in my head or something like that? I wish I could be the voice in my head.
I wish I could be the voice in my head. Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. Maybe I would have a little bit more clear thoughts. I want to address one comment here. We should just go back to horses and carriages, but with the cost of more feeding the horse. You know what? Potentially, if gas prices keep going up, like who knows, man. But then inflation, it's horse food is gonna keep going up in price too.
Fertilizer, that's getting a lot more expensive.
whatever it may be.
The carrots are getting expensive.
Yeah, no, I want to continue my talk here about Novavax, and just kind of looking at my chart here. There is a little bit of regret. It seems like I got almost top tick here short, which was good, good entry. But this is kind of the problem, and I always kind of talk about it like trailing your stop and whatnot, and holding a piece, right? If I was holding a piece from this first entry, I could have just been kind of riding this trade all the way down. But since I covered manually in front of VWAP, good covers, whatever. I got over almost $1.50 on that win. So, really good trade. But what did I do after? I started trying to trade it again, started trying to short it again, just kind of getting FOMO, seeing the move going down, right? There was obvious weakness in this, right? So I wanted to try to participate. But I ended up getting chopped up, and look where it is right now. This would have been like a $8 winner for me almost. Right, so it is what it is. But yeah, I kind of just wanted to touch back on that. PBTS I'm watching here on my side screen. It's just kind of consolidating around the 120 or around the halt open price there. So we'll keep an eye on that. If it starts going off, we'll take back a look at it. AERC, I want to take another look at that. Just because that's been having a lot of momentum recently, been trending the past couple days there. We're looking at the daily. You guys can see what I'm talking about. A lot of buying momentum coming in, but it's sort of faded yesterday, right? So, today is pushing a little bit less volume, less buying volume coming in. There was some buying in the morning, but now kind of faded below VWAP, and now it's kind of trading below VWAP and testing it. Let's see if we can kind of get over and see where that kind of goes. 2.1K likes so far. This is the most likes I've seen on the show for a long time. So let's keep it going. I know it's a little bit different today. We got our main guy, Tony, here. But yeah, hit that subscribe button and keep hitting the like button. We really appreciate all the support, guys. What else do you guys want to talk about? Keep calling out the chats. Ask as many questions as you want. We got Tony's insight here, so we'll be happy to address all your questions.
Absolutely. Any questions, just toss them in the chat. We'll be happy to answer them. I'm seeing IMPP being talked about, another oil play. I believe this is a sympathy play for Husa. And if you'll excuse me, I'll use my TradingView charts. I think I can't quite configure my charts very well on people. It's a bit harder to use. But IMPP, this is a name I think should be looks like you're trying to make yet another run. I noticed it's been up for a couple days consecutively now. It rallied from we're now at 85 cents. Try to break $1 here. I believe high of day 97 cents. This was again a huge name. I think back during the March. I'm actually wow. It hit $10. That's crazy. Looks like we faded all the way back down to nearly where it was before the huge rally, but now we're trying to rally once again just more. I'm actually surprised. Sorry, a lot of these names haven't been up a lot more with how oil has been doing. I know a lot of more I think the stable, I guess, oil companies such as ExxonMobil now reaching all-time highs. Sorry, not all-time highs, I should say, but 52-week highs, doing quite well. So a lot of the smaller oil names, I'd imagine, would be a simply play. Wow, isn't this crazy? ExxonMobil is almost at an all-time high.
We were talking about that the past couple of days, how it's been kind of breaking all-time highs. We took the trades on it yesterday. The floor had a lot of the trades on Exxon there. So, yeah, I was kind of watching it today too, but oil was like kind of gapping down a bit, and there was some other things on my mind, so kind of left it alone today.
Wow, I mean, it's crazy. I don't think this was ever on the verge of bankruptcy just because of how large a book value it had. I remember back during the COVID days, but wow, this thing was like $32 back October 2020. It tripled. The name tripled. I mean, I've been noticing, oil prices up to, obviously these refineries up as well, but I have not been paying attention to some of these blue chip names, and I think it just goes to show how strong your portfolio can be just buying and holding some of these names. I thought this company was done for, but supposedly not. So I think this year might be the year for a lot of these oil names. IMPP, HUSA, and I believe there was one more. I think it was INDO. That's their name that I think might be popping these days as well. This was popped all the way to $86, $87. I think now we're trying to find not so much a bottom, unfortunately, for the week. I believe we're continuing to move lower, I suppose. But no, I think we have the potential for another major short squeeze in some of these smaller oil companies, and that'd be really, really fascinating to look at. CEI, another Camber Energy, this another name. This was, I think, a Zach Morris Twitter play a while ago with this massive rally. No, this was the massive rally. So oil names, I think, might be multi-day runners here coming up.
I wanted to address one comment here. That's what drives me crazy about scalp trading. I can catch small moves, but I'm never holding shares when a stock truly trends. You know what? I think this is a problem for a lot of day traders and a lot of scalpers. Sean always kind of talks about scalping and taking a bigger size and taking the meat of the move and scalping it out. Luca's a big scalper as well. I'm trying to get better at scalping as well. But I've been trying to add a little bit more to my playbook and holding a piece, maybe taking a bit more size. Scalping it out for what I wanted, like the good RR, and then holding a piece like, maybe like a regular share size, and, potentially turning that into a longer swing trade, holding for a bigger move, right? And you have to accept a little bit more risk with that smaller piece, but that being said, you control your RR, excuse me, and you manage your risk accordingly. And the dollar amount should adjust with that. So that is a tough thing to kind of perfect, and it's a problem that we all have, I believe. There was a question here. What do you think? And I'll ask this to Tony as well. What do you think will be the top 3 EV manufacturers within the next 3 years?
Oh, top 3 EV manufacturers. Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm leaning more towards the traditional conservative side. I'd say Tesla, obviously, the massive player at the moment.
I think Tesla, obviously,
but as for what's next, I think you can either go 2 ways. You can say GM and Ford, or you can say Rivian and Lucid. And I think that just depends on how the economy does. I know Lucid, Rivian producing, I think, more expensive vehicles, and so I think their success, obviously, when you have Ford and GM, they have a very strong, consistent business model already selling their non-EV vehicles, and so they'll have a traditional cash flow. I think Ford is trading at a P ratio of 5 or so, I believe, so I think development is no issue for them. But without venture capital from, I think, the Saudis funding Lucid, they might be strapped for cash coming up if they see any delays moving forward. And so with how the economy is doing, I'm just going to have to say Tesla, Ford, and GM, but no hate towards Lucid, or Rivian at all. I just think this is a risk-off economy. What about you?
I think I'm going to lean more to the Ford GM route. I think these are well-established companies already. It is an automobile company, it is a vehicle industry, right? So, why not go with the guys who have already been, producing vehicles for a long time already, right? And having success doing that. Thank you for the super chat here, Darley. I mentioned Exxon yesterday. Check out ULTA. Yeah, let's check out ULTA here.
Is that Alta Booty?
Yeah. The beauty stock, and I'm trying to bring it up here.
Wow.
This is almost breaking all-time highs too. I'm not sure if there's any sort of catalyst, but huge gap up here on the daily between 380 and like 400. But yeah, it looks pretty strong. Stock as well. But yeah, thanks again for the super chat. I did thank you guys for the Exxon or the Exxon XOM trade, because I think it was on Tuesday. Someone said, "Oh, I took the $100 breakout," and we like to talk about even dollar breakouts and whatnot, just kind of taking easier trades on the floor here. But yeah, someone called that out, and it gave us the idea to look at XOM for the next day. So yeah, just want to thank you guys again, and keep doing these call outs in the chat, guys. Keep calling them out. We're trying to help the community, and maybe we'll get some ideas from you guys as well.
Absolutely. We learn from you guys just as much as you guys find value in us. So always appreciate the support, all the super chats. You guys are very, very kind. We have the finest viewer base, don't we?
Oh, yeah. That's what we said yesterday. I say it all the time. Like, this is a great community, a great viewer base. And we thank you guys for all the support all the time.
Absolutely. I think there was one name that somebody was asking me to check out. Oh, yeah, that's IMTE, Integrated Media Technology or something like that. I actually haven't seen a chart quite like this. This stock was down 70 or so percent, I believe, yesterday, and it's down another 18% today. This name is just, when it goes parabolic, it goes parabolic. And when it stops going parabolic, there's no end in sight. It's just blood red for days to come. And so it's actually kind of funny looking at this. I think at the moment, I'm not sure what really happened yesterday, if there's any news to trigger it. I remember looking at this a little bit. I couldn't really find any specific news. I don't know if lockup or warrants got redeemed or something to that effect. But wow, trading at $2 is like an all-time low for the stock. We're just about, we can go all the way back to April of 2020, COVID lows. But no, this stock squeezed all the way to $38, I think, just 2 months ago in April, and we've fallen right back, tried to rally again, but I think that was stopped yesterday abruptly. I think it was up like 20%, and then just huge U-turn, closed at around 350 or 360, and now we're down below $3. So for this stock, I mean, trade the trend is what I'd say, but I think this can move against you at a moment's notice. So this selling is not natural, I don't think. There's something going on here with insiders, or it's just some warrant redemption, just with how fast and how the magnitude of how this thing crashes. Unless it's like a really, really low floater, which it kind of is, $43 million market cap, so this could just be a really, really active day trading stock. But IMTE, I don't know if I'd buy into this until it consolidates a little bit, but I have no doubt that we've seen like 1, 2, 3, and a huge one. And now 4 pretty much, but rejected yesterday. At some point, might just consolidate around the $2 range and try to move up again in the foreseeable future, or not so foreseeable future. But yeah, IMTE, very fascinating stock. That's pretty incredible how this stock is always moving like here and there. But looking back at my trades, I'm wondering if I'm in profit. Ooh, just a little bit. Entered the Qs trade, I think about half an hour ago, right after we started the show, and I think for about a good 50 cents or 30 cents in the money, I should say, on the Qs. Should also buy into Roku a little bit, hoping to see if we see any more Netflix rumors today, but unfortunately doesn't seem to be the case. Might close out the Roku trade soon just because we're breaking 2 intraday lows. If this starts breaking 96, I'm out for sure. I think my entry was around 96.6 or 7, I think. Yeah, 96.70. And so if this starts breaking further, I'll be out of the money. So not the best trades today. Goes to show you don't really want to bet against the markets all the time. But on the Qs, I do believe you might see a broader market-based reversal today. Just for the short term, again, in the long term, I regret to say I am bearish, despite being a massive shareholder of tech stocks that accumulated this year. I think that, you see a lot of these names, right? And a lot of people, that are new to investing. A lot of them ask, how do you define like a good stock from a bad stock? And there's a lot of approaches to this. I think the simplest approach is whether or not they have positive earnings. But that kind of confines it to names like ExxonMobil, more boring stocks that probably don't appreciate as much, dividend-paying stocks. And so if you want excitement, you might find yourself trying to buy some of these biotechs that I got entrapped in. CRTX, again, this was my baby here. I think they're trying to do like some sort of corporate name change. $120 all the way to $3. That's biotech for you, it's classic biotech. ALLK, not so different, $160 all the way to $3 now. So where do you draw the fine line between companies that are good and bad? And I'd say companies that you pretty much heard of before, in your day-to-day outside of the stock market. So if you were to use their product or just simply hear about them, hear that other people are using their products, names like Zillow, I saw mentioned in the chat, that's something a lot of people use, prospective home buyers. Not doing too well in a high interest rate environment, but nonetheless something that everybody might use at one point or another if they're looking for a real estate broker. And then you have a lot of these names like SoFi, Vimeo, Redfin, kind of similar to Zillow here, a little more leverage, a little less capitalized. Fastly, that was a huge darling back in 2020, 2021. And Upstart, this is a name I personally like to use. They gave me a loan through Consumers Bank, and I'm indebted to them literally. Well, I owe them money still, but I owe them for trusting me with the loan. So, these are companies that I personally like. Some of them I personally use, and they'll always be my favorites. So I'm trying to buy some shares of their company now that they've fallen so much. Like Upstart, I didn't quite like them at 400. I was considering them at 100 and so, but now at $40, I'm a buyer. And so this is a name I think with positive EBITDA, a good EPS, I wouldn't say good EPS, but a positive EPS, that I think a name like this is something I'd try to accumulate in the long term. But all that being said, I think I've been rambling a bit too much. I'll pass it back to Ian. What names are you looking at?
Another nickname here, Tony Loney.
Tony Loney.
The nicknames just keep coming. You guys just keep getting more and more creative. That's awesome. Some people mentioned choppy day as expected. Pretty much. It's trading even a tighter range today. It is testing more lower, so just keep that in mind. I think someone said, I forget now. It was like, I forget the name you said for Thursday. Instead of Free Fall Thursday, it was something else with a T. I can't remember. So if it was you, please shout it out there in the chat again. I want to take a look at BABA. Some people called out BABA earlier. We've been talking about this 125 level being like a level. Just kind of looking at this consolidation range here, right? Back in like February. And then again in December last year. But look exactly where it kind of rejected. I know there was a negative catalyst or negative news this morning, but it's kind of funny how negative news lines up with some of these key levels, right? But that's how you kind of create confluence to take a trade. And kind of just looking here on the intraday chart, 125 is right here, right? This was pre-market about 6 a.m., rejected there and never looked back, right? And obviously, we're opening lower, but considerable weakness kind of gives a pop up to 118, but all you have to do is like kind of pick your spot. You could have shorted off 118 or maybe played off like 120. That was like this pre-market high here, but considerable weakness in BABA. Giving back the entire move from yesterday. It's incredible how these stocks will like go up 10%. Actually, BABA was up 20% yesterday.
It was. I saw it. It was crazy.
It was up 20% at one point. Now it's back down almost, it's down 7.5% today. It looks like PBTS is making another move up. So let's bring that up. Some people calling out here in the chat as well. It kind of consolidated after this, after the second halt there. And now it's kind of breaking out again, right? Some more buying coming in again, some more volume coming in. Oh, it is halted. Yeah, it is halted. Wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it did just halt there at 134. I think that just happened. So, this is going to be interesting to see where it opens up again. The third halt, I don't know, 3 times the charm. Let's see, right? We talked about the last couple times where it kind of opened up flat, gave a pullback. So it's been a little bit difficult to trade. But, just kind of keep being careful with this one, guys. Keep managing your risk accordingly there. What else do you guys want to talk about? I kind of saw some other things here. Apple. Let's take a quick look at Apple. I haven't looked at that at all today, so I just kind of want to see that, see how that's reacting to today's market. It is kind of fading out here, down 1%. But just giving a choppier day, low volume again today, guys. Costco. Let's take a quick look at Costco. I haven't really looked at Costco since the retail earnings the past couple of weeks there. Giving an update today. It did give like a nice little rally in the morning, but kind of looking at the daily, just kind of consolidating, still within this range. $490, $500, obviously a level, but as long as it stays above this 550 area, 460 area, or 450 rather, 460 area, should be good to hold some longs. But just be careful when trading the range. But usually Costco not really a day trade stock there. Stay on the movers. That's what we want to kind of keep looking at here. Let's take a quick look at Meta. Someone called that out. More weakness today for Meta. Obviously the name changed today. So excuse the daily. We're still waiting for the data to kind of come in on that one. But weakness today. There wasn't any sort of catalyst other than the name change. So, I kind of left that one alone today. Lower volume. There was definitely some other movers to be had. But definitely some more weakness for Meta today. Hopefully the name change will kind of spark some more positivity, and we can get a boost up in momentum for Meta. I remember buying Facebook for my long term at I think it was 300 something. And I can't bring up the daily to show you guys, but I was around 300 something. It just kind of faded, and I covered it. I was forget this. I didn't want to be involved in this weakness anymore. And I'm now looking at it, it's below 200. So good cover for me, I guess. I don't know. Did you ever invest in Facebook or Meta?
Oh, it's interesting. I think I did at one point a long time ago, back in 2017, when they had a whole Cambridge Analytica fallout. Stock fell from around 170 to 140, but that was when I played a lot of options. And so I remember when the news first came out, the stock was down a good 7-8%. I'm like, wow, that's a lot for Facebook. And I'm sure Facebook will recover eventually. Someday it'll be all-time highs again. I was right. But unfortunately, the way I entered that trade, I bought in weekly options that were out of the money. And so the stock kept heading lower, and I lost a good $7,000, $8,000 that way, and that was a lot of money to me back in 2017. And so I think with a name like Facebook, it's down quite a bit now, as with the entire economy. I think investing is just something you want to do with shares, or at the very least leaps that are deep into money, because you don't want short-term debacles to sort of shake you out of your position. And so, the thing I always am reminding to myself is that, I'd be a lot richer if, all the money I put into options or trying to day trade, I just bought some nice tech stocks, or even stocks that I know, like the ones I described earlier. I'd be a lot better off. And so I think with a name like Facebook, you can trade it all you want. It's a great company to trade, I believe. But also if you want to invest, I'd say do so through the actual shares. So that's my story with Facebook there. Besides that, I haven't really touched it. You much of an investor? Perhaps in your own account?
I have a couple names in my long term, like Apple, a couple ETFs and whatnot. But after Facebook kind of, showed a lot of weakness, I haven't really touched it since. I got involved after it kind of announced the whole metaverse thing. So I was like, okay, this is cool. Metaverse is the future kind of thing. Yeah. But and then it just faded after that. So I was like, you know what, maybe not. Maybe not. But no, I took it wasn't that big of a loss. I was just small size anyways. So whatever. A couple people asking, what do we think the market will do tomorrow? If I knew that, I would be rich. I don't know what the market will do tomorrow. We're kind of just playing it as it comes. Obviously we talked about it being super choppy right now, kind of just trading the range. It'll be interesting to see if it breaks down more today. If it breaks down below 40.80 and starts putting in real new lows, then we're gonna definitely be more bearish on it, right? But for now, it's kind of just consolidating, trading the range. I think a lot is gonna have to do with the CPI number tomorrow, right? So we're waiting for that to come out tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Maybe the market's kind of been asleep, kind of trading the range until then to kind of see. The Fed keeps saying that this is maybe the top for inflation, right? I don't know if it is.
I'm hoping so.
I haven't looked it up. I don't know what the expected number is quite yet. But if it comes in lower, then great. But if it comes in higher, then maybe this is not the top, and we're going to keep going, and that's going to be bad news, right? Some people said Amazon, so let's take a quick look at that. I did take a short on it earlier, just a low a day or pre-market low there. Short that didn't really work. That was my smallest loss on the day. That was kind of a feeler position, but. Bad trading for me today. Well, not necessarily bad trading. These are good trades that I take all the time, but that just didn't work today. So it is what it is. Keep attacking the same trades when I get a chance next time. But Amazon kind of having an inside day today. Down 1%, but less volume again. And it's honestly kind of disappointing. I thought there was going to be more fireworks with Amazon after the split. The first day was pretty good. The first day we had a pretty strong uptrend. We had some good longs off that, made some money. The second day as well, decent uptrend in the morning. But ever since then, the afternoon, the second day there, it just kind of faded. And, yesterday was super choppy. And then today, look at this range, guys. We're trading maybe what is this? A $1.50 range, $1.70 range, right? So way tight range today. not really giving many opportunities. I thought if we broke down pre-market lows, Sean had that short early. He was like, oh, maybe this can see like 115, 116. I thought so too. I thought there was going to be like considerable weakness below 120, but it seems to be kind of just chopping around that area. So, until we really start to break down maybe like a big gap down or something like that, or a negative catalyst, we can kind of look at the short for this one again. But for now, just gonna, keep my hands off and, trade something else that's moving a bit more.
Definitely, absolutely. It's funny when he said like, oh, Amazon's in a $1 range today. I'm like, no, you can't be serious. It's a bio candidate or something. I'm like, oh, that's right. They did a split. Oh, I thought there'd be a lot more action to Amazon as well after the split. I believe it was up 4%, like you were mentioning. A big move on the day it happened. But with the markets going on right now, not too much action afterwards, unfortunately. One thing does have a lot of action, however, PBTS now ripping higher and higher, unhalted. This is a name I was in my only winner for today, I should say. I was in around 120. I was in at 120 right after the first halt, right before, I should say. Now 20 cents in the money, not a large position, unfortunately, but my only winner. Again, for a name like this, it's my charts here are kind of messy. I think we had some data issues here. You're not going to see the finest charts. We have wicks all the way to 22. I assure you it was not $22 at one point, but no, that's my winner for the day. The Qs, Roku now, coming back a little bit. Unfortunately, I got stopped out on these trades, but I think the market now just consolidating, trying to see what happens. Anyways, with all that being said, I'm going to throw it over to Brendan for what's happening now.
Hey guys, about lunchtime, let's get you up to date on how things are shaping up so far today. Still negative session here, about 0.5% for the S&P to the downside. One of those days, unfortunately. The Dow 0.37, 0.34 there for the NASDAQ. Even here in Toronto, 0.15 on the negative side. Brazil's lower. Only Bitcoin and Ethereum on this board holding up ever so slightly today. Nothing to talk about as far as moves, though. A few things we were discussing in the pre-market here. Alibaba, NIO, and Tesla winning out the day, 2.5%. These still very, very negative. If you missed it this morning, there was kind of a back and forth on Chinese regulators saying they haven't looked at the Ant IPO again. And then Bloomberg was reporting that they had, and they'd given it the go-ahead, Reuters as well. So back and forth for Baba. NIO to the downside today on an earnings miss. It wasn't really an earnings miss. The forecast, though, a bit of an issue for NIO, guys. Back over to you.
IPO, I think it was back in late 2020 or 2021, back when Alibaba was at $320, if you guys can believe that. I think it was planning to IPO on the Hong Kong exchange or something like that the next day, but you wake up to the news that I think it got shafted and the regulators are coming in for Jack Ma, and then we haven't seen him for a few months. So I think with the investing in China, it's like you always got to be a little bit careful. It's like you have regulatory issues coming in, left and right, and then you have trade war talks. And so I think the moment Alibaba, a lot of other Chinese stock looking pretty cheap, but now we have delisting fears. So it's when you're holding overnight, you always got to be a little bit careful, is what I say to myself. Anyhow, I'm seeing in the chat people are talking about PETS, TDH Holding, I think, and also a Chinese stock or something like that. Ripping today, up 84% at the moment, trading around 41 cents. This was, I saw a moment ago, above 44 cents, so that's over 100%. So we got three stocks today absolutely ripping: PowerBridge, NextPlay, and now Pets as well. I think this looks like a bit of a reversal, unfortunately, with this huge red bar here. If we can't hold 40 cents, I think this looks a little bit nasty. Let's see if we can hold VWAP. But yeah, also a really huge name today. This was trading a little bit mid-20s until we suddenly broke out, hit 44. But yeah, unfortunately, I wouldn't really short a name like this, obviously, but I think the run might be taking a pause a little bit. That being said, PBTS still ripping here, $1.38, $1.37. Trying to consolidate a little bit, but not very well. In my final trade, the Qs, do I regret getting on the Qs? We hit a new low, so I got out, but now it's coming right back. So markets, doesn't seem like a terrible drop today. I would think it's going to be all quiet on the Western front until we start heading into the CPI numbers tomorrow morning. I think somebody in the chat was saying something like that. Market's probably not going to move an awful lot today. We have to see what happens tomorrow morning. And I think for today, I think interest might just be trading these huge daily movers. It's always refreshing to see, massive parabolic stocks. I know we haven't been seeing too many of these this year since I think the focus has been mainly on the decline of a lot of the larger tech stocks. But back in 2017, 2018, there'd be stocks moving 200, 300, 400% a day. And so it'd be cool to see some of those stocks happening again. I think as I speak, PETS now moving back to the upside just a little bit, might start opening a position. What about you? You excited about all these movers over here?
Yeah, you know what? You nailed it kind of on the head there. This year has really been a lot about large caps. Just everything has to do with inflation. All these CPI numbers and the Fed interest rates moves. So You know, the big momentum squeezer stocks, you know, they've kind of lost some interest, but you know, it's nice to kind of see some of them pop up. You know, obviously PBTS today up 250%.
Yeah, geez.
I see Neil in the chat. He's been talking about that 150 level, and it's kind of turned around right there. So, you know, is this going to halt one more time? We'll see. I have it up on my side screen, so. If it keeps gaining momentum, we'll take a quick look at it there. Someone said SoFi in the chat a couple times, so I just want to take a quick look at SoFi. Another weekday for SoFi today, down almost 6% on the day. It is breaking below the 650 area. 650 seemed to have held in the past, but it was like kind of consolidating above there for a bit, and then kind of just fading the entire move. I think 8 is obviously the bigger resistance level here. We talked about 5, you know, 550 area being the support. And I think that's like all-time lows area there. So, you know, look for it to kind of bounce there. But yeah, considerable weakness for SoFi. There hasn't really been much news surrounding it. Lower volume on the day as well. So, you know, not surprised that's kind of fading the move. But yeah, we'll see if a catalyst comes around, you know, when it's trades lower to these supports and, you know, maybe gets a bounce, right? We already kind of talked about how, like catalysts can kind of line up with key levels on the daily chart, and you know, it adds confluence for bigger trades. You know, and you know, you could take those trades with a little bit more confidence. Some people, you know, we kept talking about the Chinese names and BABA and NIO today. Obviously, we already kind of talked about NIO and how I think that's probably on my blacklist now for stocks not to trade. But you know, it is what it is. You move on. And you try to look for more opportunities. But you know, we'll keep going. Maybe no more NIO breakouts, that's for sure. I think every breakout on NIO, I just seem to get rinsed. So, you know, it is making a stronger move to the upside, but obviously fading a lot of the move today. Just kind of looking back at BABA since we're on the kind of the Chinese names, and yeah, that's still kind of fading, showing some weakness. Maybe around 110, kind of giving a bounce, but yeah, no, considerable weakness today from the Chinese ADRs for sure.
Yeah, considerable weakness, not just among the Chinese ADRs, but I think a lot of growth names in general. I see Liberty Trading here saying in the chat, S&P bouncing off the 20 on the daily until it forms trend. I'm not holding for a big move. I agree with you, man. I think this market, you know, it's not quite sure what it wants to do. We made a nice bounce up from where we were like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, but I think we're having a little bit of trouble moving a little bit higher here. If I can just find a chart, I'll pull it up for you guys real quick. We take a look at the Qs. Actually, this is my index of choice now with the how pretty much you know, how many industrial stocks there are in the S&P that I don't really follow, but we're trying to hold this range, trying to move one way or the other, and I think it just depends on where the CPI comes out to, you know, tomorrow. This range, I think, between around 303, we'll say, and 310, 311. So where we move tomorrow, I think, completely depends on just the inflation reading. I'm not sure if you guys, you know, ever feel this, but you know, when you're like about to like get sick, you kind of feel the day before. It's like you're feeling a little bit tired. You're feeling a little bit timid. You know, your throat's feeling a little rough, but you know, you don't have a sore throat or anything like that just yet. And you tell yourself, you know, I'm going to go to sleep a little bit early. You know, we're going to feel better tomorrow, but I'm going to rest up a little bit to feel better. I think that's exactly where the market is right now before we see the GDP reading as well for Q2, whether or not we actually head into the recession. The market now, it's in a bit of a weird limbo. I know GDP was down 1.5% in the first quarter. Now we'll see inflation readings. Did we see the peak of inflation? And if we did not, how far actually is inflation falling now that we actually see interest rates rising quite substantially over here? And so I think the market right now, it's sleeping. It's sleeping and it's trying to wake up tomorrow morning and trying to see, oh, am I all good? Can I go to work? Is my life okay? Am I feeling good? Or oh, this is no good. I'm actually sick now. So, you know, then we'll enter into recession when the GDP is pretty much red for 2 straight quarters. But pretty much that's where I think the market is at the moment. Indecisive again. I think we have some huge reading coming up this month and the next. And so, can't show this. But yeah, we shall see what it kind of happens, you know, in the coming you know, weeks and months.
Someone asked a good question here, and we can both give our insights on it.
Absolutely.
I'd love to hear about what it's like working there, totally unfamiliar with trading firms. So, you know, obviously Tony's working in the back office. I'm working on the trading floor, of course. But yeah, we can kind of give 2 different insights on it. Mm-hmm. I think for the trading floor, it's been huge for my trading, honestly. Ever since I started here, it's all been about improving and, you know, kind of working on what I already know. And applying that, but also kind of learning from the experience of all these people around me and the others who have been trading for so much longer, right? So, you know, everyone's super encouraging. and we're all trying to help each other. And even though you are trading alone, you obviously are trading your own account. We do kind of work together and generate like ideas and together and help each other improve. We're always trying to push each other and help each other improve, and that's what all trading is all about, right? So the time on the trading floor for me has been amazing. No doubt. How has it been in the back office?
Oh, it's been all quiet in the Western Front on the back office. I say that term pretty frequently, but I think it kind of feels like that. I actually don't trade too often for myself or for the firm anymore. I think I'm more involved on the data analytics side, looking a little bit more at SQL Server, Power BI, just basic simple tools to use there. I'm not an expert at either of those, but I'm always learning. It feels good. I think it's always nice to be involved with the financial markets. For me, even though I'm not trading, I'm analyzing data of different trades, of pretty much how our algo trades, how our system trades, and it's been very fun. I think the environment here has been very supportive, very, very encouraging. I come to work excited every day. I had a few jobs in the past, not throwing shade at any of them, but there's certain jobs where you're kind of worried about going to the office. So will I meet this deadline? Is the manager going to be impressed with my work? Here, I think I've been given a tremendous amount of freedom. Our boss here, Dan, he's very nice to me. He pretty much lets me have a lot of discretion in terms of the projects I'm pursuing, and I think he trusts me to do the right thing. And so it's always nice to have such a friendly, collaborative environment day to day. And so I couldn't be any happier than to be here.
Yeah, like Tony said, everyone's super supportive. And touching back to the trading floor, we get the resources necessary to push us to be successful, right? Obviously with the platform and everything, direct market access, there's that, which is obviously a huge bonus. But just having the resources available, and someone mentioned, having mentors. I was lucky enough, so I came here basically right when the office kind of opened back. After they started welcoming everyone back.
Yeah, you're the first one in.
I was one of the first ones in, and Greg said I was just a newly hired trainee at the time, and Greg said, "Oh, whoever wants to come to the office, you're obviously more than welcome." And I said, "Of course, I'll be there first day," and I was, and I've been lucky to kind of been taken under the wing by all the graduates at that time. So they're kind of like my collective mentors, and then obviously like Neil, Sean, and Brendan, and everyone else, taking their insights as well. But I've been lucky to have a bunch of mentors. So that's what else you get by joining the trading floor. And I think Bears versus Bulls put the link in there to join. Yeah, just send your resume in, and then we'll see. Maybe you can join the floor with us here.
Absolutely, and I know I speak on behalf of the floor. We couldn't be any happier to have you come on board in the past few months. I know you've been making the place a very, very lively, enjoyable place. Always good seeing you. I know I'm not on this floor, but we seem to have the same schedule for when to use the restroom, so I see you there pretty often. Always have a nice conversation. So Ian, what a wonderful guy. Couldn't be any happier to have him on the floor here. The market's here moving quite a bit. I haven't taken quite a bit of a look at some of the plays I was in. I think PBTS now fading back a little bit, PETS as well. I think trying to break below VWAP, unfortunately. But back to... regarding the trading floor, it's always a nice environment. There's one thing trading by yourself. You wake up to trade at your desk, you look at the markets, but it's hard to suffer a bad day, and it's great to when you make money. But when you're on a floor, the environment's completely different. It's always nice to be around other people, and to share your trades and to learn from others, and others to learn from you. And so, it couldn't be any happier to talk about to be on the trading floor. But nonetheless, I think now the markets are starting to move to the downside. Q's now down to 0.3%. Luckily, I got out of my long position there because we are breaking down just a little bit. BBTS might exit my position there. My entry was around 120, so I'm about 9 cents in the money. Not a huge play, but I think luckily, at least a winning trade for me at the moment. PETS looks like we're cooling off a little bit, trying to hold VWAP, but we had some wick candles below it. See what happens there. But the markets here, we're really, really starting to not accelerate to the downside. 0.6 is nothing compared to what we've seen recently. I did notice a little bit of a divergence, however, with some of the growth stocks and some of the larger names. Not so much now, but I think some of the larger names like Apple are correcting their valuations, albeit a little bit more slowly than the rest of the markets. And you won't really see this, but you see Apple bottomed at around May, later into May, where we see some other names. I don't think Snap or Hood's a good example, but let's take a look at Square, for instance. I think here we bottomed a little bit earlier, like a week or so earlier. I was noticing that there's been a bit of a divergence between large tech and small tech, and I think some of these small tech names where you have pretty much negative EBITDA, negative cash flow, and not very well capitalized, and people are worried to have to dilute shareholders sooner or later. They've been being hit a lot harder and a lot faster than some of the tech names, but nonetheless, I think the Qs overall are correcting quite a bit. And so again, it's indecisive. We'll see what happens. What happens tomorrow morning when CPI number is read. But yeah, today seems to be just the overall down day for the markets. Larger techs holding up a little bit better. GameStop, AMC down just a little bit. And it's funny, a lot of these retail names as well we've been talking about yesterday or the day before, I should say, Target. Retail is also starting to come to a bit of an interesting halt, or not a halt, I should say, but a bit of a slowdown. Retail stocks aren't, unfortunately, not very interesting to trade for a lot of people, I feel like. And reason being is that, for trading, they're not very exciting. They do very basic things. They sell goods. They have low profit margins, and not a lot changes on a day-to-day basis. If you hear news, it's typically earnings or some sort of guidance, but not very big. But you see Target here has fallen around 40%, all the way from 255 to around 155 in a span of just a month and a half. And you see the exact same with Gap here. It's doing really well during last year, now falling around 75% actually. Costco, another name that was mentioned quite a bit. Costco, I think a little bit more concerned with the consumer staples here. You go here mostly to buy. They sell a lot of goods. I think groceries, though, are the primary reason why a lot of people come here. They are down as well now, 25% from the highs, along with Walmart. And so when you have retail names as large as Walmart missing earnings, that signals a very, very large impact on the economy. If you have something like NVIDIA perhaps missing earnings, Facebook, larger companies, larger market caps, but if Facebook misses earnings, you might say, okay, this is a Facebook problem. They're having issues with selling their ads, or some compliance issues with being integrated with Apple or Samsung phones or something like that. But when Walmart misses earnings, this is a very huge sign for the markets, and that consumer purchases are waning. But anyways, I've been rambling for, I think, quite a bit now. Any interesting trades on your end? What are you looking at currently?
Another funny comment. Tony, they freed you.
They freed me.
For
Yes,
a long
they
time there, the chat thought you were in jail or something, behind bars in a prison. They were like, free Tony, and it was like trending there for a few days. But no, that's funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah, Tony's free today. He's with
free.
us today. You're gonna have him for the entire midday show, and it's gonna be good stuff here. Someone said Apple's kind of breaking lows. It did. It just made a new low in the day. 145.81 is the low. So it just kind of touched there. It is potentially giving a little bit of bounce, but it is like trending downwards today, considerably weaker. We already talked about how it is trading less volume. I was just kind of watching the market at the same time, see if that's going to break a new low. The low on the market was like around like 40.81. 40.85 is seems to be a level, right? So it isn't quite breaching that quite yet. But if Apple continues downwards, then maybe the market's gonna keep pulling downwards as well. We always talked about Apple and the likes of Microsoft being kind of like the big barometers, right? But look at Microsoft today. I haven't even looked at Microsoft yet, but it is actually up. It's basically flat, but it's showing a little bit more strength. So not always gonna be trading the exact same way as the market, but Apple definitely weaker, and then Microsoft definitely stronger. And in that sense, I want to take a look at Tesla as well. Tesla, we talked about how it was stronger in the morning, but now faded below VWAP. Hasn't been able to reclaim the 750 level, but you know what? It's still up about 2% on the day. So Tesla is a stronger stock in comparison to the others. So maybe if the market does bounce, if it does sort of bounce off this level and start to rally back up, maybe turn green on the day or at least break even, you're going to see another strong move from Tesla for sure. Now more people are like, oh, free Tony. Tony seems like a very genuine dude. Yeah, he is.
Thank you so much.
He definitely is. GME long with a decent stop working well. Let's take a quick look at GME. Tony talked about GME and AMC briefly there. I talked about it yesterday. It breached 150, broke out 150. We got like $3 in the play. But then it just kind of faded the entire move. And now look at today, continuation of that downward move, down now to 130. Just kind of looking at the daily, just kind of see if there's any sort of support area here. It has been kind of jumbling around here. 115 was the low of this little consolidation or this little range. But 125 maybe a level. But definitely some weakness after that rejection of 150. That 150 is definitely a strong level until we get to some serious buying below there, maybe a gap up over. maybe another positive catalyst, something like that, then GME can continue to the upside. But for today and yesterday at least, definitely some weakness.
Absolutely. GME today fading just a little bit along with AMC over here. But, it's actually interesting to me how GME is still holding up quite well in the grand scheme of things. Relatively unafflicted by the rest of the market. Not today, but in the general scheme or general sense. I see a comment here. I would go skydiving with Tony. I would have a beer with Tony. Thank you, guys. I would get a beer and go skydiving with you guys as well.
Beer while skydiving?
While skydiving. I haven't thought of that, but you're giving me ideas over here. I thought somebody else was also asking.
These are crazy ideas, guys.
Crazy
Keep them
ideas. And I think somebody else asked me, what do you think the primary differences are between the Canadian and the U.S. economy? I can't speak on behalf of everything. I'm not an economist, but I think the story with me at least between the U.S. and Canada was that I grew up in Canada, went to the States for around 10 years, lived in mostly Florida and St. Augustine. If some of you guys are from there, St. Augustine, shout out, as well as Atlanta, Georgia, where I did my undergrad degree. Now back in Canada because visa immigration issues, basically same thing with Valeria, but me over in the States. So I came back to Canada. Overall, I'd say it's pretty funny. The countries are quite similar. I know most of Canada is very much close to the U.S. border, and I think culturally, there's not too much difference. I like. Everybody was nice to me no matter where I was. But as for the economy, I think the biggest differences are when you have the Canadian exchanges. Most of the companies there are not startup tech companies. A lot of them are small mining companies and small energy companies. And so if you look at the TSX, actually, it's not doing as bad as or not as poorly as some of the American composite indices. Here we're down, pretty much less than 10% actually on the TSX composite, which is kind of funny because some of the largest companies are gold and oil companies. They have not been really afflicted as quite as much, whereas you look at the S&P, we're down, I think, over 10% now, well over 10%, almost down 20% from a while ago. But, it's actually interesting because besides that, I noticed the huge difference is between the U.S. and the Canadian banks. And what I mean by that is, I noticed that the U.S. banks have been taking a real hard beating in recent times. I think this has a lot to do with interest rates. Bank of America, for instance, $50 at the high there, now down 30%. Citigroup, a bit more leverage, I think $82 all the way down to $50. JP Morgan, similar story here, along with Wells Fargo. Meanwhile, you take a bank like Royal Bank of Canada, RBC here, and they've been pretty well in terms of customer support, so I'll give RBC a shout out. Also a large company, $150 billion in market cap. But meanwhile, it's actually kind of interesting. Look at this. The high of the year was $119, and now we're at $104. So we're down less than 15%, where the U.S. banks were down at least twice as much. And so the question is there, what happened? And I think from what I've been seeing, a lot of these Canadian banks are a lot more focused on the traditional banking side. So think mortgages or traditional business loans, things like that. Less so M&As that, and more speculative business deals that, fluctuate very wildly with the markets. Obviously, with the higher interest rate environment not helping that. I think JP Morgan said they expected full year M&A revenue to come down around 36 to 39%. And so something like that doesn't impact RBC as much. But also over here in Canada, the higher interest rates actually help out a lot of the banks because I know in the States, the freest money I heard that you can ever get is to take out a 30-year fixed mortgage back in 2020 or 2021. To put it into perspective, I saw that in November of 2021, if you take a look at the average fixed mortgage rates for the 30-year on the Fed data, it was pretty much like as late as December, really, or as late as November, you could have gotten yourself a mortgage below 3% a year. Nowadays, we pretty much went above 5%, and so that's absolutely crazy. If you look at if you take a look at the 30-year government bond now for the states, it's pretty much, I believe, above 3%. So to put that in perspective, today you would make more money lending to the U.S. government than 6 months ago a bank would make while lending money to the average home buyer. And the average home buyer can't simply print money out of thin air whenever it likes to. And so that's just absolutely crazy when you think about how expensive money has gotten. We don't have 30-year fixed mortgage rates here in Canada, however, which makes things a lot better for the banks here. We do the 5 and 25, in which case the 5 is fixed and 25 is variable. And so when you have higher interest rates, a lot of home buyers came and bought houses. Now they're on the hook for the higher interest rates as the rates are rising. And so when you have that, a lot of these banks are actually benefited by a higher interest rate, whereas in the U.S. they are not. And so that's, I think, the biggest difference, at least in my opinion, between the U.S. and Canadian banks. You see RBC, TD, CIBC, BNS, I think there's one more I forgot. Whoever I forgot, I apologize. But yeah, biggest difference there, I'd say.
I want to touch on AMC again. Someone said, is the squeeze happening anytime, guys? So let's take a quick look at that. It was funny because yesterday, when GME was breaking at 150, it looked like it was gonna go, and we were like thinking like, man, what if we were wrong this entire time? What if the apes were actually wrong, and the squeeze is coming right now, it's happening right now, and then it just faded the entire move, and then we were like, oh, super disappointed. Yeah, no, AMC, we talk about this 10 level holding. Until then, until it breaks down there, I will be slightly more bullish above it. But yeah, it's kind of just not doing anything. I was expecting a bigger move the past couple days with GME, especially kind of going off as well. But yeah, it just hasn't been really doing anything, pushing less volume, only 19 mil shares traded today. I remember when AMC was going off, it was doing like 100 mil plus, right? So,
yeah.
It was doing a lot more volatility, but yeah, not really doing too much. So, that's kind of it on that front, right? But if it does pick up, then we'll definitely take a look. Someone shouted out AMD again, so let's take a look at that. It did kind of bounce off this 101. This 101 level has kind of been a level for the past couple days at least. Not quite to that $100 level, but it bounced at 101 mid-afternoon yesterday, and now it looks like it's giving a bounce as well here on the midday show as well. So, it could push up to VWAP, but we're talking about this market kind of just super range bound. Right, so it is giving a bounce off the bottom, but is it going to be a continued move to the upside? Time will tell. But it obviously is struggling rather with the 4100 area as well. AMD probably struggling with VWAP on the upside there. AERC ripping. Let's take a quick look at that to see if that's actually going. It kind of is, but it hasn't breached high a day yet. High a day is 1010. It just kind of tested close to $10 there. I wasn't watching the tape at the time, but yeah, maybe there was some size there, and that's why I rejected. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this to see if it starts to go as well. Just kind of looking back at momentum stocks here. PBTS kind of pulled back a lot. I'll bring that up here. After it kind of rejected 150, it just faded the entire move, and now we're testing to where we're below where it halted originally, right? So some considerable weakness there right now, but it obviously is up 200% on the day, guys. Don't get me wrong, this is a huge move. Will it continue for the rest of the day? Who knows? But yeah, a little bit riskier to kind of buy a dip on this one, just because who knows where it can go, right? It's up 200%. I don't really see any levels. Obviously, if you look at the daily, there's no levels. The nearest level is 45 cents, right? So literally at the open today. So is this going to retrace the entire move? Probably not. But I don't know where to get long on this one. So I'm probably just going to leave it alone for now. And some people are saying AERC took high a day. So we'll just quickly take back a look at that. We were just on it. But yeah, it did just take high a day there. And it's blasting out, making new highs. Some buying definitely coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. AERC high of day, that's always a good sign if you want to go in. That increases the chance of it going parabolic, and also increases the chance that you're going with the trend rather than against it. And so for now, I think I'm going to enter a small position, seeing what happens to that. But nonetheless, I think overall, you're right. I think a lot of these names have been a bit overextended for today. Now trying to cool off just a little bit. I know Pet's now down to 35 cents. Down from 44 it was a second ago. What else you have over here? Top gainers for today. PBTS, I exited that position, I will say. At a loss, unfortunately. I was hoping that would be my play of the day, but got a bit greedy. I think the pullback was quite significant. Now back down to $1.17 from high of day, $1.48. Taking a look at what happens here on the top gainers list, actually. Not huge names. I see a lot of names below $1 trying to rally. AUVI. This was like $15, $20 last year, up $50, 50% today. But nonetheless, it's crazy to see how far a lot of these names have fallen. But besides the top names for today, I don't think too many names are ripping too hard. If you take a look at the most actives, I'd say overall mixed day. You have some names down quite a bit. PDD, another Chinese name. Novavax now down 14%. That short you initiated was pretty great there. Zendesk under realization that there is no buyout, down 12% now. A lot of shipping companies have been down quite a bit, and Carnival now also down 7% on the day. Today just a red day overall. Roku now at $95. That buyout probably wouldn't happen over from Netflix. So without that, I think Roku can easily go back to the $80, $7 if we see a bad CPI tomorrow morning. But actually, it's funny. I kind of like Roku. I have a soft spot in my heart for Roku because I bought it first at $30 and sold it way too early. So I always regretted selling Roku. So I am trying to get it back sooner or later, maybe in the 80s or the 70s if I can afford that opportunity. But besides that, there is, I think the markets today are just more or less indecisive. Q is now trying to recover once again, down just 0.5%, I'd say at this point. Again, CPI number, as Ian was mentioning, will be the primary catalyst for tomorrow, and I think that could shake the markets 1 or 2% in either direction. So, who can really say what might happen there? But overall, on the markets today, I think is just nothing too exciting. I know another topic that affected a lot of these growth companies was the hiring freeze and layoffs. I was reading an article yesterday morning, actually, about a nice young man who recently graduated from I think University of Michigan or some school like that. I think undergrad degree for one guy and another guy had a graduate degree. Both of them accepted jobs at Coinbase. I think back in February they had offers to other tech giants as well, Amazon, Oracle being some of those names. And Coinbase, from the article, they rescinded the offer for a lot of these individuals. 300 people, or around 300 people, said that they have lost jobs because Coinbase not only stopped the hiring, but also rescinded offers for people that they already given offers to. And so if that's not a negative indicator for the economy, I don't really know what is. So Coinbase, I was going to buy shares of this. I kind of wanted to, but I don't think you can just do people dirty like that, in real life, where you give them an offer and you yank it away just because you have company issues there. But in the broader scheme, I know Snapchat also gave a negative guidance warning for Q2, saying they're not going to have positive EBITDA or positive cash flow, I believe, for this quarter in Q2. So now still down $14, all the way back down from 82 or so. This is going to be one hell of a play once earnings come, I believe, late next month. And on top of that, Tesla, we can take another look at that name. Elon Musk said he had a very negative feeling about the economy, and he made a mandate to release 10% of the workforce. So I think negative signs are all over regarding the economy. I think it's actually funny to see what happens to Twitter today as well. This is a name I'm surprised still holding above 40. I think Twitter, whether or not it gets bought up by Elon Musk or not, at this point, it's like a coin flip decision. I'm not a legal expert. I think Elon Musk, if you can make the case that a lot of his financiers are not going to give him the debt funding to pursue the Twitter deal unless Twitter can prove that not more than 5% of its users are bots. If he can prove that he can't get the financing at all unless Twitter gives him the data, then he has like a legal recourse to not do the deal. But other than that, I think it's a 50-50 what happens to Twitter, and the market might be pricing it. So if you take the 54.20 benchmark here, one might say that on the low side, if the deal doesn't go through, Twitter might fall all the way back to $26. But anyhow, I think we're going over a bit. Now we have Sector Watch over with Brendan, so I'll throw it right over to him, talking about the overall markets today and what they're doing.
Let's throw it over to Brendan for a Sector Watch.
There we go. Let's go to check the overall markets here, guys. 12:30. That means we're on our way through lunch, the lunch period anyway. Still a negative session. 0.4 to the downside here for the S&P, about 0.5% now for the Dow, the NASDAQ, 0.4 to the downside as well. Crude oil here has gone negative on the session as well. You remember, it was one of the only things, or one of the only areas of the overall market kind of holding up throughout the morning. Still red there for cryptocurrencies as well. Yeah, pretty red board to show you, unfortunately. The S&P 0.4, as I said, here to the downside. Still a few things standing out as strong. NXPI, remember there was reports this morning. Samsung could be interested in NXPI. Retailers up here showing some strength as well. Lowe's and Home Depot specifically. Dollar General, there's Tasco, POOL. Starbucks, I saw having a nice day, finally back to the upside, 2%. I want to mention banks here. Banks really lagging the overall market, kind of stuck in the red. Also, material stocks back to the downside, communication and energy as well in the red. Look at Netflix today, 3.6% after a pretty good week for Netflix. Guys, back over to you.
Oh, Sector Watch, red for a day. Not surprising, huh? I think a lot of the market is
a lot of red stocks today. Market is having a little bit more of a down day today, but kind of chopping around. A lot of people saying, we're kind of just waiting for the CPI number. I think you guys are right. Probably going to chop around for the rest of the day, and we'll see. But the CPI number tomorrow should move the markets quite a bit, and we'll expect a little bit more volatility off the number. A lot of people talking about Tesla again. Let's take a look at Tesla. I had the trades in the morning, but took a loser on that one. It is kind of giving a little bit of a bounce here at 740. We kind of talked about this level in the morning, how it kind of held pre-market there. Did break below and then tested like 735, not quite 730, but yeah, it is kind of giving the bounce now and, potentially pushing up to VWAP. But if we look at the market kind of ranging, just trading around this tighter consolidation area. So I'm not surprised to see Tesla kind of doing the same and not a lot of momentum coming in either direction for Tesla after it's kind of like faded that entire move. And also, being at lunchtime coming up, maybe volumes going to just kind of die down on Tesla. That being said, let's take a quick look at Apple to see if Apple's kind of done anything else. Similar moves here, right? So kind of bouncing around. It did make low a day at 145.79. We kind of talked about that already. Hasn't really breached the low yet, right? So until the market really kind of breaks down, maybe Apple's going to take the market down with it. We'll see. I want to take a look back at AERC again just to kind of see how that's kind of played out. It did make that high a day at 1050. 1050 was the high day. And I know a lot of you guys were calling me up because I said, it hasn't really breached high day yet. And then next thing I know, it's breaching high day. But yeah, we'll see where this kind of goes. Just looking at the daily, it has made a top at $15, right? So we are still like a ways away from that. But is it going to get there today? Probably not. That day there was a lot of momentum coming in. I think there was like a catalyst as well. But yeah, obviously a stronger move for AERC today.
Absolutely, AERC, what a name. I think it's been ripping just 12% today, not as much as the other names. So it looks like we're still continuing here. I thought we were about to flip just a second ago, so I got scared. I got out. I didn't want another PBTS trade to happen, so I was in at around 10.27, I think, and I just got out a few cents later, so not much of a profit at all, if any, but I'm out of this trade. I was in for a secondary. We start breaking high of day again, which it looks like we might. This name looks like if we can break 1050, we can keep on running there. I saw something in the chat posted that Tesla was not laying off 10% of their workforce, just the management team. Apologies if I put in or said the wrong information there. I must have not read the news too correctly. But nonetheless, I think there's a lot of hiring freezes recently. Netflix, I think, said laid off 150 people over back in May, which it's not a lot of people. I think they have over 10,000 people on payroll. Nonetheless, though, I think what I mean to say is that the employment numbers might not start looking so good as well if this keeps on happening between larger companies. And somebody was asking me about the CPI reading. I believe the last one was in April, and it came out to around 8.1%, which was not higher than what the previous one was, or I think we're just around the same. And so people are thinking, is this plateauing? Is it like sometimes you see on charts. I don't know how to put up the inflation chart, but if you take a look at CVNA, this thing looks like a very nice curvature over here. Not perfect, but it kind of looks like this. And so people are asking are we here in the inflation cycle? Is this the top? Is this 8%, or is 8% here, or hopefully not 8% is over here and we start reaching 16% here or something like that. For me personally, I think 8% is around the top. If not, over here. I think when supply chain issues start resolving themselves, we will see lower aggregate demand. We're already seeing lower aggregate demand as employment starts to fall a little bit. Not a good thing, obviously, but a consequence of what ends up happening in such a hot economy. Now it's getting slower with the higher interest rate rises. You have a lot of speculative companies not quite being able to finance their projects any longer. But one other thing I was interested in actually talking about, not sure if there's any Forex traders over here in the chat, but the US dollar is still looking really strong for a day, up 0.5% on ECB news, looking to raise interest rates over there in Europe. The DXY here, dollar index, it's doing incredibly well. And in fact, what's really funny, actually, is specifically between the US dollar and the Japanese yen. Japanese yen, if you guys aren't too familiar, which you're at 134, which is actually crazy. Reason being is that why the US dollar is up 20-year highs versus the Japanese yen is I think the interest rate differential between them. In Japan, you have a lot of issues there with their economy, unfortunately. One of them being just a stagnant economy. There's a lot of reasons behind that. One of it is that they have a pretty strict immigration policy. Also, they're a very conservative work culture. Not a lot of people getting married. You have a lot of 30, 40-year-olds giving up on love, marrying anime character, kind of like myself, kind of. But I'm just an oddball here. But the problem with that is there's a low population, or low birth rates, and so the issue there, you don't have a lot of young people coming in with the aggregate demand, and so you have a slowing aging workforce. And the problem here is now the Bank of Japan decided that they're going to keep the interest rates at negative 0.1%. That's symbolic. It's not a huge negative number. But the problem is that it significantly devalues the Japanese yen. And you can kind of see the Japanese yen has been traditionally referred to as a safe currency during times of crisis. You can see during the tech crash or during 2008, the reason why the USD depreciates against the Japanese yen is it's part of the carrying trade. If you're a Forex trader, it's, back in the day I've heard, it's very common to do the Aussie yen trade where the Bank of Australia pays you a positive interest rate of around 1.5% or close to 2% perhaps back in the day, whereas the Bank of Japan pays you for borrowing its money. So the trade used to be you'd borrow the Japanese yen to go ahead buy some Australian dollars. And so you can see this trade worked out quite well in the years where the market was hot. But it's kind of funny, even now the Australian dollars has been appreciating against the yen just because of how much Bank of Japan is devaluing its own currency. And so I think that's one strategy that is kind of opposite to what Jay Powell is doing. Jay Powell, in my opinion, he's late, but he's getting there. I think Jay Powell, as people have said, he's more reactionary than trying to predict what happens to the markets. And without information coming in about the high inflation, he doesn't just hear rumors about it and makes a decision. Once he sees the number, then he starts to increase the rates just a little bit. But he at some point increases the rates. I think he's slow, but he gets there. Bank of Japan has said, yep, we know inflation is pretty much a thing. We're not going to do anything about it. And, that's what happens. To stimulate the economy, they're devaluing their currency here, and that's exactly what we've been seeing. USD, JPY, 20-year highs. And this looks like it's going to break this previous high and go even higher. We might see 25-year highs for USD JPY. So that's just one thing I thought was really, really fascinating to talk about. Anyhow, this is not very interesting, I know, for day trading. What about you?
Tony, dropping the knowledge bombs. Everyone kind of going off there loving the knowledge that Tony brings to the show, and he drops on the show for you guys. Man, I got to say, I got to ask one question. What did you study in school?
I did study finance in school. That was...
okay.
Yeah, not so much economics. I know somebody asked me if I was an economics major. I think I'm humbled. I think that's more of a side interest that I've been paying a little bit more attention to in recent times. As it's like for me, most of my life, the market just goes up, straight up. So it's like, the market's going down now. I wonder why. What are the reasons behind it? So that's something I've personally been interested in.
Yeah, and Tony, why are you so smart? You know what? I'm learning from Tony as well, just kind of sitting beside him. Hey, thanks for asking. No, I was always kind of wondering that as well. He's super smart, and glad to have him here on the show. And that being said, let's do the YouTube spiel. Let's smash the like button. I know Bears versus Bulls has been doing that in the chat there. We thank you for that. But smash the like button, guys. Smash the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. And so you can keep seeing more shows with Tony here, and he can keep dropping more knowledge for you guys. Tony, the man, the legend. He's here. He is going to be on more often. You're on Tuesdays now, right? Tony Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
Right.
Tuesdays
we are going to get more. Exactly. We're going to get more Tony knowledge moving forward for sure. Back to the markets, guys.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, actually, but I think we have a segment over here with Brendan. I think we're going to throw it to him real quick, but we'll get right back to you.
No, I think that's coming at. No, it's coming up. Oh, it is. Okay. No, sorry. To Brendan.
I love the crib notes. It's awesome. Quickly, guys, Robinhood, day lows here on a volume spike. Sam Bankman-Fried, just on CNBC, didn't really say anything about Robinhood or to the point of possibly looking to purchase a trading platform. Remember, this was catching a bid going back a week or so ago on reports that SBF was trying or looking into maybe purchasing a larger stake of Robinhood. But day lows here for Hood, guys, on SBF. No comment.
Thank you, Brendan, there for that quick news. People are saying don't correct Tony. Tony has the earpiece in. I don't have the earpiece in, so I can't hear when they're telling him to switch to Brendan. So that's why there. But no, we have a schedule. A lot of new segments coming in for the show. We're always kind of improving the show. And it keeps growing. So, that's why we all appreciate the support and appreciate you guys watching every day. But, back to the markets, guys. You guys are still kind of going off about AERC. It is picking up momentum to the upside and keeps pushing new highs, right? The high day now $11. I remember looking at it, was like high day $10.50 before, but now pushing high a day. So we'll see where that kind of goes. The market not really moving, still kind of trading within that range. So you know what? Until the time breaks out, I maybe not take any trades on these large caps to kind of see where they're going. Just kind of doing a quick check on all these the big tech stocks here. AMD kind of retesting the lows again. We talked about this 101 level. Let me bring up Apple again. Still kind of doing the same thing. Microsoft was considerably stronger on the day, so I want to take a look at that. Wow, look at that. Still trading above VWAP, right? So if the market kind of does go, Microsoft can keep pushing to the upside. Back to Meta again. Meta kind of fading the entire move, right? So, you know, pushing new lows. I think it just made a new low here. 190.85 is the low for that one there.
All right, I'm going to throw to Sean over real quick.
I just want to show you.
Okay,
I
yeah.
have my mic. People are asking. It's like tuna.
Ooh, that
there's
looks
some
good.
cheese in there. There's some salad. So, yeah. That's all.
Oh, it's delicious. I'm going to get some down myself afterwards.
Yeah, we're always kind of talking about the lunches here,
the
right?
lunches are really good.
We're blessed to have the catered lunches, and you know they are pretty good. So yeah. You know, Sean obviously enjoying his lunch over there, so let's leave him alone for now. And Sean Katina, hashtag show us the food. I don't know if that's going to start trending, but yeah, maybe. We'll see. Thick boy salad. Oh, man. This is
rabbit food.
Rabbit food. Now you guys are going off about food. Man, we talked yesterday for like 20 minutes. We mentioned dips and pizza, and then the chat just like kind of went off about pizza.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, no, this is lunch. Tony and I haven't had our lunch yet, guys. So, you know, if you guys keep talking about food, we're just going to keep getting hungry and we're going to get a little bit too distracted. Tony, how much do you bench?
Oh, no, I don't. I benched a bar. I swear that's all I can do. I think the camera makes it look a little bit wider, but no, I got noodle arms over here, I assure you.
Noodle arms. Show us the food. Now maybe it starts to trend. Let's get back to the markets, guys. What are you guys kind of looking at? Shout it out in the chat. What tickers you guys are looking at? What tickers do you want to trade, and what tickers do you have an interest in that you might want to get a little bit more insight there on? We'll love to kind of share our insights with it. I want to take a look back at the Chinese stocks, and I saw Sean made a comment earlier. BABA 110 exclamation mark question mark. Like, man, look, it's faded the entire move. We talked about how this 125 level was a level from the daily. Obviously, negative catalyst today, but look at this, man. Down 7.5% on the day. It was up 20% yesterday. It's faded like half the move now, and you know. You guys have the work chat? We don't have the work chat, no. So it's fading the entire move and, you know, showing a lot of weakness. It looks like the market's kind of testing VWAP now. Is it going to break out to the upside? It's broken out above 40. Okay, yeah, let's click on this link.
And then look what it says about Alibaba and then understand why.
Oh, yeah, so we're going to take a quick break for a moment, throw it back to Brendan.
Quickly, guys, Cole's moving here. Looks like this deal finally done. Franchise group getting apparently an unconventional Apollo loan to get this deal done. So big move up here for KSS.
KHS, wow, moving a little bit up, I think here.
Did you want to quickly talk about that?
Yeah, so I'll just take a moment here. I think not moving an awful lot, but as Brendan was saying, something about the financing looking good. So this was a bio candidate a while ago, and it's holding up better than a lot of other retail stocks. We'll see if that deal actually does go through. But sorry, back to you about Sean has a nice sticky note over here, I think.
Sean just want to kind of bring up the sticky note again here, and he posts this every morning for everyone to kind of see. And he was short 118, short around 118. Have patience here. So he was expecting to short the entire day, but look at this. Like, he was definitely right about that one. It's faded the entire move. Look at where it tested, guys. Look at where it tested. 118.
Wow.
I think you had that short, right? Yeah. He's nodding. He says yes. He had that short. It didn't quite test like 120 area. You could have shorted the lower high, right? Lower high at 118, fading the entire move. He nailed this one right on the head.
Right on the head is right. Wow, what a trade. Alibaba moving towards the downside here. I think following a lot of Chinese stocks as well. I mean, it's deserved in a little bit, in a bit of a sense, I should say, because we were at $82, I think, just about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and now we're all the way back to, we hit 120 yesterday. So a bit of a correction, a bit of a pullback, just a slight one. But this name here, it's I think it's very, very news dependent. I mean, this trades in Hong Kong as well, so you wake up and it could be a huge gap up or a huge gap down. Who's to say? Alibaba today just cooling back a little bit after the COVID news. I think where China's opening up some places again, which is always good. I think people are talking about over here on the Qs, or just the markets in general, I should say, recovering just a little bit. AERC as well. That's a name I really regret getting out of. Sorry, my Trying to get this out of the way. Jeez, this is not cooperating with me. I have no idea how Pratt does this. I'm trying to. Pratt, I salute you. You know, your PC's up trying to playing with me over here. How you managed to make this work, I don't know. But anyhow, AERC today, I think, tried to hit a high of 1180, and now we're pulling back to 50 cents a little bit now. I think this rally might need a little bit of a fade, and then we'll see if they back over. But again, you can see I got in 1030 or 1027. I got out 1030. So you know, that could have been a lot better play if I'd only held. But yeah, that seems to be a major play on AERC. As for the overall markets, looks like we are bouncing back just a little bit. I would not be surprised if we end up flat on the day today, just because. You know, again, it's going to be news dependent on tomorrow. As for what the readings are, I believe last reading was 8.1%. Is that the highest? Is that the peak? Will we finally see something below 8? You know, we'll find out tomorrow. And, you know, I've been noticing the inflation personally quite a bit. You know, Burger King, by the way, this is not sponsored. Burger King has done a pretty decent job holding their prices down. They don't like to, raise their prices. Sometimes, they have to raise their prices. Burger King here in Canada did not raise their prices for quite a while now. So salute to Burger King. McDonald's getting a little bit pricier, I've noticed. Might have to go there a little bit less. What about you? You notice any?
I want to bring up one thing that you said here. When you were on I think it was the closing show with these guys, Sean asked you, what's your favorite meat? Oh, yeah. And you were like, Burger King meat.
Burger King meat.
Do you want to expand a little bit on that, Tony? Like, what did you kind of mean by that? What's the difference between Burger King meat and any other kind of meat?
Right. I'll say the reason I like it so much, it's as for the taste, I think McDonald's has, I'll be real, I think McDonald's has a pure taste. Burger King, the reason I love it so much is I respect their values, and their values is we will not hurt the consumer. So that makes the meat taste good. They haven't raised their prices in a long time, and I go there pretty often. They have the 2 for $8 there with the Whoppers over here in Canada, which is like 2 for $6 over in the States, and so that's something I like to consume. And so the reason I like Burger King meat is because it tastes like I'm not getting ripped off. That's the reason I love it so much,
It tastes like you're not getting ripped off. I like that. Yeah, you see, now we're like super hungry. The chat's like going off about Whoppers, and someone mentioned White Castle. We don't have White Castle here in Canada. I'd love to try White Castle. I don't think I've ever had it, but where's the beef? Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it's just beef, man. Like, it's just beef. Anyways, guys, let's please stop talking about lunch. I want to bring up NIO here. NIO, and something Sean said on the morning show. NIO has moved from $14 to $20 in like a week and a half, right? So he was like, it's got to retrace the move. It's not the entire move, but it's got to pull back at the very least, right? It is giving a pullback here, but I kind of want to talk about, following the rules. And one thing that Sean pointed out on the sticky note is patience, right? And I did not have patience on NIO today. I tried shorting it multiple times here, just kind of getting run over as it was kind of, going on a steady uptrend in the morning. Right? And we always talk about participating, not anticipating. And that's what I was kind of trying to do, trying to short off these highs in the morning. And I was just kind of kept getting run over. And, obviously we talked about NIO being on my blacklist now. Maybe it is. Maybe it will not if I start to learn how to trade it a little bit better and get a better read on it. But yeah, just be a little bit more patient. Kind of looking off levels here. Obviously 20 is a level, but intraday there was this consolidation area around 1970 to this 20 area. So all you had to kind of do was wait for that to kind of be put in, and more selling volume, more selling momentum to the downside, and then you could have shorted off the lower high, right? So I was trying to pick a top. If you can pick tops and pick bottoms, you'd be one hell of a trader. But yeah, not today for me on NIO. It is kind of retracing the move here, giving a larger pullback, down 7.5% on the day. But yeah, some poor trades for me on NIO there.
No worries. In the choppy market, that happens. I got stopped out on quite a few of mine as well, including PBTS, and I sold that AERC way too early. But one name I think I try to get into trading these days is Robinhood. I think it's a very news-dependent stock at the moment. I think SEC member was going to talk about payment for order flow and competition in terms of where Robinhood sends its orders and how they actually get the best price. I didn't read an awful lot into that, but I know it's a huge controversy among the Wall Street Bets ape community. Not so happy with how Robinhood has been routing their orders and holding trades. So that is some news to look out for. Robinhood now trading at around $8.15, $8.16. $1.16. It's crazy how far this thing has fallen from the IPO. I was looking at that last August, or I believe it was last July. I think it was like a $35, $36 IPO it first opened at, and it skyrocketed all the way to 80 or so, 85, I believe. You know, not so long a period, and now it just faded. If you take a look at how the hood chart pretty much looks like, it's pretty much shot up and it never went up again. You had the first few days here, found a top, and now it's just been oop. You know, we had this bit of a pop over here, I believe, back in late March when everything was rallying. We had this slight gap up on the Sam Bankman-Fried news that he took a large position over at 13. But now we're about to test all-time lows again on Robinhood, and so that does not look very appetizing. I do see somebody saying, take a look at DOMA, D-O-M-A, and I will pull it up. Doma Holdings. Unfortunately, I can't say I've been too familiar with this name over here. Down 10% on the day on news that, well, actually, this was a while ago, not sure. Wow, this was a SPAC, I believe. You know, between at $10 for a while, and then once it de-SPACed, it immediately tanked. I guess not in the best environment over in July. But wow, $1.74 here, down 10% on the day. I'm guessing it's news related, perhaps on, you know, warrant redemption or lockup expiry, something like that. Yeah, it's down quite a bit today. I would not be trading SPACs in this market. Everything looks to be down. I think a favorite of mine back during SPAC mania was Romeo Power. People were saying this is founded, or at least co-founded, by Tesla engineers, or at least there's a rumor of that back in the day. I can't confirm. I didn't do my own independent research, but that doesn't matter back in SPAC mania because the rumor was enough to bring you from the SPAC all the way to $38. Of course, since SPAC mania, even in most of last year, market has not been very friendly to SPAC names, and so here you have a lot of EV names just down quite a bit. And despite that, I think Tesla's been holding up quite well. You know, it's interesting. People have been saying, you know, oh, Elon Musk shouldn't have done that Twitter deal. It really harmed his stock. You know, maybe it had an effect, but overall, I think you know, Tesla still holding up really, really well compared to the rest of the tech space. Down, I think, less than 40% from the highs, or just over 40%, I should say. So Tesla, a very strong name there. Before I pass it back to Ian, I just want to say, I think a while ago, 2 or 3 people asked me what my favorite anime was, and I got to say it's going to be Steins Gate. I'm a mad scientist. At least I see myself as one. But if you guys watch that, you get the reference. Anyhow, passing it back to Ian for some of his actual trades.
Some people talking about INTC. I got the monthly chart here up. INTC, you know, similar chart to a lot of things in the market. On the monthly chart here, it is kind of fading a little bit more to the bearish side. Here, I marked down 42. It's obviously broken down below that, but looks like probably like 30, 38 is a level. You know, next potential support, that was like a little consolidation here, a double top here, and eventually broke out, and then we got all this action above, right? But that was all the way back in 2017. So we are breaking to new levels here that we haven't seen for years now, right? So similar to a lot of stocks, so kind of just keep that in mind. Coke or Pepsi, Tony? That's what the next question is.
You know, I went to Emory University. We got sponsored by Coke. We got a building named after Coke called Coke Commons, and we named the building after one of their founders. So I got to say Coke, otherwise my school might take away my diploma. But and I got to be true to the mad scientist, Dr. Pepper. That's the intellectual drink.
Dr. Pepper is like the dark horse of sodas. Like, you know, it's funny because like I like Coke too, but I'll drink Dr. Pepper when it's there because it's a pretty rare drink. Like, not every time you get to like just drink Dr. Pepper or whatever. And then I'll drink Dr. Pepper. My girlfriend will be like, "Why are you drinking that?" I'm like, "Have you had it? Like, it's so good."
It is.
You know, don't sleep on Dr. Pepper, guys. But Dr. Pepper tastes like toothpaste. I don't know about that one. Like, maybe it is like an acquired taste, if you will.
Acquired taste, perhaps.
But yeah, no, it's great. What else do you guys want to talk about? Let's stop talking about food and drinks, guys. I'm getting way too hungry, man. Like,
Tony, haven't ate lunch. We're
Tony and I haven't
ate
lunch yet, so we're getting starving here. Now we're mentioning more burgers and stuff. So someone wanted to talk about the SPY. Let me bring that up. You know, we talk about the SPY ETF. Let's see where that's kind of doing. I'm expecting it's going to be range bound today. It is. You know, look at this tight range again, about $3 range. You know, it's tracing the ES, right? So on the daily, look at this consolidation. We've been talking about this for days now on the show, but tight consolidation. We're kind of waiting for these CPI numbers to come up. And someone mentioned, do you think the bulls will pump and dump today in anticipation for the CPI number. I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen, right? So I don't think we get some sort of extreme movements today. I'm not saying you won't get some momentum that picks up into the end of the day. Like there probably will be into the close and power hour and whatnot, but yeah, probably no extreme moves for the rest of the day, and we're going to kind of wait to see what the CPI number gives us tomorrow. I quickly looked it up. The expected CPI is 8.3% for May there. That was the rate last month as well. So, you know, hopefully it's a little bit lower, but yeah, we'll see where it goes. And, you know, participate, don't anticipate. We'll wait for the number to come out. We'll gain a bias from that, and we'll trade based on that. And hopefully I can have a better day tomorrow and finish the week off strong.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But yeah, I agree with your analysis there on the S&P or the ES futures. Looks mostly quiet. I wouldn't be surprised if some sort of rumor gets thrown around later into the day during power hour. And the markets pump a little bit or dump on that news. We'll see what happens. But overall, I think until we see the real number coming out tomorrow, which you said, I believe they expected 8.3%. Until we see the real number coming out tomorrow, I think it's up in the air as to what will happen. Yeah, it's possible they pump it today, tomorrow, or today, rest of today until tomorrow morning. But no, we shall see what happens. Somebody said to me, look at HMY, Harmony Gold Mining Company Limited, here on my screen. Faded quite a bit. I'm not sure. I think gold prices looked a little bit weaker here with a stronger dollar. But overall, I think it looks pretty standard for a lot of the gold companies here. I think this is one of the smaller names. Pays a dividend, surprisingly, $2 billion. I lied. This is a pretty large gold mining company, not as large as Barrick Gold, but GDX as well, if you want to take a look at. I think this is the VanEck Gold Miners ETF, and looks about the same here. So down about a third from the tops, but overall still holding up, I guess, decently well. Fluctuate with the gold prices and the commodity prices. What can you do? Anyways, I'll be throwing it over to Brendan here with our segment at 1 o'clock.
Hey guys, yeah, let's have a look at what is leading right now as far as volume is concerned. Overall, on a pretty flat day, slightly up, slightly down, you're going to get a board that kind of looks like this on the volume side of things. Overall, on the day, 55 new highs, 996 to the downside today. That is green, 2,500, about 1,100 neutral, so there or thereabouts, break even. 7,000 in negative territory right now on the downside. So this PBTS, the big one of the day, it's worth mentioning as well. It's been a long time since I've looked at this board and seen 3 stocks above 100 million on the day traded so far. So volume back as far as small caps are concerned. PBTS, the big one today, it actually just crossed, I saw before I came up here, 200 million on our system. IMPP, energy related, but penny stock as well. AUVI, we mentioned in the pre-market here, number 3. There's that TQQQ. It's been there all week. XELA popping back up as well. It's been a long time since Zila got going, but 60 million on the day. So all kinds of volume, guys, on a day where overall, as you said, the market not really doing a heck of a lot. Back to you.
Oh, thank you so much for that update. Yeah, today's been crazy for some of these, penny stocks, literal penny stocks, under $1. A lot of them trading hundreds of millions of shares, like we mentioned, PBTS, I think up 250% at one point or something around that. It's been absolutely crazy. I know my man, I think it was Logan here mentioning in the chat to me, telling me to check out OLMA, Olemia Pharmaceuticals. I think I actually bought this before because I like buying anything that's down 9% because to me, I think it's a good deal, but there's a reason for that usually. This name looks not quite different from some of my other holdings. High of 60, low of about $2, but in the past, I think months or so, this thing's up 100% or so, even more than that. Went from all the way from $2 to $4.32. For me as a bio trader, my bio days I'd say are a little bit past me now just because of how much money I lost on some of my names. But no, I think there should be a reason for this. Maybe the FDA, I think the AMLX, I think, if I remember. I think some FDA news on here brought up the rest of the biotech sector substantially on a day where this thing gapped up. The FDA, I think, shortened the review period. People took that as a very, very bullish sign for biotech. And so if you look at XBI, actually, I think I actually did call it a bottom when Neil had me on the show for like a quick moment there. I said, never ever in your life buy biotech. This thing, it only ever goes down. But I think now we kind of found a bottom. But OLMA, I think this is an interesting name here. If I do more research into this, probably can understand why it's up quite a bit. But wow, that is quite a rally there. So OLMA, might buy it from a personal account if I see more news regarding it. But no, thank you so much, Logan, for that recommendation. Yeah, markets now looking quite a bit better, I'd say. Again, Brad dealing with his PC setup over here. Not sure how he does it. I gotta be really careful to drag my. You know what? I'm just gonna pass it to you until I get this off my screen. I apologize.
Try
about
just
that.
dragging like the tabs over instead of dragging the whole window.
I don't want to drag 4 tabs over.
No. Like keep it on your side screen and then just drag over the tab that you want over to the main screen.
Sounds like a plan. Big brain ideas, anyways.
Yeah, well, not really big brain, but yeah. No,
Bigger brain than me. I couldn't figure
Tony.
that out.
Everyone's saying in the chat here, you know, we loving Tony. One comment I wanted to point out here. One person said, as of today, I now know an equal amount about Tesla and marrying an anime bride. You know, a wide range of knowledge here being presented on the show with Tony on the show. Yeah, no, we thank you for that. Someone said AMD made a new low. It did. I'm looking at low a day here, 191. It looks like the market's kind of pushing up here. You know, I always like to have like something like the ES or like maybe like Apple on the side here, just to kind of watch what the overall market is kind of doing. But as the market reclaims VWAP, look at what AMD is kind of doing. AMD made a new low and not really getting the same sort of momentum to the upside, right? So, you know, AMD may be considerably weaker today than the overall market. So maybe not, you know, the long might not be in play here for AMD, or maybe it just won't be as more of a volatile move. It might be like a slower moving one or like a laggard or something like that. That being said, let's just take a look at the rest of the large cap tech stocks that maybe trace the market. Amazon not really reclaiming VWAP. We talked about the tight range that Amazon has had today and somewhat yesterday as well. You know, the move the past 2 days for Amazon has been kind of muted. Of course, this is like the 4th day now after the split. But, you know, we just kind of expected a little bit more fireworks with that one, not really getting it. Here today on Amazon, and Apple's still kind of weak on the day as well. Let's take a look at Meta. I wanted to see if this is kind of getting a bounce, and it really isn't, right? You know, Meta just considerably weaker today. The name change didn't really present anything for it today to kind of change the sentiment about it. And you guys keep talking about NIO. You know, you maybe just want to make me keep looking at my losers on the day here. It's having a tight consolidation range. It hasn't really breached the low a day. The low a day was 1845, like pretty much right at open and gave that dip, right? So, you know, all you have to do is like kind of buy that dip and get this like strong trend up. But we already kind of talked about being patient for the short. And now it is a little bit considerably weaker, obviously down 7.5% on the day, retracing a lot of the move from the past couple days. Tony, could you please talk about the KSS buyout deal?
Wow.
Do you want to bring that up and we'll talk about it? Obviously, KSS having the news a bit earlier, so I'll quickly take a look at the chart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of buying coming in, obviously after that news announced. But you know, kind of consolidating a little bit now, and you know, getting not really a pullback, but maybe like some profit taking off of this bottom here at 45. The longs definitely big winners on that move.
Absolutely. I didn't quite know what the buyout price was on KSS. I believe somebody said it was $60 or something like that. But we're a far ways ahead of, far ways away, I suppose, from the buyout price over here, which is not really surprising given how far away some of these stocks are from their anticipated buyout price. Twitter being, I think, the prime culprit there, just because of risk of the deal actually not going through. It's been a while since we saw Prad's favorite stock, ATVI. I think this was like a $95 buyout from Microsoft. I apologize. And this is still trading at $77, so commensurate with market conditions here. So the deal that goes through, you can make a decent return on investment. I think this was late 2022, but KHSS, we did move higher on that news, but only 3%, I believe. And so I think the deal is still up in the air, at least the market is pricing it that way. So I like how you mentioned a lot about the Amazon and the Amazon share split here. This is actually a meme that was stuck in my head for a very long time, posted on Wall Street Bets. So I guess the poster of Vainader, thank you for posting this funny meme I enjoy. How to make money in 2020, and this was in regards to the Tesla split. So it was 2,100 from a while ago, of course, or I guess this isn't USDs, but no, it is USDs. Wow, I forgot how much it was back then. But yeah, huge Tesla rally. And you can't sell a full watermelon times because nobody wants a full watermelon times, but they can't afford it. And not a lot of people have $2,000, sitting away in their bank account. And so, I don't know about you, but sometimes, in this economy, when I receive a paycheck and I look at some of these discounted valuations, I like to buy some stocks. But obviously, I don't get this much money coming in. So when you have a share split, it simply, makes it a lot more digestible to the average individual. And so, it also seems cheaper, despite the fact that it has no actual implication on the in terms of how the company is or their valuation. And so I think share splits are a very bullish strategy for companies to just increase their share price. I think that's all it is. So I think great meme here really breaks it down, and something that I think it's really funny. Saw somebody mention in chat, SPY just went green. I think we might be looking. They might be looking at the futures. I'm looking at here. So pretty much about green, down just 0.15% overall here. Wow, I think whoever said they were thinking that the markets might go green for today was right, because I think SPY is now looking to go green, and I think the Qs are right behind. We're actually ahead, now down just 0.1%. So tech stock rally pretty much towards the end of this market mover session here. Always a pleasure to see a lot of my tech stocks still not doing as well. Upstart, that's the name I like to trade, now still back down below 40. So it'll be anybody's guess as to what the market is today, but I think the growth stocks are starting to diverge from the blue chip tech stocks, especially FANG and some of the other large names over there. So, but nonetheless, I think at the moment I really regret getting out of my initial long here on the Qs. I got out at the very bottom, we're close to it, and now it looks like we're about to go green.
You know what, that's okay though. I've had plenty of trades where the chart looks exactly like that. You buy up here and you sell down here.
It happens to the best of us.
That's okay. That's why you always you keep trading. Never give up, never quit. Always try to keep improving, and then you never know what can happen, right? So I wanted to touch back on what you were you were saying about the splits there.
Yeah.
The stock split on Tesla. It's important to note that split that happened with Tesla, it was under different market conditions, right? So obviously the market now, it's much different from when Tesla split. Like the Tesla split happened during a very bullish market, right? Now I wouldn't say this market is like it is on a downtrend. I wouldn't say it's like technically like a bear market or anything like that, but it's a different market condition for sure. I was looking at the Tesla split to kind of gauge what might potentially happen with the Amazon split. But obviously time will tell if the Amazon split kind of works out the same way. But I remember looking back at that Tesla split, and Tesla was up like 13-14% that day.
I remember that.
That day,
that was
right?
crazy.
So it was kind of crazy. We got like a similar move with Amazon there in the first day, but not quite, right? It eventually pulled back, and it showed a little bit more weakness, and obviously now not doing too much. So it's going to be interesting. The next big one is like Google. Google's going to split in July there. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of goes. I don't know if it's necessarily a bullish strategy for these companies. Like fundamentally, it doesn't change anything about the company,
No,
right?
Right? It doesn't.
Exactly. So we'll see how it goes. Don't forget about the Google split. That's what we just kind of said. Yeah, this is like bear territory, but the market's kind of bouncing around now. Who knows what will happen? Overall downtrend for sure. So let's keep it going here, guys. Let's keep hearing what you guys are kind of trading. I know it's kind of the not as volatile time right now, the lunchtime area, but let's keep it going. Someone said Tesla mentioned in the chat. I saw Tesla on the side screen there, and it was kind of pushing up to 750 again. It is kind of bouncing off the 740 area. That was like a pre-market level as well. But I want to see it really reclaim 750 and show some strength above that. Just kind of looking at the daily, it had like a little bit of a bounce here, but there was a lot of like bearish momentum there on June 3rd. It was kind of coming off these highs at 780. So if it does break above 750, it has space to 780 and above that 800, of course. But I really want to see real buying come in above 750. There was that brief buying momentum above, and me being in the long and getting stopped out and seeing that move afterwards, it was a little bit rattling, but it is what it is. And now look at the move; it's kind of faded below it, right? So I really want to see some momentum come in above, but for now it's just kind of chilling out. The market is kind of reclaiming VWAP, potentially pushing back to flat on the day, but let's see where it goes heading into the close and into the power hour. Can this push green on the day? Who knows? We've seen bigger reversals, right? We've seen bigger reversals, but maybe a little bit more muted today, just kind of waiting for that CPI number tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. I think Tesla, a very strong name for the day, up 2.5%. Water markets, I believe, are still red or just turning green. So Tesla, great day for this company here. Again, I think a little bit of a recent sell-off with the markets, but nonetheless today it is green. I think from a while back it bottomed at around just under 600 or just over 600. I apologize, but now consolidating nicely near 750. And so it's funny, Tesla here. It's my mom's favorite company. Interestingly, she's like asking me like what companies she should invest in, and then I'm like giving her some names. She's like, Nah, they're not as good as Tesla. I'm buying Tesla instead. So this is her favorite company, Tesla here. So you know, I get reminded of my mom every time. I bring
That's
this
the
company
thing.
up.
Like people always ask me, like, oh, what name should I invest in and whatnot. Like, I'm as new. Like I'm a new day trader. Like I've been day trading or trading for like you know, like a year and a half, 2 years now, right? But I'm just as new to investing. So when it comes to like the market, I know how to pick levels on a daily chart and stuff like that. But I don't know so much about like the fundamentals. You know, investing obviously has a lot to do, more to do with fundamentals.
You'd be surprised at times too. It kind of deviates a little bit from you know, what they teach you over in finance classes. I don't think you're any further behind than some of the guys on Wall Street, honestly, with some of your trades. So. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. Yeah, no, it's just kind of interesting that that you brought that up. Some people were talking about Google and what I think would happen with the split, if it would be similar to Amazon. Honestly, I don't know. I actually personally have some Google investments as well, so
nice.
You know, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen as well. But you know, it has faded below considerably. You know, below this 2,500 level was a huge level for Google. It has held 2,000, which was nice to see. But is it going to happen similar to Amazon? Who knows? Potentially. You know, we already kind of talked about the stock or the market conditions and how this is different than the Tesla split. But yeah, we will see. Time will tell. That's July 15th for the Google splits.
Absolutely. Google actually trading at a, I would say, conservative valuation. I believe at the moment it's around 22 or 23 for Google. So not a bad deal compared to Amazon, which I believe has twice the P ratio. So market obviously believing that Amazon has a long ways to grow, especially now after the split. But nonetheless, you're right. I think a lot of the valuations here look pretty. A lot of these names here look pretty good. I think it's very nice for you to have long-term investments in Google. I think that's a name that's going to be around for a long time. It's integrated in everyone's lives. You can't run away from it. They know who you are, who you vote for, where you sleep at night, and who you like. So that's Google for you. But anyhow, I saw people asking me in the chat about Unity. Someone said, put all my money in Unity. When does this moon? And so Unity, this is a stock that I personally liked. I think from a while back, Unity designs game engines and a lot more. I think we make some software involving show production as well, because I hear we were starting to use it a little bit here. But nonetheless, this name has been one that fell quite a bit, all the way from 210 back last November, which is really not that long ago, and bottomed at around $29 here. Fundamentally, this is it's not a profitable company, has never been profitable, but that's okay because their revenues are growing consistently every year, as are their employees, obviously getting punished over here in this sort of an economy, down 80% from the highs. But I don't know. I think, I talked about some of my investment strategies, like you would buy it if you use it or if you at least hear about it. Unity is like a name where it's like I don't directly use it, but everything they do in terms of app development and game development, I just think it's like everybody uses Unity indirectly because besides the Unity engine, you had the Epic engine, I believe, from Epic Games, or I think whatever they call their engine. But I think it's one of those names that even though it's down 6.5% today, it's a name that's to be recognized. And I think with that, you have goodwill value or intangible assets sort of associated with the company, that makes it an attractive buyout candidate because everybody knows what Unity and Unity engine is. So if any other game makers, perhaps Microsoft trying to get into now the gaming space wants to buy out Unity, I think this looks like an attractive candidate when we're trading at around $12.5 billion here. I think Unity engine might also start, is involved with cinematography and some more of that as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think somebody else was also asking me about Upstart, one of my favorite names here. Again, I am literally and metaphorically indebted to this company. At $39, obviously it's a very fall, but this company actually has positive EPS, surprisingly, and doesn't have dividends, obviously. It's still a growth company. And I think the concerning part about the more recent earnings report was that they were starting to use cash from their own accounts to start financing some of these loans, or at least they increased it from $300 million to $600 million. I probably said the news wrong there, but it became kind of concerning to some of the analysts that says Upstart could be taking a lot more risk coming out. But I believe that risk is commensurate and needed in this economy. I think Upstart is, it's trying to make ends meet here, and I respect that. Again, Upstart, I think it's a nice company here. It's a nice fintech company, and I'm in it for the long run. Anyhow, I think, sorry, some names here. Perhaps I'll do one and pass it to you for the other. AERC heading north. This is a name we were just talking about not that long ago. AERC, if I could pull it up. Aero Clean Technologies, massive runner. 1127, holding up quite nicely, up 22% on the day. Still rejected quite a bit from the highs there, but we made it back. It fell all the way back down to 1070 a second ago. But now we are coming right back and see if we can test the high of days over at 1182 here. I think some other names, RKLY, IMPP. Dan, that's the name we talked about. What's your opinion on IMPP, by the way, or just oil stocks in general these days?
Yeah, oil stocks obviously making the big push up, and I saw Sean made that comment. I think oil will top out around 130, 140 is what he said. We'll see. I hope it tops out soon. These gas prices going crazy.
That's right.
But yeah, it is what it is. Someone said if we could bring up AMD, because Sean just went long. He said that in the chat, and I wanted to talk about R&R here, right? So we kind of talked about the market's been trading this range, right? And if you look at AMD's range today, it opened around 101, kind of held that support, and traded all the way up to 104, right? So where are we going long here? We're going long basically in front of that 101, risking down to 101. So if you get in like long here, you're risking about like 50 cents, or if you want to risk to low a day, that's 190, so about 60 cents. But look at the R&R in this trade, right? If this retraces the move here, we got potential to go test high a day, which is 104, right? If some real strength and buying momentum comes into AMD, you're going to get a bigger move on your hand, and the R&R in this trade would be great, right? That would be like, that would be probably like a 4-to-1 trade, right? So it's going to be a solid trade if it works out. But always manage your risk accordingly. But these are the trades that we always kind of look for, right? Look to take good trades. And be a sniper as opposed to like a machine gunner, right? Snipe. Yeah, exactly. Like take your sit in the corner there on the top of the hill, snipe, and then take these good trades and in the long run they'll work out for you. Even if you have more of a losing percentage, if you have a higher R&R, you'll still be making a profit on your trading there. Let's take a look at PBTS. That was that crazy mover earlier, that big halter. And I saw it on my side screen there. It held one. It held that $1 level. It halted just below that before. Like the first halt was at like 94 cents. Pushed one and eventually broke out again, and it halted around like 124 area again. Now kind of giving a bounce move, and it just happens to be like right around VWAP, right? It reclaims VWAP here. Let's see if it can kind of push up. It is up 180% on the day. So, huge mover today. Lots of volume. We talked about like the volume leaders there in that segment with Brendan. But yeah, pushing over 200 mil volume on the day. This is a huge mover. Talk about GPS. Let's take a look at that. GPS was interesting the past couple days there. Or last week rather, just because a lot of the retail names were kind of moving around. I think Luca had that cool trade on GPS last week live for you, but yeah, GPS kind of fading today, trading below VWAP. Just kind of looking the daily. After that big move, I think that was off the earnings, if I recall correctly. Just kind of faded the entire move, not really getting a lot of bullish momentum to the upside, but. Yeah, no, it's kind of consolidating, maybe like around like $9. That was the low, but 10 should be a level as well. Psychological round dollar number. But yeah, that's GPS.
GPS, yeah, another retail name. I think mostly involved with clothing. I think they had earnings. This mouse double click right off. And GPS, yes, it's a fascinating name here. I think holding quite nicely. I think it gapped down all the way to 950, I believe, right after earnings about a week or two ago. Obviously a far fall from where it was a year ago. I'm not actually sure if this company is profitable. Actually, they pay a dividend. Wow, I'm surprised. I didn't think they were well capitalized, but yeah, not a bad name, I think, to hold. I think these discounted valuations, of course, it was a bit lower during the pandemic, but made a nice rally here, as you can previously see. And I think for day trading today, not very active, but 2% here. That's doing better than the average market on the day. And I think the markets got rejected. I think they didn't quite go green just yet. Somebody asked me to look at RKLY, Rockley Photonics, another SPAC name that's been hard beaten, I'd say, in recent times, and even before then as well. Same price as late January of this year, and far fall from the previous SPACing over here. But yeah, I see a lot of names being put here in the chat. I'll take a look at one more before we hand it off to the next segment, if that's all right. And I think there is Coinbase got mentioned quite frequently in the chat here. Another name that got beaten down really hard. I remember the IPO above $400. Crazy day it occurred, but I've been hearing some negative press about Coinbase in recent times, and I think it corresponds a bit with how Bitcoin's been doing. This betting crypto is trying hard to take off over here, but it's getting rejected every single time. First in late May, and then I think like a few days ago, and a lot of the altcoins are falling and falling fast. So crypto markets kind of following where the tech is going as well. But sorry about all that. Passing it off to Brendan for the 1:30 segment now, I believe.
Quickly, guys, State Street, STT, and Credit Suisse moving around here. CS, big move to the downside on the volume spike right now, almost 4.5% here. State Street has come out and said they're not pursuing any kind of deal with Credit Suisse, so there was some rumblings that these two might team up in some way. So here we go. We can look at CS, 4.5%, as I said, big volume spike. Also, STT, the other direction, no deal apparently between the two.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, a couple people talking about Reddit here. You know, we're kind of interested about the Reddit IPO. Like, when is this IPO happening? Like, who knows? But
Who knows?
again, like during these market conditions, do they really want to IPO during this time? Like, maybe, maybe not.
No.
But you know, usually IPOs can be a strong, a very good opportunity for day traders, right? Because it's all about like price discovery and you know, like even dollar breakouts and whatnot. So it could be interesting. Hopefully it IPOs soon. We get some news on that. But yeah, for now, who knows? Neil said HD looking strong. Home Depot there. Made a clean double top at 307. Just kind of looking at the daily as well. A strong move today. You know, it is kind of trading the range as a lot of stocks are right now. But, you know, trading towards that top end of the range around like 308. 310 area, but yeah, potential trade idea here. If that 307 does break out, you could take that break, or you could potentially short in front of it and, you know, get a retracement down to VWAP. But yeah, Home Depot having a considerably strong day. And as I say that, look at the market kind of rejecting VWAP here, and rejecting 4106, kind of trending back lower to the downside again, right? You know, we talked about it kind of holding this 4080 area. And now kind of testing back 4,100, but it looks like it couldn't really hold above VWAP there. Market looking like it's having more of an inside day as we kind of await the CPI number. Made a good Amazon short early on, and since then the market seems dead. Yeah, you know what? Usually on these days before like these numbers, or when the market's kind of making these moves, you'll still have a strong push. In the morning, right? You'll still have that volatility in the morning. You could have kind of shorted Amazon there off this 121 area. 121.50 was that level from the other day. But yeah, all you had to kind of do was just kind of play those tops, right? I tried taking the low a day break, but Amazon wasn't weak enough for that. But I know Sean had some shorts off Amazon, the tops there in the morning. So good shorts on that play, and yeah, Congratulations to you for catching that short in the morning.
That was a great short on that. And yeah, people were talking about KSS again in the chat. I see a little bit of it. Not really moving an awful lot at the moment. For a buyout stock, this news was not too significant. I mean, it was a $3 move up. That was, you know, I think if I can do my math here, that's like a good 6% or something from the bottom. But overall, not anywhere close to the buyout price, or at least what I've been hearing of. So I don't think there's going to be an awful lot moving here. From what else I see, I do see AERC being posted quite often in the chat here. Looks like we're actually taking off high of day. That is incredible. I think we could now test $15 again, as somebody was saying over here in the chat. Breaking 12. 12 is a high of day. I'm not sure if my info here is lagging just a little bit. I will put it up in the chat. AERC. I believe it is a NASDAQ stock, one of those IPOs that sort of roared up around a few $100% on its opening day, and then got rejected down to the to a single digits, but now coming back just a little bit in the past few days. Trying to break 12, haven't quite reached it there yet, but if you want to set like a stop buy right at 12.03 or something, or the high of day at the moment, you'll get filled, I think, right when it breaks or soon thereafter, and so you don't have to look at it all the time. But I agree, if this thing starts breaking to the high of day now, this thing could be another runner back to $15. I think it's very, very possible. But besides that in the chat, I think some of the larger names I've mentioned a few times, Bob. I know you've been talking a lot about that. But other than that, here's pretty much the watch list I've been looking mostly at. And still a red day for tech, especially growth tech. Q's trying to recover, got rejected off VWAP, as you were saying. I like that snapper analogy, by the way, a lot. That was a good one. You want to be careful about your trades. You don't want to be just throwing trades out there. The moment you see something, you want to think about it calculatedly, if that's a real word, that is. You want to be calculated about your trades, perhaps I should be saying. You know, it's okay if you don't take a trade in any given day if you see no opportunities, but when you do, you plan it out ahead of time, and then when the moment comes, you take the shot. And I think that's all it is when it comes to trading. Obviously, I think you've been doing more
Well,
trading than I've been.
that's not all it is, but that's definitely part of it.
It's part of it, I
You know,
should say.
when you see an opportunity there that aligns with your strategy and what you're kind of looking for in your plan, hit it, right? Hit the trade, take a shot. That's what we're trained to do and kind of taught to do. Just guys, important to note about this KSS deal is that the board has yet to accept it, right? So it is kind of moving on this news, but the board has yet to accept the deal. So just kind of keep that in mind. I wanted to talk about some people talking about AMD long again. We already kind of talked about this long, so a good R&R on that one. You know, if you do take this long, as the market kind of retraces back to the bottom of the range, right? Does AMD give a bounce? Potentially, right? Amazon seems to be glued to 120. 120, a cleared level for Amazon. You know what? We really wanted this breakdown during like open market hours. It happened in pre-market, and a lot of good breaks have been happening in pre-market. It's always kind of tougher to take a breakout in pre-market just because you can't. The liquidity just isn't there. So you can't take as much size as you might take during live market hours there. But it did give the breakdown. It gave about 40 cents on the break, so that was clearly a good break. But yeah, it's clearly gravitating towards this 120 level. 120 is a big level. I believe that's like, I'm really bad at simple math. 120 times 20.
That's 2,400 perhaps.
Yeah, 2,400, right? So that's a clear level back when Amazon before the split. So you know, it clearly a big level here. Well, what else do we hear? You're right, Tony. Possible break. Yeah, I don't know about 15 on AERC.
Yeah, that's gonna take a while.
It's getting there, but I don't know.
It faded quite a bit actually. I should clarify. There's a lot of risk involved with this trade, so it could go to 15, could go right back down to where it came from, which looks to be around $4.
Yeah, so Neil just said it just rug pulled. It tested 12 there. It maybe gave a top around 12.10. So if you would have taken that break, you would have got rug pulled really hard, and now a lot of selling coming in, and like it's selling accelerating to the downside, right? So we're kind of watching the tape here. Look at how fast the tape is moving. A lot of red coming in on the tape. Not much size on the bid either, right? So not many bidders here. Can this go lower? Who knows? But yeah, a lot of selling coming in. It just got rug pulled, right? So is this the pullback here? Who knows? But can we expect us to keep going? I don't know after seeing this big rug pull here.
Yeah, no, it looks kind of disastrous over here for AERC just now. That was almost $1 rug pull. See if we can make it back just a little bit. Keep in mind, the stock was $2, I think, just a week ago. I'm not sure what the catalyst was this week. All I see is these names running, and so you know sometimes you don't need to trade the news. You just trade the price action. But over here, price action looked a little bit nasty. It broke right above 12, but we got rejected hard below it. It's a good reason why you always need a stop loss for your trades if you don't want to be taking this much risk, because now it looks as though we're struggling right after we broke the daily high. It immediately reversed, and so when that happens, you always got to be careful. Typically, this is a pretty good catalyst for making sure you're trading alongside with the trend, but I think not always, as you guys can see, evidenced by what happened just now, down 90 cents from the high. Anyhow, I think we'll pass it off to Brendan now with Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for currency markets for today. That is an hourly chart of the euro. Huge move down off of this decision this morning, the initial move to the upside. But if you missed it, the ECB came out and said they're not going to raise this month, but they will start in July. So joining the club on the interest rate hikes will be the ECB. That was out this morning. So a big move down here, 0.8% right now, 106.2. That's all just intraday action straight to the downside. Dollar is higher ahead of CPI tomorrow. We've been saying it all day, but remember tomorrow morning, 8:30, big inflation number to come. We're green at the bottom end finally for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple here, all back in positive territory. Bitcoin still holding 30,000 there. I want to mention the Russian ruble here up 5% again today, back to 1.6. 1.5 cents versus the US dollar, guys. Back over to you.
Really crazy what has been happening to the Russian ruble, actually. I haven't really been following their currency markets very often, but if we can kind of pull it up over here, I believe, you know, when the war first broke out, or when first declared war on Ukraine, ruble depreciated like substantially, and now we're all the way back down over here. Now people are saying this is a very manipulated market because over in Russia they're not allowing people to freely exchange rubles for dollars or any other currency. But now if you look at Russian stocks, a lot of them have been down. But you know, if you look at the MOEX, I believe, but they're down partially because of how much their currency actually appreciated. The U.S. dollar, Russian ruble now at 56, as Brendan was talking about. This is it's fascinating to look at just how it just pumped and how it reversed just quickly here with the geopolitical tensions. So it's not something I'm terribly familiar with, but I don't think this is purely due to just those geopolitical issues, but perhaps some currency policies within Russia as well. But anyhow, yeah, Forex markets always fascinating to take a look at. AQB, I see get posted in the chat. This was a name I think I was trading a very long time ago. This stock's been around for not that long ago, but I remember seeing this back in 2018. A fascinating name, not quite sure what they do, even though I traded before. It begins construction of Ohio salmon farm. Okay, so it looks like Aqua Bunny Tank probably making some involved with fisheries or something to that effect. Nonetheless, today in more recent times, I think moving today not really moving an awful lot, but over in past recent times, up 50% from May lows. So whoever mentioned that in the chat, looks like if you've been holding this for a while, looks like it's been paying off. But yeah, AQB mentioned in the chat.
A couple things going off here. Just as the market kind of rejects VWAP and now testing the bottom of the range, right? So it's been ranging all day, and now look, we're back down 0.6% on the day, right? Like we were thinking about maybe potentially going flat, maybe pushing green on the day, and now look, we're pushing back to the lows, right? And in that sense, we're going to take a look at Apple. A couple trade ideas being called about Apple. Taking the lower day break, right? So lower day break at 145.80. That's a potential trade idea. I like to take breakouts as well, but just keep in mind that the market isn't breaking new lows, right? So Apple can be breaking new lows, but if the market bounces, Apple might that move might not be as extended or as volatile as you expect, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. Apple is, considerably weaker than the market today. In that sense as well, someone said Amazon is breaking new lows. Amazon is below 120. The lower day is 119.34, so we could potentially break that down now. It is kind of testing that, but holding up against 119.50. 119.50 was actually the lower day break that I took earlier, just because the pre-market low was like 119.54, so I took 119.50. That didn't work out, and now it seems to be kind of bouncing from that level there, right? So, we kind of talked about the market kind of bouncing off potentially support, hasn't really broken down new lows. Amazon kind of bouncing off the lower day here, right? So it could potentially push lower. So I'm not saying like go long here and play this bounce for what it is. There was still a lot of selling here coming in below VWAP just in the past half hour or so, but it is bouncing off the lower day here. Amazon falls to VWAP, then bounces right to previous support. Yeah, pretty much. AMD, yeah, let's take a look at that as well. We were talking about that trade. It hasn't breached a new low quite yet. It has broken down below 101, but yeah, same sort of deal, right? You could take a lower day break, but keep in mind that the market can bounce here as well. Hasn't breached new lows, and we've been talking about this $100 level that's looming below 101. But 101 has kind of held for the past few days on AMD, so that's why I kind of like this long as well. But just kind of keep in mind it is weaker on the day. For that there. AMD is like an Apple lockstep, not sure what you mean by that. AT&T has been strong during this downtrend. I know a couple of us like to trade AT&T here on the floor. It is a little bit of a slower mover, and it is usually thick on the level 2 here, so you can like practice taking like bigger size and whatnot. It is having like a pretty much like a flat day. It's had some bigger moves recently. I know this 20 level was a big level. Branko's actually likes to trade AT&T. That's who likes to trade it. Branko's there, but it looks like it kind of pushed up above 21 and reclaimed that level today. But yeah, having more of an inside day today. Not as much volume, only 11 mil volume, but yeah, definitely like a good stock to practice with, like likes of like Ford and whatnot as well. ES is still strong, yeah. The ES, until we kind of break these lows on the ES here, and I'll bring up the SPY so you can kind of see that as well. Right here, the SPY hasn't broken down lows either, right? So until we kind of break those lows, I'm not gonna be like super bearish on it, but yeah, considerably weaker today for sure.
Yeah, a lot of names looking weak now as the markets begin to turn. I think Q is now trying to see if they can get to low of days. I know on the Q is now about to go green a second ago, now down almost 0.75%. A lot of other names have been following it down. I see a lot of names mentioned in chat, but one I do want to talk about has been Carvana, CVNA. I know I mentioned this at the beginning of the show as well, but this name down 10%, and now we got the fire bell ringing over here at the office, unfortunately, doing some drills. Apologies if there's like a lot of background noise, but Carvana, this is a name that's been down dramatically, down from 360 or something, now down to $22, down like what, 96, 97% almost. Now trading at 1/3 of their revenues, trading at around 4 billion, whereas they got just Sean Flynn with us. I thought we actually had to go. But yeah, you can see they're trading a fraction of their annual revenues and very negative EBITDA, very much a negative EBITDA company. Room, another company over here. If you guys have been following VRM, I apologize. This was a darling of the pandemic when the used car market was very hot, but unfortunately over here now, you can see what happened to it in recent times, all the way from $67 to $75 down to $1. You know, a lot of these absolute growth names got completely destroyed. I see AUVI also being mentioned in the chat. This was a runner early today, high of 330, now all the way back to 269, fading quite a little bit. Not sure what the news was a few days ago, but man, this is a name that's also fallen substantially. Short squeeze here, not so much short squeeze, but whatever the catalyst is, I think the momentum kind of died down a little bit. Perhaps the negative market sentiment has been negatively affecting it a little bit, but we seem to be holding low of days pretty well. I think 250 looks to be a bottom, or 242 perhaps. That's the absolute low of the day here. So if we could hold this level, perhaps move a little bit higher. You know, lower highs, higher lows, see what happens, break one way or the other, depending on which way the market wants to pretty much go. But I think we're at the mercy of the overall ES and Qs at the moment, just because of how much they've been following here. See if we can find some support over here in 5 minutes. This level here, 305, looks very, very consistent. Can't really draw a clean trend line through this area, but you can kind of get the point that we've mostly been oscillating up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down, and see if we can make one more leg up. That'd be a decent long. This is just not a daily chart, but you know, for the past couple of days. So we're just oscillating. I think tomorrow's CPI numbers as to whether or not it's above or below 8.3 will move us one way or the other. But until then, I think at the moment markets are purely trading on technicals as we approach the end of the trading session into tomorrow. But yeah, overall markets now look quite red in pretty much all sectors. Pretty much my tech watch list looks pretty nasty at the moment. Taking a look at sector watch, I guess, or a mini sector watch. Pretty much, I think Staples might be up today, and that's about it. Staples not really taking much of a beating. The ETF is down just 10% from the 52-week highs, and so I think this is, you know, this ETF is made up of things like Colgate, toothpaste, and you know, things that people can't really go on with life without. And so you don't really see these names being hit too hard by potential economic slowdown. But then if you take a look at technology, for instance, the other S&P ETF, this has been down now substantially. Pretty much a QQQ alternative if you want to take a look at XLK. Moving towards a downtrend over here. But yeah, just it's fascinating to take a look at how these different sectors sort of compare with each other on different days. And pretty much everything's red except for consumer staples, and you see this quite often actually, especially on red days. But anyhow, I'll pass it back to you, Ian.
The chat just kind of going off here. We had the fire drill going on in the background. And I think we have like monthly fire drills. Now, here's my thing about fire drills is like, obviously I'm all about being safe and like, we gotta know what to do in case there is a fire. But if we have this many fire drills, how are we going to know when it's actually a fire and we need to get out of the building? Like, there's not going to be someone coming over the radio like saying like, oh, this is not a drill. Please leave the building, right? No, people are commenting here. Tony doesn't care the building is on fire. I'm going to keep trading. Yeah, Tony can't be phased, man. Tony is on fire. That's it, right? Tony is on fire. That's why the fire drill's going off. Who knows? But but yeah, that's my little spiel about fire drills. Yeah, this is fun. You guys know that dog meme with the fire going on around him and he's sitting in the middle. This is fine. That's pretty much us in the market, right? Like if, our long-term accounts, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty much the classic meme for that. I think technically you're supposed to get out of the building when it is a drill. Yeah, I agree with you. I remember like when we were in school and whatnot, elementary school, you know, you do these fire drills like every once in a while and like everyone walks out and like they're all lined up outside and like it's like a little like extra recess, right? But yeah, no, not a drill. They're just testing the alarm system. Yeah, maybe. Imagine we had an alarm like that when the market was breaking like new lows.
Oh yeah,
that'd be insane, right? It was funny because I was watching the market at the same time. I was like watching the SPY, and it was pushing lower. So it was like, oh, is this actually going to break new lows as the market or as this fire drill is going on? But no, it's just kind of still bouncing around here at the low a day. not really giving us much a move off the lower day there, off the support level, but it is bouncing nonetheless. In that sense, I wanted to see if Apple made a new low. Lower day is 145.77, right? Like, so if you're taking this 145.80 break, like this is what I was kind of talking about earlier, right? Like you can take this breakdown, but like how much of a move are you really going to get? And now it's just kind of chopping around. Usually with breakouts, you want to take more size. So, you know, you got to cover it if it's not kind of working in your favor right away. When you do take a breakout, you want to see it like in the money, like right away. Like we talked about my Tesla breakouts from earlier this morning. And I like taking breakouts just because, like I was saying, like you'll know if you're right or wrong, like pretty much right away. My first trade on Tesla was a great trade. Like I got like $4 out of it. And I was like thinking like, oh, okay, this is my my time to shine almost, right? I took the 755 breakout. That didn't work. Now here's the problem. I was taking more size on these breakouts, and I was kind of holding it a little bit too long, giving it a little bit too much room. Maybe I gotta like de-risk, take some risk off, and then hold the rest for a bigger move. But yeah, no, I was taking the breakouts here. I took the 760 breakout. That didn't work. Eventually, it gave the move, but that was the pretty much the high of day here around 766, right? So and now just kind of fading the entire move. But yeah, that's my little spiel about breakouts and how you can kind of take those trades. Amazon, yeah, we already been talking about Amazon a lot. Shop, let's take a quick look at Shop. We haven't taken a look at that today. Let's take a quick look at that. Yeah, giving back, it is having more of a bearish day today, down about 4% on the day. Trading a range on the daily between 400 and 350 as well, right? So not much volume on the day today, not really giving that much of a day trade. It wasn't really on our radar today, that's for sure. But yeah, fading the day today, just showing weakness with the overall market.
Yeah, Shaw pretty much in line with the rest of the tech sector. I know a few names were mentioned here over in the chat a moment ago. BRQS, this was taking off just a second ago. High of day, touched 29 cents, now trading at 26.5. This is up 59% of the day. This might be our fourth major runner of the day today, besides I think PETS, PBTS, and I think I forgot the NXTP or something like that. But yeah, no, this thing is running quite a bit today. Recently, it just touched the highs. I think now we're fading just a little bit. See if we can make higher highs, higher lows as well. Works Technologies. Yeah, it's small cap name, small float, and this looks like it could be a runner. $41 million market cap. Not sure what the catalyst here is today, but wow, high of days recently, now pulling back. This might be a dip buy opportunity if it doesn't start breaking these lows. Another name I saw mentioned a moment ago was Blue Jay Diagnostics, up 22% today. I think a lot of these, biotech or therapeutics related names often have a day like this where it's risk squeezes. Not been doing too well since its initial the IPO. But today it has been ripping quite a bit, and it's a gap up from yesterday as well when we moved from about just over $1 to $1.30. And so fasting to see where this might head up today. Unfortunately, I wish I could report some news on this name, but I haven't really been following biotech very often recently. I see some other names being put in the chat as well. I think people are talking about Twilio, Netflix, and X, that's U.S. Steel. I think U.S. Steel is one of the better capitalized, if not the best capitalized steel producer, especially here in America. Of course, this has also been down quite a bit from the highs. I think it was at $40 not that long ago. Now pretty much sliced in half, as I'm sure commodity prices has also fallen quite a bit. But yeah, U.S. Steel. I know the other one is Century Aluminum. I'll take a look at American Aluminum actually. Another commodities producer, also down about the same actually. Was commodity prices start to fall along with the rest of the markets as we see an economic slowdown. But yeah, so I'm seeing some news here in the chat actually. BJDX, FDA new low float strong consolidation. Yeah, so I'd imagine there was some FDA news with that name over there. Overall, though, however, not a strong name for the biotech, not a strong day for the biotech sector, I should say. Down near like 3%, trying to make a nice bit of a rally over here in the past couple of days. But besides that, not so much. And thank you for super chat. If my call option expires tomorrow and it hasn't hit the price target I bought it at, either I have to buy the shares or lose the initial investment. Right now, any advice, please? So I'm assuming you're holding the call option that you bought. So that pretty much, it's like you buying a coupon. Like you can exercise the coupon to buy a certain asset at a certain price. Think of it as buying a Big Mac at like $3 when it usually goes to $5, something like that. So I think when you said it hasn't hit the price target, maybe you mean it's below the strike price of the call option, in which case the call option would unfortunately have no value in that case. It would be buying a Big Mac with a $3 coupon when McDonald's is selling it without the coupon for $2. So the coupon would make you lose money, and as a result, the coupon will be worthless at expiration, unfortunately. So if you only have a day to see what happens to your option, it expires tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'd say that's a pretty risky position to be in. Now, if you're thinking that stock might rip tomorrow or something to that effect, I don't want to be the one to tell you to sell and have it, go parabolic tomorrow. But personally, I wouldn't be holding options that expire so close to now. Usually, I like leaps if I were to buy options at all. But usually, I'm not buying options at all anyhow.
Yeah,
but,
leaps are a little bit more expensive, but yeah, essentially you would just lose your initial investment. I remember I used to play options a lot as well. When I was trading at home there. But yeah, options is definitely a little bit riskier if you are day trading them. But yeah, I like leaps a lot as well. It's a good way to kind of invest in something, but not necessarily front up the cash for a ton of shares, right? But yeah, obviously you still have to be a good investor and invest in the fundamentals of the company. We already kind of touched on how we're maybe not the best investors, but maybe good day traders, but not the best investors. To say the least.
To say the least, I agree.
NVAX returning home support at 41.50. Let's take a look at NVAX. It's just been kind of fading the entire move there. Sorry, here I'll bring it up here. Yeah, it's just kind of fading the entire move around 41.50. Like we've been talking about how it's been kind of holding this support area at the bottom of this range around $40, but. Yeah, no, testing those lows today, obviously, it's down 17% now on the day. This is huge. Obviously, now SSR, so you're not going to be able to slam the bids to short it or anything like that, like I was kind of doing in the morning there. But yeah, huge down move today. Obviously, lots of weakness. It's crazy because we were talking about this move the other day. So NVAX was halted. NVAX was halted for a whole day. And then it gapped up huge on the news. It gapped all the way up to like $60. It was gapped up like 20%. And then before the market had even opened yesterday, it had already retraced down to like only 12% up, right? So it was pretty much an easy short on that front, or easy short bias at the very least. And then today, obviously a short play as well. We talked about my short there in the morning. But yeah, wish I would have held some of that short, that's for sure. But it is what it is, and we'll keep it going. We'll keep looking where we can find more opportunities. Sean just said he's short Amazon. Let's quickly take a look at that. Oh, okay, yeah, he's still short from the morning. Holding that, I'm assuming you're shorting off like 121, 121.50, Eric? Yeah, so there you go. He's got pretty much almost top tick. Like what high days, like that's from pre-market. But yeah, pretty much almost top tick, and that's what I was kind of talking about, right? Like taking a short, scalping out like the bulkier size, and then holding a piece and potentially turning that into like a swing trade for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great trade short on Amazon. I would have been a little bit wary of shorting that name just because of after the reverse split. I was expecting a lot more people to come in, a lot of retail traders, maybe that can now afford the stock to start buying it, but evidently not with how the markets have been behaving now. So it's been a crazy move to the downside. I see some people in the chat talk about RDBX, and this is that crazy name. I think it was Redbox Entertainment. I'm not sure if you have any here in Canada, but I've seen them all the time outside of Walmart's over in the States. Yeah, I've seen a few here actually. And wow, this is it touched 1050 today, and this has been a massive runner. I think there was like some news that this company was getting bought out by Chicken Soup for the Soul, another entertainment company, I think. But I think it dropped huge on that buyout news because the buyout was like less than what the stock prices were at the time. But for some reason, this thing's been massively rallying in the past couple of weeks. Touched again $11 yesterday. That's like above the pre-despacking level, which is absolutely crazy. And wow, I think this is we might be due in for a bit of a cool down, I'd say, on this stock, just because we're going absolutely parabolic even on the daily candles here. So it might be in this place right here. We might see a few days of cooling off, but this name just again, I don't really know what the deal was with this name after the buyout news got announced. Could still be in the works or not confirmed, but I think Chicken Soup for the Soul was a company that wanted to buy this company out, and this company is, take a shot every time I say company. But this firm over here has not been doing very well in recent times. Chicken Soup for the Soul, I think hard hit by the recent drawdown because of interest rate rises. But yeah, wow, it's what an incredible name here. I think taking back a look at the Qs before we end the midday mover session, looks like the Qs are still holding at the close to daily lows there. I think we tried to break down below 305, recovered quite nicely, I think a moment ago. But again, I'm not feeling too strong about this market over here. Heading into tomorrow, I take some risk off the table. If I were, holding short-term positions, it could go one way or the other quick, and I expect a 1% move, one way or the other for tomorrow's market open at the very least. Interest rate increases, I think they said 50 basis points, I think, for this month and the next or something to that effect.
Yeah, we're expecting, that's coming next week, right?
Next week,
the interest rate increase is coming next week. That's the big Fed meeting. But yeah, expected another 50% increase. Actually, I'll bring it up here. Maybe just want to take over just quickly, and I'll bring it up. Fed rate monitor tool.
I think it's they said with certainty now.
It's like the CME, the CME like countdown. Yeah, the rate tool here. Yeah.
They go down to the second as well. That's pretty funny.
This is like a down to the second timer. Yeah, so we're pricing in a 92% chance that the rate's going to be between 125 and 150. So that's another 50 basis point increase there. That's for the June 15th meeting, so that's next week, right? So, we are expected to do another 50 point basis point move. But I guess we'll see. We'll get a little bit more information, maybe a sneak preview tomorrow with like the CPI number. We've been talking about that a lot. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about like, can the market just break the range already, man? You and me both. I want the market to break out this range and some fireworks to go off.
Yeah.
But for now we're kind of trading the range. Look at this; it's still bouncing off this like the lows here at the support, right? And kind of all the stocks kind of following suit. Just kind of taking back a look here. I want to see how this AMD long is kind of looking. You're going to have to give it a little bit more space. Maybe that $100 level comes into play today. I think that's going to be a big bounce, especially since the market is still ranging. But maybe we don't get there quite yet today. Roblox bottom. Yeah, we haven't taken a look at Roblox. Let's quickly take a look at that here. I don't have it here. Wait a second. Yeah, just bringing up Roblox here. It is having a little bit weaker day, down 6% on the day. But man, how many stocks are we going to bring up? And they're just kind of trading the range, right? It is trading the range here between like 30 and 34. So similar movement here for Roblox. A little bit lower volume on the day, only 12 mil volume. Does it give a bounce here potentially? Kind of looking at the daily. Yeah, I guess the bottom level is like the $30 range, nice round number. But not much going on for Roblox, despite it being down like 6% on the day.
A lot of these tech names, especially some of these growth tech names, have been down 78% from just last November, kind of acting like, it's kind of reminding me of the cryptocurrency markets where you have like the Qs and everything just follows it. Maybe not to the same magnitude, but definitely in the same direction. It's not really like a stock market anymore, or it's more like, no, sorry, I think I said that the wrong way. It's not so much a market of stocks. It's becoming a stock market where everything pretty much goes in the same direction, shy of having some major news one way or the other. But I'm seeing SIGA being talked about, monkeypox vaccine. I think they had the first one approved. I'm thinking I can't talk anymore, sorry. But yeah, $15 high there, and now we're trading back at $10. So fading a bit from where we were, I think, in late May. But I have not been seeing too many headlines for monkeypox. I think people are saying that it might be contained. It's absolutely not going to be another COVID or anything like that. So I think this name has been popping off quite a bit from the initial scare. But in more recent times, we've seen that this company has been trading just a little bit lower as we still await more news about how monkeypox is spreading as we await more headlines on that end. And I think see somebody mentioning Mullen, M-U-L-N, Mullen Automotive. This stock is now $1.22. I think this was one that's previously been mentioned on the chat quite a bit. Failed to break out previously back in late March, and I know this was talked about a lot back then when it hit $4. Now it's just back all the way here at $1.22. Not very exciting for today, just down 5%. And I think on the daily candle, this thing gapped up a while ago. Not quite sure exactly as to why, but we're just trying to hold this range between 122 and I'd say 140 or 145. Been seeing a few candles being printed in this area, but inevitably, it's I think it's one of the more interesting stocks to look at. Smaller cap stock that could move against you depending on which way you take. So you got to be careful.
Looks like we got a super chat there from Nicole. So thank you so much, Nicole. This one's for you. Hey, Tony Fintel says Redbox short interest float is 180%. How does that change how you look at the chart? Could this be a GME, Volkswagen, purely opinion?
Wow, that is crazy. I didn't know the short interest was that high. I mean, I know, 50%, 60%, that's getting into pretty scary territory there, but 180% shorts are really getting squeezed, I think, in this move, and that's kind of what's driving the stock higher and higher. People piling on, thinking that this name can't move any higher, but that's just creating a positive feedback loop. And so with that, I think Redbox, it would be hard to see this getting anywhere back down to where it was before, the $2, $3 range. But so far, based on that news, could this be the next GameStop for Volkswagen? I know Volkswagen had a massive short squeeze when I think it was
that was like 2008.
Yeah, before the financial crisis. I think when there was I was reading this report of this one billionaire guy that shorted it and got squeezed out of like several $1 billion. But yeah, no, it could be a very strong short squeeze candidate over here. Redbox Entertainment. If I was a day trader, if I see this starting to break $10 again, I think I might just go long.
Here's the thing, I think since GME happened and AMC obviously with the short squeezes, the banks got burned. The banks got super burned, right? So do I really see that kind of happening again? Probably not to that magnitude. Will short squeezes happen? Of course, short squeezes will still happen. It's part of the stock market, right? But do I see something of that magnitude happening again? Who knows? But unlikely. Just kind of looking at the daily here, Redbox obviously making a double top around $11. I think I was looking at this $11 level before, but looks like it kind of broke it yesterday. Today kind of not really getting there. Kind of want to see it just intraday here. It is kind of down on the day, but yeah, volume only around 10 mil. So, not as much volume as it has had the past couple days, but yeah, I don't know about shorts getting squeezed on it anytime soon. Only a couple of hedge funds got burned. Yeah, but that's all it takes, right? That's all it takes is for some really rich people to start losing a lot of money, and then then we got to start changing the rules a bit. But that's above my pay grade. BABA moving. Let's take a quick look at BABA. Yeah, BABA looking like it's reclaiming this 112 area, right? And it looks like it maybe potentially made a bottom off this 110. This move may be a little bit overextended to the downside if we're looking intraday here. Can it reclaim VWAP or make a push back to VWAP? Potentially. Hopefully, for Sean's sake there, I think he went long BABA. But yeah, this 110 level seems to be a level, being down 7% on the day. Does it really continue? Is it really that weak? It did gap up yesterday, right? So, BABA likes to play these gaps. And so many times I've seen BABA gap in the morning, and then, it kind of holds those levels, right? So, I wouldn't be surprised if it holds this 110 or, it gapped to 107, 108 area yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps holding that, and, that's why we're kind of getting the bounce now.
So I think we're right about the 2 p.m. cutoff time. Just want to say a big shout out to all of our viewers. Thank you so much for all the support, all the super chats. You guys, we have, like I was saying, we have the best audience over here, and we couldn't be more thankful to have all of you guys watching the show. So thank you so much for all that. I think somebody was asking me we should do a poll to see what the chat thinks about tomorrow's CPI numbers, and I'm not quite sure how I can make a poll over here, but if somebody might be able to do that, we should be able to have one for you perhaps on the closing show for today. So thank you again, everybody. I'm not quite sure if you know how to throw it to Sean and Neil over there.
Yeah, no. Before we head over, we got about a minute here.
Sorry.
We're looking at the like count here, 2.4K likes. This midday show. Thank you guys for being here with us. It's been a little bit different with Tony on the show here, but this is what you guys want, right? Tony's the man. Tony's the legend. Tony Pepperoni. He's the guy to have on, spreading his knowledge, and we're excited to have him on. We're excited to have him on a little bit more often, but smash that like button, and let's continue this momentum into the closing show. And for now, thank you guys again for having us. It's always a pleasure. And let's send it over to Brendan, Neil, and Sean to finish the day off right.
See you guys.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, welcome in, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in the trading session. Welcome to the close. We'll take you right through to the end of the day, and yet another negative session developing here as we head towards that